like listen, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay? I literally said they need to understand.
You gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
do I think it's okay?
Now, I spent some time at the University of Chicago, and one of the most helpful classes I took there was a writing course designed for graduate students. And the University of Chicago is unique in offering this course. I've taken some composition courses in undergrad, and I guess both in undergrad in general and also my philosophy courses. All of them were kind of crappy, but this University of Chicago course was good. So I'm going to give you all of the good, and I'm going to give you places to go if you want more of the good. That's not true about the earlier composition classes. It's just writing is hard. Teaching writing is hard, and most people do it badly, just like most people do most things badly. But the few people who do it very well, and there's a difference between the people who do it well and then the rest of the hacks, right? So I'm going to tell you some nuggets from this guy, Larry McInerney, who I think did it very well. And I say this because I'm teaching my daughter how to write right now, and this is very helpful. It's very helpful in her development. She's in 8th grade right now. We started summer, and so I'm teaching her, and her she's going into 8th grade, and she's and her little sister is going into 6th grade. So it's about time for me to teach them composition, because I suspect there are only going to be a handful of people who can actually compose letter, email, an essay if they need to, and that's going to matter. Plus, I also think that there is a hard limit in the quality of thinking you can do if you can't write. And that's controversial to say, but nevertheless, for cultural reasons, I think it's true that upper level thinking demands writing through. And so you can use your writing to think. However, that's not the same writing that other people need to read. For example, I use this.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. This is actually a really good point. My last job was in IT, and even the IT people need to be able to write. My boss's boss, we had some big crash, especially with a big customer. He would want what he called a post-mortem, like what caused it, what'd you do to fix it, customer reaction, et cetera, et cetera. And I basically stood out because I know how to write, a narrative, even this little, this little, post-mortem thing. You can spin a narrative, and it was appreciated. So really good point. Even if you are a STEM major, knowing how to write, which points back to humanities. People keep wanting to discount the usefulness of humanities. We, as a country, as an education system, we do this at our peril. They've got to be equally. They need to be equal with the sciences.
To think often, but it's not often what people want to listen to. So I'm going to tell you about how to write well and why some of your writing might not be as effective as it should be. First things first is you often use your writing as a means to think. And that is not what people want to read. People want to read what helps them solve a problem. They want to know better something they already know well, or they want to know your writing should help them help a specific community of readers do a certain thing that they want to do. And so you need to be thinking about that certain community of readers when you write. It's also when you speak. Like when I speak, it's not just me kind of working through my own thoughts. I'm actually trying to help you raise your kid better, think about composition better. In this particular episode, I'm actually trying to help you, and I speak with you in mind, even if it just seems like I'm just a scattered guy talking on the internet. Actually, I'm trying to actually help you not screw up your own writing, screw up your own life, screw up your own marriages, screw up your own kids. I am actually trying to do that for you because under the presupposition that I want that you want to do it well. You want to do these things well. You're welcome. If you're really grateful for what I'm doing, go ahead and go to www.sunkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month. Right? So we think that the purpose of writing is just to say our truth, to say what's in our heart. No, nobody wants to read that nonsense. Your heart is probably not that different from anybody else's heart. You need to help me if you as a writer need to help the reader figure out something that the reader wants to figure out. Even with fiction, you can say that the reader of fiction wants to be vaguely entertained, but actually they want to be deepened and surprised in ways that only fiction can do, right? They want to know the difference. They want to see the relationships between the soul and human and social relationships realized in a concrete manner in a novel, in a way that's non-obvious, right? And that they couldn't put together before. I'm actually thinking about 2 novels that both have to do with foul balls. The Cider House Rules and The Chosen by Potok. Both came out probably, I guess, 20 years apart. Not Cider House Rules, Prayer for Owen Meany. Prayer for Owen Meany and The Chosen both have to do with foul balls. If you get that reference.
Wow, he's actually read John Irving. I've read John Irving too. Though probably the last one, I didn't read Cider House Rules and A Prayer for Owen Meany. I read Garp, and the one right after that, The Hotel New Hampshire, which was a fascinating novel. Hey, Moxie, how you doing?
Then give yourself some money because you're quasi-literate, according to myself. But what I want to tell you is that your writing.
Well, Moxie, he decided, because he's coaching soccer or something like that, he decided to get the ugly, I guess they're kind of like sports glasses or something. The glasses he had before were a bit more stylish, but he doesn't care. He commented on the glasses. So I guess they need to be able to take a hit with a soccer ball or something.
If you've just been writing for school, the only reason people have read it is because they were paid to read it. They would not read it if they were not. So you think that, well, in school, I just wrote what was in my heart, and my teachers, they said they loved it. No, they were paid to read what was in your heart. They don't care what was in your heart. They have their own heart and their own problems. Your job as a writer is to help other people with their problems. All right. And you have to do it in a certain way, so it tricks them into not getting super defensive about the fact that they have problems. So you have to use the right code language so that you can get in and help them with their own problems. So the first thing to do is you establish your reader as part of a community. The conventional wisdom is that women have it worse than men. However, if you look at morbidity, mortality, homelessness rates, Black men don't do particularly well. So there might be something else going on here that that suggests that women don't have it. Women in general don't have it worse than possibly Black men, right? So what I did was I drew people into a community. Conventional wisdom, or the accepted idea, is that blank and blank, women have it bad, right? So I drew people into a community, and then I undermined the coherence of that community. And that's what makes people interested. You draw them into a community, and then you undermine the coherence of that community. And then they're like, actually, well, I thought blank and blank. And you have to do it very carefully, because when you draw them into the community and you undermine the community, you undermine them in a meaningful way. So they might actually resent it. So you have to do it with the right codes. And if you want to know the right codes, read the books that they read. Because if you read the books that they read, they're filled with the quality of code language that they have been groomed to accept. Right? Like I gave you an academic beginning, but there are non-academic beginnings that will have it with the right code, that will draw the audience in. Oh, this is familiar. He's talking about me. And then undermine the conventional wisdom of that audience. And so the audience wants more because maybe they actually want to be better than they are, and they recognize themselves in the text. So you can only do this if you think about the reader in mind. You can't do this if you're using writing as a means to work out your own thinking. Because when you use writing as a means to work out your own thinking, what's being written is about you. It's about the author. It's not about what the reader needs. And the reader has a finite amount of time and a finite amount of chi. And they don't want to spend that much time reading something that has nothing to do with them, right? So you need to bring the reader, a specific community of readers, into the world that you're talking about, and then undermine that world in a way that undermines the sensibilities of that specific community of readers. And then they'll keep reading because they don't necessarily want to be undermined. If you undermine them in the right way, using the right code language, and if you want to know the code language, read other people in that same genre. You'll find the words. A lot of the words are like however, nevertheless, yet. But the trick is figuring out the specific community of readers and drawing them in and letting them know that this is about you. And then you could even flatter them. Flatter the readers, and that tells the readers that they're about you. And then you still have to undermine them. Popular readers are great at flattering. Popular writers are great at flattering their readers and then undermining them. So it's interesting. Now, you could flatter and then not undermine, and that's a problem. I'm thinking about like Catcher in the Rye and why some kids like it, but I feel like it's obnoxious, right? And then there are other books like Anne of Green Gables, or
he's right about
Catcher
Catcher in the Rye.
Good books. However, they got where they are because they flatter the reader. Because they flatter the reader. But however, they also make awful women. They flatter the reader without undermining. And there's some undermining going on in, for example, Little Women. But pretty much people want to be Joe, and they don't have a problem with Joe. And Joe's pretty obnoxious. Joe's obnoxious. And so you have to be careful. You flatter them to bring them in, but you have to undermine them to, one, keep them interested, and also not just be a big old whore and telling people what they want to hear. Right? So someone says, I remember learning back in the day that if you read the New York Times every day for 4 years, would be equivalent of a bachelor's degree. Do you agree? I don't really think so. I mean, maybe. It depends. Some bachelor's degrees are not particularly worthwhile, especially in this year of AI. I've heard tell that even college students are saying that AI is ruining their college experience. And that's actually kind of interesting to me, if AI is ruining people's college experience. Because if you think your college experience should be like The Paper Chase, that was about law school. The Paper Chase is an old movie about a first-year law student and a professor and the professor's daughter or granddaughter, the professor's daughter, and the relationship between all of the parties involved. And I want to say it was was Lindsay Wagner the professor's daughter? The Paper Chase. I think she was the professor's daughter.
I think it was Ally McGraw.
Hold on. All right. Susan Fields walk her home. She says she's uncomfortable with a man following her. Hart returns to her house and after asking Dave, the beginning of the day, she resents. Okay, it's not Kingsfield's daughter, but she starts to resent. Oh, she is Hart. Okay, it is Kingsfield's married daughter. All right. So
Okay,
the
well, my
movie's
bad.
more interesting than I thought. Anyway, that Kingsfield is the professor, by the way, right? So the AI is taking away people's Kingsfield experience because they don't have. Oh, you want to come say hi to the people? They don't have the same pressures that Hart was under in the book. This is my daughter. Come say hi to the people.
Hi, people.
Hi, hi, kiddo. Yeah, I'm talking to them about how to write well because this year we're doing a composition. I'm going to put you through the same composition work. I'm putting Ren in. Is that okay?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I find this so annoying. You should not let kids onto the camera, but whatever.
Cool.
I guess he's proud
So
of
I'm
him.
gonna learn how to write a book.
You're going to learn how to write a book, and I think you'd be an excellent author. Do you think you'd be an excellent author?
Yeah.
I think so too. All right, so let me finish this up, and I'll be right with you. Okay?
Thanks, Dad.
Don't forget to say bye, people.
Bye, people.
Bye, people. I'll see you soon.
See you.
Okay, so in order to write well, you need to bring them into a community and then undermine the community. You remember, you need to write with the readers in mind, with a specific community of readers in mind, and you're going to help that community of readers do better, something that they already want to do well. And you have to undermine them in a way that uses the right language so that they don't get super defensive immediately. Right? So my community is, the people who like the truth and have a pretty good thick skin about it. If my community were like feminists or whatever, kind of knee-jerk feminists, they wouldn't survive it. Then they're not going to listen to what I have to say. The thing about feminism, and I suspect I might end up writing a paper on this, is that it might have found a way to be impervious to critique as a matter of culture, right? So if the purpose is to bring the readers into a community and then undermine the community using the codes that are allowed to undermine the community, what if there are some precepts that within that community that don't allow those codes, right? What if the presupposition is that women have it the worst without qualification? Then you can't talk about the relative vulnerabilities of Black men and white women. You can't talk about it. Or that Black men might be like specifically vulnerable because not just because they're Black, but because they're male and Black. Right? So you can't talk about it within feminism if one of the presuppositions is that women are, necessarily morally good, right? So, or necessarily socially disadvantaged, which is not always the case. And I think we're going to
I actually really dislike this thing where feminism is about women. I guess women in society. Honestly, and I'm going to go against the grain when I say this, but I think men obsessing over feminism is feminine. It's not about men. Why do men feel so threatened by feminism? I honestly have never understood. Maybe somebody can come up and tell me why. Who gives a fuck about feminism? Let the feminist feminize. It'll be okay.
get more and more of this as women start doing nakedly better than men and all of these subjective things. It's funny. There are a lot of non-competitive arenas that women are just killing it in. And then when I say non-competitive, I mean like not objectively competitive, but subjectively competitive, like school grades. Women are killing it in. But then you look at SAT scores and stuff like that, it gets a little bit more complicated. So that's fodder for a different show. But it is something I think about sometimes.
It could just be
right? So if you want to
that I literally, between my mother, my sister, my wife, and my mother-in-law, I've known now, as with all people, people have their eccentricities. But I've actually known some pretty smart women. And then you talk about my maternal grandmother and my paternal grandmother. I guess I've just been blessed, but I've literally never known, you know, within my immediate family, even within my like close friend group, and I don't have a large friend group, but all the women I have known, even some of my, you know, girlfriends over the years, I tend to be attracted to smarter women. And I don't get this 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 fragility that a lot of these and Irony is a acolyte of Tommy Curry, The Man Not. He wrote The Man Not. And I get even the men's movement, not the manosphere so much, but the men's movement. I think Tommy Curry is right, but to obsess over it, to put everyday experience through the lens of, you know, a men's rights movement, and really even from the best I can do from a female experience, running everything through a feminist lens is just as bad. But I don't get it. I honestly don't. Maybe I'm just kind of happy-go-lucky. You know, maybe I'm not the deep thinker I think I am, but I just don't get why men, like actual men, are that threatened by feminism.
All right. Well, you're writing for a specific community of readers. You draw those communities readers in using words like, well, the accepted convention is that blah 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 blah, or we like to think that blah 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 blah, or this popular article says that blah 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 blah, or you just hit them over the head with things that they already believe that necessarily, but they think that they're edgy for believing. The black woman is the most wonderful creature in the history of the world. You draw them in, but then you say they're like, well, you know, then there's Audre Lorde smacking the hell out of her her lover, and you know, the history of black women homicide that we don't talk about. You don't know until the 90s.
Yeah,
Black women.
I've said the same thing, Moxie. Fucking level up. If you got a smart woman, level up and be the man she wants to be around. A smart woman is no threat if you're a smart man. You might have to level up.
Black men homicide rates were pretty equal in terms of, yeah, so in terms of domestic abuse, right? And then after the 90s, everyone's went down. So we're talking about the difference between thousands to hundreds, or tens of thousands to hundreds. But you can research me. I'm just right. I'm just right. I think I did a show about it. So bring people into a community, then undermine that community. Bring people into the community and then undermine that community. But you have to undermine that community with the right code words, or it won't take. But if you want to find out the right code words, use the code words in the genre that that you're writing in. Just look at the most popular books in that genre. Right? So someone said, have you read The Great Sift by Bill Bishop? I thought on its implications for politics and social development as institutions are just ideologically homogenous, but become female dominated. You know, I think we need to worry about what happened to public education happening to other female dominated industries. So, The Big Sort. The Big Sort. No, I have not read the book, but I think it's going to be a thing, because women do very well in a bureaucracy, but a bureaucracy might not be consistent with democracy, right? So the bigger our bureaucracies, both private and public, women might be more employable. However, that might undermine democracy and certain sorts of innovation for cultural reasons. And I don't think they're biologically disposed to do this. I think this is all culturally, but cultural womanhood might do better in big businesses, and it's seems to do better in bureaucracy than cultural manhood. And we just have to understand that that might not be good for the mission of those organizations. But my other hypothesis, and maybe it's just from what I've seen, I think men are better parents for this moment. And I'm talking about even parents of girls. Men are better parents of girls, and kind of masculine traits are better parents of girls because they're preparing them for a world that's a little bit more rough and tumble. So it's weird that I think that women might be better suited for business and men might be better suited for family. But I think if you want to win, fellas watching this, raise your kids, because nobody's going to teach your kids anything, especially if you're black. If you're black and you're a black guy watching this, you understand that everything you do is going to, like, you need to teach your kids everything. I was talking to another black dad about this. I was like, well, I had different plans for my 40s and 50s, but it looks like I'm going to be teaching my kids everything, because like nobody else is going to teach your kid anything at any sort of high level. Don't be asleep. Wake up. This is the best kind of woke. Parent woke. Maybe that'll be my next show. Parent woke. Parent woke is understanding that nobody is going to teach your kids anything. You have to do it yourself. And there's no amount of money as a black person. I don't think there's any amount of money that can buy the quality of attention, because we don't have the developed institutions and like that your kid's going to need in order to be excellent at anything. So you're just going to have to do it yourself. And don't listen to any liberals who will tell you that, like, they'll get there naturally or just do what they feel like. No, you get them up and you do it yourself. And that's just how it's going to be. That's just going to be, like, black people out there. Like, if you want your kids to be anything, black dads, it's going to be you. And honestly, you can't even you might not be able to depend on your wife, and like in terms of doing the hard work, because it's going to be a lot of discipline, and depending on like how liberal your woman is, things might get complicated. And so, like, if you want your kids to be anything but a marshmallow, you are going to have to do it, and you might have to do it like without 100% support, just because your wife might have been enculturated differently. And it's nothing biologically, but someone says, better keep your kids away from cable TV, or at least monitor shows they like. My kids don't watch TV because it's so, there's nothing there for them. And everything that is there just demonizes fatherhood. Not everything that demonizes fatherhood, but there's a lot of demonizing fatherhood. Our kids on a lark watched Air Bud, this random Disney movie from the 90s or early 2000s maybe, about a basketball playing dog. All of a sudden, the basketball playing dog was useless. I mean, not the basketball playing dog was fine. All the fathers are depicted as either abusive or absent. There's no like good fathers. Even something like Friday Night Lights, which I actually like as a show. Friday Night Lights was a great show, and I thought Tim and Tammy Taylor were great, except the dad Taylor wasn't that great of a dad to his daughter. His daughter kind of sucked. He was a better father figure than he was a father. And what does that even mean? Right? So you got all these shows and popular culture with great father figures, but awful fathers. And that's just teaching kids that they should be able to pick and choose which the father they listen to, and they should go for the fun father figure rather than the legit father. He says some PBS shows are fine. I don't trust it. I was fine with Daniel Tiger when my kid was super, super, super small, but now we just got rid of them all. Because it's all just too dad indifferent. Apparently there was that show Seventh Heaven that I never saw, where the dad was moderately competent, but for the most part, it's just a sea of bad dads. Friday Night Lights, One Tree Hill, all the dads there were just depicted as awful. I can't remember Beverly Hills 90210, but for the most part, media's got nothing to say for dads. And like as being like actual important. So Javon says, Women Creating Patrilineage, Gender and Environment in West Africa by Audrey Smedley has been guiding my thought around what a potential male demographic crisis might look like. Possibly. I don't know. Black males are in a bad way right now. So what I'm telling you to do is take care of your family. And if women are running the outer world, there's an extent to which you might have to just give up that outer world and just take care of your family. And because I do think that there's nothing more important than a black father for black kids right now. At some point, it has to be understood we need black fathers, particularly black males, or community just collapses. Well, they want the community to collapse, right? They want the black community to collapse. A collapsed community is more easily controlled, and a collapsed community is fodder for a bureaucracy. They want, and not just like football coaches, like institutions don't want black fathers. Like your school does not want black fathers. Every time I see something that says like a background check or like asking for not a conviction but an arrest, I was like, all right, so you just don't want black men. That's just code for no black men. We don't want free thinking black men, because if you're a free thinking black man, you've been arrested for something at some point in time, or you've been mute, right? And so you might be free thinking, but you're not free talking. So I just anything that Malcolm X or Martin Luther King couldn't do, I don't want to like is anti really good black people. And both those black people were arrested. Malcolm X couldn't work at your school, then your school is garbage. Martin Luther King couldn't work at your school, then your school is garbage. So you just have to ask about these background checks and other forms of extrajudicial penalties that undermine any sort of black institutional growth. Perhaps the black community need to put something in place, such as the Jewish bar mitzvah for black men. Yeah, okay. Well, I've already said that like we need a black Haggadah, and I'm a huge fan of the Haggadah just because you get that question time, the 4 questions where the Jews sit around and they work out who they are and what it means to be a Jew. What do we do to the Jews that have kind of wandered off? What do we mean? What does it mean? And who our enemies are? What does it mean to be part of this community? Who are we fighting against? And like all of that is kind of a spiritual and enculturation education that is kind of handed down. So we need a black Haggadah, because right now it's an external identity based on phenotype rather than an internal identity based on cultural transference. And I said before, you probably, Mr. Ben Israel, you probably understand when I say that, I read The Chosen by Podak a few years ago, I don't know, 15 years ago, and I probably know more than more than most about the people, right? The Chosen. I also did some time at Brandeis. I have a master's from Brandeis, but I always say, if you want to know anything about Jewish people, just read The Chosen. That'll give you a quick it'll give you everything you need to know. It'll give you enough of what you need to know to get going, right? And I think that that's true. It'll read you enough. It'll give you enough. Right. So Javon says, it's not clear to many of us how progressive black men are until members of our community encounter Ghanaian, Kenyan, and African patriarchy. It's clear we're treated poorly. Yeah, like black men are progressive. It's just there's a lot of marketing.
This black men are progressive myth, I guess maybe he needs to define what they're calling progressive because I don't think so. And I'm not just talking my YouTube experience. I'm talking my experience throughout, my years. I don't think black men are that progressive. And in my opinion, to be progressive, you actually have to be political or be aware. You have to have some sort of idea of what's going on in the politics. Most people don't. Most Americans don't. That's why we make such bad choices when we vote for politicians. If people were actually aware of politics and, current events, let's call it that, we wouldn't pick half the politicians we do. Trump would have never been in office, and quite frankly, neither would Hillary Clinton. We would have picked better candidates through the nomination process. At least that's my hope. You can't do counterfactuals or anything like that, or you like you can't relitigate the past. But it is painfully aware when we elect people like Donald Trump, or you know you got JD Vance is vice president, or you got John Cornyn is a senator. Nah, we're not aware as a group.
We're just not stupid, right? So we're progressive, but there's just a lot of marketing that around Black men not being progressive. But actually, Black men actually like, if you look at the numbers, and I used to have all these slides kind of ready to hand, but I don't have any more. We actually believe in the right things. We're just not allowed to talk about it. And we don't believe in stupid things,
Well,
right?
I don't want to say I don't want to say stupid though, Cam. That's a little bit farther than I'm willing to go, at least. At least on air. I think we are sometimes blissfully unaware, because at the family level, at the personal level, and I'll just use my experience again. I'm not bringing in stats or data or anything, but most people are at least kind of comfortable enough that they're not inclined. This is why, you'll hear people talk about, we need to have a culture or inculcate curiosity into kids. I think the best way to go through life is to ask questions. You don't have to be rude. You don't have to be overbearing or anything. But, critical thinking requires questioning your assumptions. And most people aren't schooled to do that. And that's that. Some people are naturally inclined. Maybe most people aren't, at least about politics, because it can be boring. History can be boring. However, I think, once again, the people we elect and then they're unpopular once we elect them, nah, it's on the voters to be better informed and to vote or pick for better candidates. Now, that's a very bare bones argument. I know it's way more nuanced than that. But I think if people started insisting on better candidates, and the answer is not to vote, by the way, the answer might be getting more involved at a grassroots level. What's up, Angry Snowman? Good to see you. What's up, Palomino? So I don't know where we are. This is almost done. He'll start repeating himself, and then we'll move on into some news articles.
We were suspicious of gay marriage until we met gay people, and then like the numbers flipped like quickly. It's not like a rigid homophobia. It's like, it was like the most flexible homophobia ever, right? We still have problems with transports because like it's a little bit ridiculous, right? So yeah, Black men, progressive, how to write. You bring people into a community, then undermine some of the precepts of that community, and then the good people, but you do it according to the code, so that the good people will take the instruction, and then you win, right? Draw people into a community, undermine that community in accordance with the code, so you don't drive people away, and people will stay reading what you need to, reading what you're thinking. Right? And what you don't want to do is just write with the idea that I'm telling people I'm saying something new that they don't know so that they'll be interested. No, nobody cares about something new that they don't know unless it's relevant to something that they already want to do well. Your idea isn't good because it's yours. Your idea isn't good because it's new. You've only been thinking that because other people, your teachers, have been paid to read what you're writing. Once you get into that world where people aren't paid to read what you're writing and you actually have to like eat what you kill, then you need to understand that write and when you read and when you do a show like this, it's to a specific audience, and you need to help that audience solve a problem. But you need to help that audience solve a problem that they might not know they have, and you need to do it in a way that they can hear it. And so, if you want to know how they can hear it, you have to go to other people that they.
Conn, this is an interesting point. I agree with the super delegates and all that stuff. To a certain extent, I agree. But Bernie Sanders did some of it to himself. Now, I'm not going to make a judgment. Bernie Sanders basically lost South Carolina because of his stance on reparations. I know he wanted to hold fast, to his core beliefs or whatever, but it wasn't just institutions. It was a specific stand that he made that pissed off black voters in South Carolina. So if you want to call that institutional biases or biases, go ahead. But it wasn't just the super delegates at the well, excuse me, it wasn't just Hillary Clinton and all that. He fucked up. He said something that South Carolina voters and black voters in the South didn't want to hear.
Listen to and see the words that the other people use, and then kind of write down those words and circle those words. In academic writing, the words are like however, nevertheless, and the accepted practices. That's a great way to bring people into the sphere of activity. Right. I was flipping through a John Grisham novel, and he was talking about a kind of no nonsense Eagle Scout, Cub Scout master, a no nonsense Boy Scout master. And the way he was doing it, it was obvious that he was trying to he was trying to draw people into a community of no nonsense people. And then he was going to undermine that no nonsense, like the wisdom of that no nonsense Cub Scout, Boy Scout master, but not deeply undermine it, just slightly undermine it to keep him interested. And so that other no nonsense people will read this and be better in their no nonsense, right? So someone says, Black progressive men created Michelle Obama, the white liberal woman's dream sister girl. You know what? That's not true. Black progressive men didn't create Michelle Obama. Black progressive men never got on Michelle Obama's case for being part of the problem. We let black women have Michelle Obama. Right. And I think Michelle Obama is problematic, but I think the more she speaks, the more the world is finding out that Michelle Obama is problematic. And someone says, now we're dealing with generations of paid opposition. That is your Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, that is your Oprah Winfrey. She's an op, right? Paid opposition. It's the way some people organize the market. So that's what we're doing. If you appreciate what I'm doing, go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month. I'm going to do a show not next week, but probably in a few days. And it might be about extrajudicial punishments. It might be a show about extrajudicial punishments. Because just being
well, I guess we'll just let him finish.
Yeah, we're going to do a show on extrajudicial punishments, and hopefully chat and the comment section will help me, because they are just they rack up. They rack up. Now, I've always been anti-plea bargains. I think plea bargains skirts the justice process in a dubious way, and I think it hands too much power to the prosecution, and it makes defenses scared. So I'm just anti-plea bargain, but now I think I might be anti-extrajudicial penalty in general. So I'm anti-bail and anti-plea bargain, but not that I think people should be held for bail. I just think that you should be given a quick court date. And cash bail just allows awful people to pay their way out, and it just keeps poor people in. So,
all right. Well, we'll wait for the next show if it's interesting. So let's get into some news here. And I guess I need to do the commercial. Everybody, please make sure you've hit the like button or the thumbs up. If you're new to the show, please subscribe. You might like it. Who knows? There would be stranger things that'll happen. Support the show by supporting the host. I want to thank at least this month's executive producers. They know why, and they know who. Well, they know who they are, but they know why as well. So CKJ3, Lupin, Rigging, and Speak Radio. Salute to you all. Thanks for the help. And let us move on. We are going to start with Iran. Iran condemns U.S. strikes as gross violation of ceasefire. The United States is saying it was defensive. There were mine layers. They hit a couple mine layers, I guess, and a couple missile sites. I don't get how that's defensive. The mine layers, yeah. I can see that. But the missile sites, I don't know. But I can't figure out what's going on with Iran because it keeps changing. Trump was like, "Oh yeah, we're close," and then you get dumb stuff like this. Trump links Abraham Accords to Iran deal. Says joining should be mandatory for 6 Muslim nations, tells Saudis and Qataris to go first. Not going to happen. You don't have that kind of control over these Islamic countries. Dude, what is Trump thinking? I don't think he's thinking. I think some of his advisors are thinking, and it's kind of famous. You know, I guess the art of the deal requires you to make outrageous requests, and you know, somewhere in the middle is what you get. We're learning quickly that a CEO of a corporation does not make a good president, at least not this one, and that America is not a business to be run. Foreign policy is not like, you know, negotiating a merger or something like that. Trump is bad at foreign policy, and we got a war that can't seem to be resolved as a result. So Trump links normalizing ties to Israel to Iran peace deal. Well, that went bust. They're not going to do it. So Iran supreme leader calls for wider Muslim opposition to U.S. and Israel. So they're not backing down. They want more opposition. The only thing is that you know, the only thing that's gonna save the whole thing, the process, is that Iran is Shia, if I recall, and everybody else is Sunni, like the Saudis. So you know, that call for Muslim, you know, unity and opposition to Israel and in the United States may not have the impact that the Ayatollah is hoping for. But the Ayatollah, apparently he's still alive and talking shit. So I don't know how this works. And on this is a slightly related topic. New research sheds light on how mediocre employees help would-be authoritarians maintain power because they're yes men. I think everybody kind of intuits this sort of stuff. It's kind of intuitive. Actually, democracy dies in HR. And it's a long article, but it made me laugh when I read it. So we'll listen to a little bit of it.
Actually, democracy dies in HR. This article is by Amanda Taub and read by an automated voice. Even the most capable autocrats cannot rule alone. In Russia, Vladimir V. Putin needs his circle of hand-picked oligarchs. In Iran, The Revolutionary Guards and its allies in the business world protect the regime's power. Viktor Orban transformed Hungary into an elected autocracy with the help of a few crucial judges, political enforcers, and friendly tycoons. But to actually carry out the dirty work of consolidating and maintaining power, such leaders rely on help from a far greater number of lower and mid-level people, military officers, secret police, and bureaucrats. Yet, until recently, researchers paid little attention to how leaders convince and recruit ground-level workers to go along with their demands. The incentives for elites to stay loyal have been studied extensively, but the rank and file have remained something of a black box. In the absence of real data, researchers have tended to assume that they cooperate because of ideological extremism, fear of persecution, or some combination of the two. New research, drawing on an extraordinary data set from Argentina's dirty war in the 1970s and 80s, suggests a very different explanation. It turns out that the kinds of career pressures familiar to employees everywhere, the desire to revive a stalled career or obtain a minor promotion, can be enough to incentivize lower and mid-level officials to violate professional obligations, fundamental norms, and even basic morality. The people who make those decisions, the research suggests, are neither extremists nor victims. They are often just middling workers looking for a way to get ahead. Making a Career in Dictatorship, a new book by two German political scientists, Adam Scharpf and Christian Glassel, reads like what you might get if you crossed Hannah Arendt's ideas about the banality of evil with a business school guide on how to get the most out of low performers. Their in-depth study of Argentina's military during that country's era of coups and forced disappearances found that low performers, whom they refer to as career-pressured individuals, filled the ranks of the secret police. That service allowed them to detour around the ordinary military hierarchy, the book shows, achieving promotions and career success they could never have managed otherwise. It turns out that would-be authoritarians don't need to staff their regimes with ideological true believers, offer extreme enticements, or impose draconian punishments in order to make successful power grabs. They just need to figure out how to target their ideal labor pool, the frustrated and mediocre. Their conclusions have implications for countries around the world grappling with the stability of their democracies, including the United States. A data set of mediocrity. When he was a young PhD student, Mr. Scharf was conducting dissertation research in Buenos Aires when a government official dropped a fateful offhand comment during a conversation in a cafe. During the military dictatorship, the official said, the intelligence officers who did the regime's worst dirty work were, essentially, idiots. At first, Mr. Scharf thought the man was just being insulting. He soon realized that the official meant the comment literally, that the military junta's secret police had been, in his view, incompetent losers. When he returned to his university in Germany, he mentioned the discussion to his colleague, Mr. Glassel. Both men saw a glimmer of social science possibility. They decided to learn more. Argentina, it turned out, had published information on all of its military officers, graduation ranks, promotions, and retirements going back to the late 1800s, which meant that it was possible to identify and track the low performers. And because secret police work during the Dirty War was conducted primarily by Army Intelligence Battalion 601, the researchers could trace exactly which officers joined the unit, how long they stayed, and what happened to their careers. The data showed that the official's offhand comment had been right. For the most part, the Argentine military operated under a meritocratic up or out system. Officers who underperformed early would fall behind their peers and eventually be forced into retirement. But Battalion 601 offered a detour around that meritocracy. Low performers could transfer into the secret police, spend a few years earning promotions there, and then return to the regular army, often leapfrogging over peers who had stayed with the regular forces. Men who took the detour ended up with longer careers, higher salaries, and better pensions than similar individuals who stayed in the mainstream military units. The worse an officer's academic record had been at the military academy, the more likely he was to join Battalion 601. And once inside, the lowest performers were assigned to the most brutal units, carrying out the day-to-day tasks of torture and murder. Work that was so morally repugnant that it carried a serious risk of both social stigma and psychological trauma. But that meant that the career rewards for doing it were the most valuable. A stint as a monster could rehabilitate the most disastrous underperformer. How regimes rely on loyal losers.
Wow.
Ordinarily, of course, it is very difficult to get complete information on who a regime's dirty workers are or what motivated them to take those jobs. So there aren't really comprehensive data sets to compare with Mr. Glassell and Mr. Sharp's research on Argentina. However, available information suggests that other countries may have followed a similar pattern. For example, Mr. Glassell and Mr. Sharp found that superiors in the Nazi bureaucracy skillfully exploited career pressures to recruit commanders for the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile killing squads that carried out the Holocaust by bullets in Eastern Europe. Many of the recruits had backgrounds that placed them at a disadvantage, such as records blemished by disciplinary proceedings, unclear racial purity, or lack of military and policing experience. Zealous service in the killing squads helped them improve their careers. In the Soviet Union, the NKVD, the secret police.
Well, let me, this comment, Conn, actually kind of calls back my point about voters not being well informed. Most people probably didn't know a lot of Trump's history. Like, I just happened to know, about the Central Park Five, which I don't know how that was kind of a big deal. A lot of people don't know about the settled lawsuit with the government back, I think it was in the late 70s, maybe it was the 80s. He and his father, I think it was, basically settled a discrimination lawsuit. They weren't, the charge was not renting to minorities, Black people in particular. It got settled and there was no admission of guilt. So, I'll talk about the charge, but we probably know it's true, given Fred Trump's history. So a lot of people probably just knew him from the Apprentice. And funny enough, I've never seen an episode of The Apprentice, maybe a clip or two. But anyway, people don't do their research when they vote for candidates.
Police who killed hundreds of thousands of people during the so-called Great Terror of 1937 deliberately recruited individuals with poor formal skills and knowledge. Mr. Glassell and Mr. Sharp write, often with no more than a primary school education. Senior commanders nurtured their subordinates. Fear of failure by instigating competition between different offices to see who could arrest more people. In the modern era, autocratic leaders often win power via elections, and then dismantle checks and balances to concentrate power in their own hands. That process tends to be far less violent than the acts carried out by the Argentine military junta or Stalin's NKVD, but over time it sharply curtails political competition and freedom of expression. Although each country has its own idiosyncrasies, that process tends to follow a pattern, said Erica France, a political scientist at Michigan State University who studies democratic backsliding. Initially, elected would-be autocrats often appoint loyal losers to important positions to rubber stamp their power grabs, Ms. France said. The leader knows that people are going to be more likely to be loyal if they don't have many other career options, so when I say losers, I kind of mean it literally, she said. Take Hungary under Mr. Orbán. He was first elected in 2010. By 2022, the European Parliament passed a resolution stating that Hungary had ceased to be a democracy and had become an, quote, electoral autocracy. To make that happen, he relied on a few hand-picked loyalists at the top, plus a small percentage of ambitious strivers at the mid-level who saw politics as the route to success, experts say. There were certain offices that did the dirty work, said Kim Lane Sheple, a Princeton University professor who has studied Hungary's democratic breakdown. She pointed to the National Judicial Office, which selected judges and controlled their promotions, as particularly crucial. It was led by an Orban loyalist. At the lower levels of the court system, a small percentage of ambitious individuals carried out the government's agenda. 5 or 10% of the judges, the careerists, just do the dirty job to get along with their career, said Attila Vince, a judicial studies researcher at Masaryk University in the Czech Republic, who has studied how Mr. Orban co-opted courts. Venezuela began a similar trajectory after Hugo Chavez was elected in 1999, but ultimately he and his successor, Nicolas Maduro, used more violent means to preserve their power. To crush protests and other public opposition, the government relied on the National Guard, a branch of the military tasked with preserving internal security, and armed gangs of civilians known as colectivos. The National Guard is considered, quote, the lowest rung of the armed forces in terms of prestige, said Alejandro Velasco, a Latin America historian at New York University. If you couldn't get a job and you couldn't get in the army, you would join the National Guard. The colectivos grew out of informal neighborhood watch groups, but as their ties to the government grew, many members were given jobs in the security details of government ministries. Eventually, such leaders become too unpopular for mere manipulation to keep them in power, and they lose elections, which leaves them with a choice: leave office, as Mr. Orban did this month after losing an April election, or turn to more violent repression to hang on to power. Leaders who take the latter path, as Mr. Maduro did in Venezuela in 2024 after his efforts to tilt the presidential election in his favor failed, need to have loyal units of the security forces available to do the dirty work of a violent crackdown. Mr. Maduro relied heavily on the National Guard and the colectivos. According to Human Rights Watch, government forces killed dozens of opposition supporters and detained thousands more after the stolen election. The American case. For Americans, this is not just an academic question. Many experts worry that democratic decay appears to be progressing especially quickly during President Trump's second term. Ms. France sees parallels between Mr. Trump's presidency and some of the elected authoritarian leaders she has studied elsewhere. Although Mr. Trump did not create the Republican Party, he has reshaped it over the last decade into an institution centered around himself. And a number of his cabinet members and political appointees, particularly in his second term, appear to fit the paradigm of loyalists, whose resumes would be unlikely to land them roles in any other administration. So the Trump administration's apparent attempts to secure political control over the armed services, as well as the FBI and ICE, stand out as worrying even when compared with other cases, Ms. France said. Elected leaders tinkering with the security services tends to be something that we see once a system has already transitioned to authoritarianism, she said, rather than when democracy is in decline. Mr. Glassell and Mr. Sharp are concerned that President Trump's planned expansion of ICE in particular could make it an ideal venue for detouring by ambitious underperformers who could be deployed for anti-democratic purposes. The worry is especially profound given the storming of the Capitol at the end of Mr. Trump's first term, albeit by a less organized band of loyalists. The playbook for a leader to create a loyal security service, they said, is to set up or repurpose an institution that can become a second ladder for career promotions, resource it generously, and ensure that the barriers to getting hired there are low, signaling that it offers career opportunities to those who cannot find them elsewhere. Cutting other government jobs or squeezing budgets can create a larger pool of potential recruits. The leadership then signals impunity for people on that second ladder, to assure them that they won't face consequences for wrongdoing. The administration seems to tick those boxes, even if Mr. Trump's intentions are obscure. The president has spoken openly of a third term in violation of the Constitution and disparaged the need for an election. ICEEEEEEEEE and Chi
Wow.
and Chi
Oh my Lord. Now I'm actually having fun with this. Wait, where is this? I don't think I've ever heard an AI voice do this before. Wow. I'm somewhat impressed and not that worried about AI anymore. That didn't sound like intelligence to me. So anyway, it's probably time to move on after that long article, but it was kind of fascinating to me. Um, and I could even talk about a book called White Mediocrity, but I won't even bother going there. So I meant to mention this yesterday. This big chemical issue that they had, like a tank loaded with 7,000 gallons of methacrylate at an aerospace plastics facility in Orange County began. Uh, I guess it was leaking or something. So they had to evacuate 16,000 people at least. But it looks like they've gotten it under control. The threat of a massive chemical explosion has been eliminated, fire officials said Monday. So that's yesterday, marking a turning point in the 5-day crisis over a ruptured tank at a Garden Grove aerospace facility. So Orange County authorities reduced the evacuation zone due to a chemical crisis to about 16,000 people. The new zone is bounded by Orangewood Avenue to the north, Dale Street to the east, Knott Street to the west, and Garden Grove Boulevard to the south. Until now, nearly 50,000 people were under evacuation. So looks like a crisis has been avoided, at least for now. So let's see, what else do we have? Of course, let's go back to Trump bashing. By the way, all these links, actually, I think all of them that I'm going to use are actually in the show notes. I try and do that for everyone. So there is that. Now let's go back to some Trump bashing. As Trump politicizes Justice Department, prosecutors struggle with grand juries. And I pointed this out. I've been pointing it out for like the past probably few months. The best of the best, like Maureen Comey, for instance, she's got a cushy job in the private sector, probably making 3 or 4 times what she was making as an assistant. Well, I think she was a U.S. attorney or assistant U.S. attorney. So Trump has managed to keep the incompetence at the Justice Department, and the cream of the crop, they're making more money. And maybe they'll come back once Trump is gone or MAGA is defunct or not in control. So judges and grand juries have increasingly lost faith in the Justice Department as the president uses it to reward his friends and go after his opponents. Trump has literally, and I think it was actually a right wing project. They don't like the government. Okay, they basically think that small government, and if you can't keep the government small or out of your hair, make it incompetent. And that's been a MAGA project. It's been a right wing project for decades. And here we are. We're there. So let's listen to a little bit of this.
As Trump politicizes Justice Department, prosecutors struggle with grand juries. This article is by Alan Foyer and read by an automated voice. Grand juries are the heart of the criminal justice system, the inner sanctum where prosecutors, working unchecked and in secret, have enormous power to indict their fellow citizens. But under President Trump, the Justice Department has had serious difficulties presenting cases to grand juries. running into problems that would have seemed unthinkable a year ago. In the past several months, prosecutors have repeatedly failed to persuade grand juries that the cases they have brought warrant criminal charges. And if it were not unusual enough, they have also been admonished at least 3 times since last November by federal judges who have accused them of misconduct. The latest setback came in Chicago, where a judge cited a remarkable list of grand jury errors in a case that was dismissed against 4 Democratic activists about to face trial for impeding the police during a protest last fall at a suburban immigration detention facility. The blunder shocked the judge, April M. Perry, who recounted from the bench on Thursday how prosecutors had spoken to grand jurors outside the grand jury room, a major breach of protocol, and had improperly coached them that the evidence they had presented was particularly strong. The prosecutors also stacked the deck in their own favor by removing from the panel some grand jurors who had voted against them when considering an earlier version of the charges. Making matters even worse, they tried to hide these maneuvers by redacting the grand jury transcripts, that is, until Judge Perry ordered them to give her the full copies. The government's missteps were bad enough to necessitate tossing out the case against the critics of the president's immigration plan just days before it was supposed to go to trial. But the mistakes also pointed to a more important problem. As Mr. Trump has demanded more and more charges against those he perceives as his opponents, prosecutors have felt pressure to push weak cases through grand juries. And that, in turn, has led to an erosion in faith in the Justice Department by both the grand jurors themselves and the judges considering the cases. Your sole goal is to do justice. Your client is justice itself. Judge Perry told Andrew S. Boutros, the Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, who appeared in court to apologize for his subordinates' mistakes. I do believe deeply in the presumption of regularity and that most government attorneys are doing the best they can to do the right thing. That trust has been broken. Natalie Baldessar, a Justice Department spokeswoman, said that the Chicago case and the handful of others in which prosecutors have been scolded for their grand jury presentations were an anomaly. These few cases are not representative of DOJ's overall achievements to date, Ms. Baldessari said, and we will not be deterred in our efforts to hold criminals accountable and keep the American people safe. There are almost no statistics that gauge how often prosecutors fail to secure indictments or are chastised by judges because of their grand jury presentations, if only because such events used to be rare. Legal experts say it is just as uncommon for jurists like Judge Perry to shine a spotlight on grand jury proceedings, which are held in secret, although that too has been happening more often. Barbara L. McQuaid, the former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Michigan, said that in her 20 years in the Justice Department, she had never worked on a case, or even heard of one, in which a judge had examined grand jury transcripts because of concerns about misconduct. Courts almost never do that, mostly because they trust that the government is acting honestly, Ms. McQuaid said. But if the department demonstrates that it isn't worthy of that trust, then it invites judges to look under the hood. That is precisely what happened in Wyoming in recent weeks, when a panel of 3 federal judges threw out 9 indictments, including some for murder, after an examination of the grand jury proceedings revealed misconduct by Darren Smith, the state's Trump-appointed U.S. attorney. The judges ruled that Mr. Smith, who was in his first prosecutorial post after serving as a state senator and executive at the Christian Broadcasting Network, had addressed a panel of grand jurors at the federal courthouse in Casper on March 16th. In remarks that broke with prosecutors, typical nuance and restraint, he told the grand jurors that they were about to hear evidence concerning, quote, bad guys and murderers who did what you are going to hear about. He added, for good measure, that the last grand jury to have sat in the courthouse returned an indictment in only 3 minutes. Things got even stranger, the judges found, after the grand jurors had started hearing evidence. During a break in the presentation, Mr. Smith returned to the grand jury room, handed out his business cards to members of the panel, and invited them to reach out to him, the judges said. In the end, a new grand jury, one that Mr. Smith had never spoken to, recharged the cases that had been thrown out. but such behavior could have easily resulted in a U.S. attorney stepping down or being fired. Instead, the Senate confirmed Mr. Smith's nomination on May 18th, just 3 days after the judges issued their ruling dismissing the cases and exposing his transgressions. Part of the problem, legal experts say, is that Mr. Trump has hired inexperienced loyalists to fill senior roles in the Justice Department, even as hundreds of career prosecutors have departed, either by their own choice or because they were forced out for having worked on cases that ran afoul of the president. Junior prosecutors typically attend a week-long course on the ins and outs of working with grand juries and often trail more seasoned colleagues before they take the lead in presenting cases. But leaders in politically appointed posts do not get the same kind or amount of training. In many ways, the troubles in Chicago and Wyoming recall those that unfolded last September during the first criminal case brought against James B. Comey, the former FBI director. That indictment was secured by Lindsay Halligan, a one-time insurance lawyer who was put in charge of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia after her predecessor was fired for refusing to file charges against Mr. Comey. Mr. Comey's lawyers immediately tried to get their hands on the grand jury transcripts, suspecting misconduct after Ms. Halligan, who had never presented a case to a grand jury, went into the room alone on only her 4th day on the job. Ultimately, a magistrate judge, William E. Fitzpatrick, looked at the transcripts and issued a scathing ruling, finding that Ms. Halligan had made a series of mistakes and misrepresented basic aspects of the law. A few days later, Ms. Halligan was hauled into court to flesh out the details of her grand jury presentation. Under grilling by a different judge, she made an astonishing admission. She had never shown the full grand jury the final version of the indictment it was supposed to have approved. All of these examples of grand jury malfeasance come on top of the many cases in which Justice Department prosecutors have failed to get grand jurors to return indictments. Such failures, known as no true bills, used to be essentially unheard of, given the amount of sway that prosecutors have in the grand jury room and the department's adherence to a tradition of seeking charges only in cases with strong evidence. But over the past year or so, there has been a flurry of no true bills in federal courts across the country. Most have occurred in cities like Los Angeles and Washington, where grand jurors have rejected several cases involving people accused of protesting the administration's immigration crackdowns and surges in federal law enforcement. Other high-profile failures have involved grand juries hearing cases against Mr. Trump's political foes. Among them,
We'll just stop it here. Let's see. So we're going to switch gears here and talk a little bit about the after effects of the Supreme Court's Voting Rights Act Section 2 decision. So I have to give South Carolina credit here. They do not act on new midterm map defying Trump. Basically, Jim Clyburn's district, right around central South Carolina, if I recall, right around that Orangeburg area, is going to remain intact. And here's the deal. Jim Clyburn has been in office for damn near 30 years, if not 30 plus years. I'd have to go back and look it up. Now, I don't agree with him running again at 85. However, probably if he was not running, and maybe he kind of predicted, maybe he knew how this was going to go. I think if anybody but Jim Clyburn running in that Democratic district, anybody else, they'd have eliminated the district. He has done stuff for even Republican candidates. And, one point that someone made, I can't remember who, that, hey, even in a heavily Republican state, not every president, even after Trump, is going to be Republican. It helps having a senior Democrat in your state, even if it's only in one district, to bring money into the state. So At least South Carolina seems to have weighed the political options. And frankly, Alabama and Louisiana have two. They just don't want two districts. One is good enough. However, at least South Carolina's not going to lose representation. Tennessee just said, "Fuck it, we're just gonna go all in 9-0, 9 districts to 0." Um, and we're going to see how Tennessee suffers for that, maybe. So anyway, South Carolina declined, and there we go. McMaster, the governor, Republican governor of South Carolina, I think he called a special session, and the Senate is not going to budge. So salute to the South Carolina Senate. So today, a court rejected Alabama's House map for 2026. They're going to appeal it probably to the Supreme Court, and it's going to be interesting because the Supreme Court actually ruled against Alabama a few years ago. Now, with this ruling on the VRA Section 2, I don't know. Somebody else would probably know better than me. But I'm not going to just come out and say the Supreme Court's going to go with Alabama. They've gone against Alabama before. But this is what happens. People who think that race in America is a settled issue, they're naive or disingenuous. There is no third option, in my opinion. All right, so Florida tried a long shot case to sue, I think it was Washington State and California, because they would issue driver's licenses to, I guess, illegal immigrants or something like that. So I don't know why Florida thought they could sue California or Washington when Florida and all these southern states believe in states' rights. It's a state, driver's license is a state issue, and another state should not be controlling what like driver's licenses. But let's listen to this. I know that I have an account here. Oh boy, I don't use this a lot. Why? I don't want to create an account. I have an account. Oh shit. I know I have continue with Google. I think it's this account. Now I'm fascinated. No, maybe it's this account. Oh, you know what? I bet it was the JGHB. So I may have to create a new account here. Yep. So anyway, I will just read it. The Supreme Court on Tuesday threw out a long shot lawsuit in which Florida sought to sue California and Washington for allegedly allowing people who entered the country illegally to obtain commercial truck driver's licenses. Florida's claim was filed in the aftermath of a high-profile crash in the state last year in which a truck driven by an Indian man, Harjinder Singh, was involved in an accident that left 3 people dead. The state says Singh did not have legal status in the United States, alleges he was wrongly issued licenses in both California and Washington. Singh faces criminal charges over the incident. The court denied the state's appeal without comment. I can see why that did not go well for Florida. But oh shoot. How did that sorry. Technical issues here, folks. Let's see. Let me share that out. Here, this is the article I'm talking about. This is Supreme Court tosses Florida lawsuit against states for driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants. So Florida lost the suit, and probably rightly so. Immigration should have nothing to do with the licensing, at least, from a Florida perspective. All right, so this is, and I started to jump the gun on this story because I made a comment that Trump is inept at foreign policy. He wants to treat it like mergers or deals between companies, his foreign policy. And apparently he's just pissed Canada off. So Canada strikes landmark deal to export liquefied natural gas to Germany, and all of a sudden they're a competitor. Because I'm pretty sure we I thought we exported liquefied natural gas to Europe. Maybe it's not Germany though. So let's listen to it. Canada is not to be trifled with, apparently.
Canada strikes landmark deal to export liquefied natural gas to Germany. This article is by Martina Stevis-Gridneff and Ian Austin and read by an automated voice. Canada has struck an important agreement to export liquefied natural gas to Germany. Two senior officials with direct knowledge of the agreement said Tuesday, a breakthrough for both nations. The deal is scheduled to be signed at the Canadian Embassy in Berlin on Wednesday, the officials said, speaking on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak on the matter before the public announcement. The details will be announced by Canada's Energy Minister Tim Hodgson at an event in British Columbia on Wednesday, the officials said. Under the agreement, Canada will commit to exporting up to 1 million metric tons of liquefied natural gas a year from a terminal on its Pacific coast in British Columbia to Germany starting in the early 2030s for a 2-decade horizon. The deal had long been in the works as Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada has been looking for new markets for Canada's important energy resources, and the German government has been seeking new sources of energy supplies. Mr. Carney had suggested this agreement was in the works during an August visit to Berlin. The German economy, a voracious energy consumer, has had to seek new suppliers since cutting itself off from Russia after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and is now hurting further because of the disruption caused by the conflict in the Middle East. Publicly and privately, German officials have said they need to find a diverse set of suppliers for imported gas to avoid over-reliance on a single country, like the United States. It makes us more competitive and more secure on the world stage. Friedrich Merz, the chancellor, said this winter before traveling to the Persian Gulf, partly in search of oil and gas supply agreements. Canada, an oil and gas powerhouse, exports an overwhelming majority of its resources to the United States. The agreement is an important win for Mr. Carney, who has spent his first year as Prime Minister trying to line up buyers for Canadian goods that will help the country break its deep dependence on the United States. The task has become urgent as relations between the allies and neighbors have deteriorated since the election of President Trump, who has imposed tariffs on Canada and threatened further economic pain. Mr. Carney has set a goal of doubling Canadian exports to non-U.S. markets by 2035. Canada's first liquefied natural gas export port, Shell-backed LNG Canada, only began operating about a year ago. The Key Sea Listens LNG project, which is set to be used for the Germany exports, has been approved for operation by the government, but not yet fully financed. Its proposed daily capacity would make it the second largest of the 8 Canadian LNG projects that have been proposed or are now under construction. The main competitor for Canadian liquefied gas are terminals in the United States on the Gulf of Mexico. While gas from Canada's current and proposed projects is likely to be more expensive, it offers shorter sailing times to Asia and avoids the Panama Canal, eliminating one potential disruption to supply. Some details of the agreement were reported Tuesday by Bloomberg News. Jim Tankersley contributed reporting from Berlin.
Okay. Well, that's pretty much it for news articles. I'm going to go ahead and drop this link if anyone wants to come up. This won't be an inordinately long show. I almost didn't do a show because I was tired, but don't feel so bad now. We'll see how long that lasts. So let's see, panel. There we go. So link is posted for those who dare. And then it's pinned at the bottom. So this is a Jason Stanley thing. It's a documentary about my buddy Amy Wax. Apparently, Amy Wax had something to say about Jason Stanley. And if folks don't know who Jason Stanley is, he's used to teach at Yale. He was a philosophy professor. Philosophy of language is his specialty, but he's also an expert on fascism. And apparently he had been getting death threats and stuff. So he just packed up and moved his family to University of Toronto. Now his his wife is actually like a highfalutin like surgeon, I think she is. So apparently, she picked up and left as well. So he did well. Actually, this is it's got this documentary is called Trump's America Is U.S. Democracy in Danger. It's a German channel or outfit called Deutsche Welle. It's a documentary and by a guy named Conn Dundar. So let's watch it. And anytime you can hear an interview by Amy Wax, we should definitely watch it.
The United States of America was once a promising dream for many. Now, for some, it's turning into a nightmare.
The golden age of America begins right now. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
It really is an authoritarian takeover.
A nation once called a shining beacon of democracy is in turmoil.
They're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick.
President Trump fiercely attacks opponents and parts of the media.
Well, it's fake news. It's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility.
The playbook I know from my home is playing out in the United States. The erosion of institutions and state brutality destroyed democracy in Turkey and drove me into exile.
Fascists gained power legally. They entered through the legal system and used it to destroy it.
I've seen the collapse of the rule of law firsthand and where it leads.
The ordinary people need a strong leader to direct them and guide them.
Right now, the United States is a dictatorship.
After 250 years of independence, is the torch of liberty fading? Or will it refuse to go dark? A single bullet deepened polarization in American society. In September 2025, Charlie Kirk, founder of the right-wing youth organization Turning.
All I have to say is this is making making America look like a third world country. Wow.
Point USA was fatally shot while speaking at an event. A leading voice in the Make America Great Again movement, Kirk was closely aligned with Donald Trump. Kirk's killing sent shockwaves. In my home country, Turkey, assassinations are tools to crush dissent. US President Donald Trump wasted no time naming a culprit before the perpetrator was even known.
For years, those on the radical left.
Well, I don't know. Do you have a problem with what? Hey, Moxie, what's wrong with that premise? We seem like we're in a dictatorship now. Trump can just send troops wherever he wants, with a little pushback. Maybe it's not a dictatorship in the truest sense of the word, but it's dictator-ish. So, as I said, anybody can click the link and come up and debate this. But I think once you hear Amy Wax, you will ask yourself questions. That's for sure.
Have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
1 month after Kirk's killing, President Trump held a roundtable meeting on the anti-fascist movement Antifa, calling it a domestic terror group.
The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And
Riotous mobs.
These are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. Every second it was hard.
Jack Posobiec, a right-wing influencer, sounded the alarm at the White House meeting.
Jack, please say a few words.
And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. Antifa is real. We need to do something about this because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now.
The left-wing movement.
Oh, by the way, this Antifa involvement, it's made up. It's this Antifa thing is almost like a bunch of illegal immigrants are voting in droves. It's just made up bullshit. And funny enough, it's almost intuitive to believe that. It's counterintuitive to actually go in and look up the information for yourself. It's just, there's no there.
Antifa came more in the spotlight after Trump was first elected president. Associated activists played a leading role in protest marches against the far right especially, with some clashes turning violent.
We need to cover our faces to protect our identity.
From them?
Yeah.
And from the police too?
From the police as well.
Ma'am.
Because when anytime.
Well, ma'am, this tends to be a political channel. So, it's political, cultural, current events. You will not be made to argue what you don't want to argue. I do agree that a dictatorship might be a little outside what we actually are, but authoritarian, definitely we are. We are an authoritarian regime currently.
Anything happens, it's always us who are blamed.
In 2016, shortly after Trump was elected president, Charlie Kirk set up a website called Professor Watchlist. The site, evoking McCarthy-era America, exposed the names, photos, and views of academics alleged to be leftist. Among them, a man named Mark Bray. It reminded me of the
he was
Turkish
driven
Interior
out of the
Ministry's
country.
wanted list of terrorists. Because of a news story I wrote that the government didn't like, my name was also among them. Traveling abroad is now risky, especially to countries that might extradite me to Turkey. According to my lawyers, Trump's America is now one of them. And I'm not the only one whose safety is in jeopardy.
Rutgers University historian Mark Bray fled to Spain.
And after he says Turning Point USA publicized his work on Antifa.
He's received threats and calls for his firing after an online petition last week accused him of being Antifa aligned.
I'm flying to Spain to meet Mark Bray, who wrote a book called Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook in 2017, describing the rise of fascism and how to fight it. He hastily left his home country in October 2025, just like I had to leave my own 10 years ago. Bray was put into the spotlight 10 days after Trump labeled Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. And 2 students from Turning Point USA started a petition urging the university to fire Bray. One accusation against the professor being an Antifa financier for donating to a fund that provides aid to anti-fascist activists. I must admit that I never expected that a high-profile academic would have to flee a country like the United States of America.
So Antifa is your first book?
Second book.
Second book.
I wrote a book about Occupy Wall Street.
Oh, okay.
And the role of anarchist politics in Occupy Wall Street that was published in 2014. And frankly, without that book, I don't think that they would have asked me to write the anti-fascism book because, you know, first-time authors, there's a lot of apprehension. But if you have a book under your belt, here we are.
Yeah, that's good.
Then they're not as concerned.
So it's more than a bookstore, I guess. It's
Publisher and meeting space and cultural center. So yeah, they got a lot going on here. It's really cool.
And here's one. Familiar one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a popular subject nowadays, huh?
There's so much being published about the far right in the US and Europe and beyond, and it's on a lot of people's minds.
Moxie, I'm also going to say this, though. Don't be so sure that we're not in a dictatorship. Technically, Putin's not a dictator. There's sometimes things will meet specific definitions, like academic definitions. But enough said, Putin's not technically a dictator either.
Yeah. Why have you chosen Antifa as a subject?
Well, it really kind of came out of my activism in the sense that I went to protest Trump's inauguration in early 2017. I ended up writing an article explaining anti-fascist politics because it was pertinent to what was going on, using my knowledge of the history of the left. And then basically a publisher in the United States heard me speak about it on the radio and said, "Hey, can you turn that interview into a book?"
Okay.
And
I started like this.
I was younger, more enthusiastic and ambitious. I said, "Yeah, sure, I'll turn it into a book."
I do like this one. So it's only in the
That's only in the Spanish edition. Yeah, that the Capitan Swing, the Spanish publisher, came up with that image. Yeah. The debate is whether the swastika is poop or is the dog pooping on a swastika. That's up for debate.
I'm more close to the first version. So because of your work, you've been getting a lot of threats and some death threats as well. What kind of threats were they?
Well, here, this is one of the more recent ones. We will behead your kids. Commie hunting starts from an email address with a Nazi reference.
What is it?
Well, it has 1488. And so the 14 next to 88, the 8th letter of the alphabet is H. 88, HH is Heil Hitler. So Commie Killer 1488 is a pretty Nazi handle.
But of course, you cannot ignore them. I mean, you cannot say that it's a garbage.
That was my first inclination. But, I have 2 small children. And we saw with Charlie Kirk, right? Just some random guy shot him. You never know what can happen, especially in a country with so many guns. And then this is the one that really changed it initially was this one, your violent rhetoric is under investigation with my home address in New Jersey. And then 2 days later it was published on X.
So this was your turning point?
This was my turning point, yes.
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize.
What's up, Denizen?
Greetings.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. Let me address Moxie right quick, and then you can go. Putin's been in power for 25 years, but some of those years, and I can't remember how long, I'd have to go look it up. Medvedev, I think that's how I pronounced it. He took some time off where he was like prime minister. I'd have to look it up, but he technically was second in command or something like that, but he was really in command. He's been in power for 25 years, but nominally he's been elected. So once again, technically he's not a dictator. We're talking definitional dictator, not how it feels. So technically Putin's not a dictator. So what's up? You got comments? I bet you do. Denizen?
Yeah, I don't want to seem too conspiratorial, but I believe that a lot of the inner workings of the Russian government is, at the very least, unbeknownst to the common American political pundit or YouTube panelist.
Well, you
And
probably know more than I did, so proceed. I honestly, other than what I read in the newspapers, I'm not deeply researched. Other than I know that technically Putin's not, a dictator. Technically,
yeah,
if you have elections, that's why they do it. So they can technically say, "Hey, I was elected." Now, are the voters coerced? Probably.
right. And is the voting, corrupted potentially?
Absolutely. Yep.
And I don't have much faith in our elections either, right? Like, some of the things that Bush and Trump did are shady. And
Let me tell you though, I have an enormous faith in our elections, mainly because they're 50 plus different systems. Elections, now there are federal election laws, the regulations, etc. But like local elections, state elections, and even federal elections are largely controlled by states, individual states. It's going to be hard to rig 50 plus different states.
I think we have perfected passive coercion in the United States so that actual rigging isn't really necessary. And also, I think that our system lends itself to a sort of what's the word I would use? Like a weak point. Like we have soft spots in the security of our election that are created by the procedure of the elections themselves. For example, swing states, right? A lot of the power of an election, an inordinate amount of power in elections goes to the swing states, so that if you focus your manipulation, coercion, a little bit of rigging perhaps, so the sprinkle of corruption, some deceit in these small areas, you can have far-reaching and nationwide results simply by having a very small influence in a very small area, because we kind of already know which way most of the country is going to vote, right? And so,
No, I
because
don't agree with that at all. 2020 in Georgia's a perfect example of something that was rather unpredictable. What you're describing is actually like politics. talking Southern strategy, Nixon and beyond. Yeah, small influences in certain places can have ripple effects, but I honestly, and you and I'll just disagree on this. I think America probably has the freest and fairest elections possible. Now, there's always going to be some shenanigans. Okay, that's just you talk Tammany Hall and all that kind of history. But I don't think there's enough tampering to sway a presidential election. You would have to prove it to me in detail.
As far as it being,
who am I? It's not like
yeah,
I'm an expert.
I was gonna say, as far as it being like the freest and fairest, I don't have the information to argue against you there. That would be, I'd be blowing smoke out of my ass if I were to try to convince anybody otherwise.
The main thing is you got 50 quote, and I don't mean to be all rah. We have our problems.
No, yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest. Elections are the least of my worry. Now, what's happening, with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, that is concerning, but I even think that will be resolved at a later date. It'll have impact now, but I'm not overly worried. Look, I'm a pessimistic optimist or an optimistic pessimist. I have enormous faith in the creativity of American people. I just think we make bad decisions, and we've got to do better. We've got to do better picking these politicians.
I can align with that. I think I am usually pleasantly surprised by the unique capitalistic solutions that American citizens come up with in order to solve problems that are uniquely created by capitalism. And I can see us doing that in perpetuity. What was I going to say about elections? Oh, my experience with elections comes from just having been involved in the electoral process myself.
So you have experience. Good for you.
Yeah, I volunteered for a campaign. I ran for delegate. Yes, sir. And I had my brush with the political process and media manipulation. I saw it firsthand.
Oh, absolutely. There's media manipulation. Absolutely.
This is what drives. And see, here's where I think you might have a blind spot. Maybe you don't. But it's for someone who reads a lot and is educated, right? I don't think you think like the average voter. And the only way I would grant you that you don't have a blind spot there is if you're willing to admit that. If you're going to try to convince me that no, most people are pretty good at voting or making decisions, that I would.
They're irresponsible. The average American voter is irresponsible.
Right.
They don't take it seriously enough.
And I can only extrapolate from my anecdotal experience, right?
Your anecdotal experience is expertise on this panel. I've never run for office, so you have the last word on it. You've done it.
So I'll tell you just a brief story without getting too in depth, and I think it'll make a point that
on.
we can maybe
say hello to Nidish. Nidish, just hold
salute.
on one sec. Dennison has an actual interesting story.
Yeah, maybe it'd be something we can discuss if you guys find merit in it and don't just dismiss it out of hand or if it's irrelevant. But when I ran for delegate, there's so many things I could mention about this. I could talk about it for days, but I'll try to be very brief. First,
you don't have to be brief.
I volunteered to. In my precinct, it was kind of a carve out in my neighborhood of people who had more money like kind of upper middle class, and so it leaned Republican as far as super voters are concerned, which is people who have voted in the last 7 presidential elections. And excuse me, all of this information is available. Your votes aren't, they're private, but if you ask somebody how they voted and they tell you, that gets recorded and it's made available to campaigns. And more to the point, how you register to vote, that's purely public information. And of course, most people who register Dem or register Republican, they vote that way in the presidency, even if not all the way down the ticket. And so that's how you kind of like in a campaign, you divide up where you're going to, make your attack, where you're going to put your focus. So my focus was on Republican voters in my neighborhood. And given that it was a carve out, there was not a lot of people in that precinct. And it had more political sway than it really deserved, given its number of people that were there. But given the lack of people, I was able to volunteer for a lot of things without any competition. For example, I became the precinct captain for my caucus in my area simply by asking the Republican Party. Nobody else put their hand up. And as a result of that, I was able to handpick the people who were allowed to vote because I was in charge.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Why is that a problem? Would you say that you had a lot of influence?
Yeah, I would say that my influence was for someone who would use it in a corrupt way, it would definitely be a problem. And then the problems get worse as I tell more of the story. So
let me just say one thing at this point, and then I'll let you continue.
Yeah,
I think one of the flaws of the American founding and the framing of the Constitution in particular is there was a lot of trust put in people's character. And I think in some ways the founders and the framers especially it was a classist founding. Okay, and I'm not that much of a Marxist or socialist or anything, but it's very obvious that it was. They expected, quote, men of virtue and high education and all that stuff. I don't know why. To me, it just seems kind of naive.
I think is that post-enlightenment, right? Like, so these are people who were able to use their wealth and means in order to enrich their lives with education, philosophy, charity, and so it's you know what I mean? And I also think that even if we're not to take the founders at their word, and we think of them more as self-interested landowners, even in that regard, their system would make sense to perpetuate that because most people simply won't become involved. It's only if you have something to lose and you have some power to wield or some power to lose that you usually get involved into the system. Otherwise, you're left to the rabble holding a placard, which doesn't really get you anywhere, right?
Yeah, and I'm not going to follow up that point, but yeah, you're on the right track with that. They equated democracy with the rabble. They were willing, because the whole reason the Constitution came about was because of, Shays' rebellion. The rabble were going to fucking take over. And it scared Madison and Hamilton and some others. But I won't get into that history. If you want to continue with your story, please do.
Sure, yeah. So one of the first things I'm realizing is that I have the power to choose who's going to vote because you can't get in without me. And as the precinct captain, it was my responsibility to check your ID too. There was no ID requirement to vote. So you didn't need to be a citizen. You didn't need to live in the neighborhood. I could have let anybody into that room that I wanted to. And I was one of the only captains that was actually checking IDs. there was rampant just a failure to do so. And in one case, and this really rung my bell, was when I was doing door-to-door work before I became the captain, and I was knocking on doors like, hey, we'd like to get your vote for this and that. I met people in my neighborhood, and when they showed up to vote, I recognized them, and I let them in without IDs because I knew where they lived and what their names were, and then I gave my speech, right, to convince people to vote for my candidate, and a lot of the people were upset that I spoke because they didn't know they could do that, right? So when they saw me giving a speech, they were angry because they didn't know their own rights and their own ability to participate in the system, and they were angry at me for that. And I remember at the time thinking, well, that's a you problem. Like, I'm engaged. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to save my country. Your lack of knowledge and ignorance, that's a you problem.
Right.
Like a
Ignorance
cop
of the
would tell
law
you,
is no
ignorance of the law is
excuse.
no excuse. Exactly. Right? And now upon retrospect, I can see how that's not perhaps the most democratic method of holding an election. But there was that, and I actually swayed the vote.
No. It is absolutely democratic. Where in a democratic, like, who says that who says democratic has to be dumb? Democracy dies in darkness, that sort of thing. This goes back to the rabble part. Okay, just because it's democratic doesn't mean the voters have to be dumb. That's ridiculous. And I'm not fussing at you, of course.
No. I would say
I'm fussing at those voters who weren't educated.
I agree with you there. What I would say though is education isn't always a choice. And if we pushed your rights as a delegate or a voter as much as we pushed Taylor Swift or the Knicks versus whomever, you know what I mean? Then we might get a little reality check, because now the rabble would really be participating in the democratic process, right?
Right.
Anyways, I can relate to her frustration, even though I think overall I agree with you. I disagreed with her then, and I still do now. I can still see her point more than I could at the time now in retrospect. But I did sway the vote. It was a 3-way tie until I gave my speech, I gave my speech, and I was going to refrain from voting as the precinct captain, not because I had to, just because I wanted to make it. I wanted our precinct to be respected, and the local newspaper was there. But since it came to a 3-way tie, I made that tie-breaking vote for our candidate, and our precinct went.
Wow. Oh shit. Oh, how popular did that make you?
I mean, among the people who supported my candidate, very. Among the other ones, they were quite resentful. And this was a small room of people, right? Like I was explaining earlier.
You don't have to identify your state, but I think when you say caucus, I think I know where you are. Because not too many states actually have caucuses that are that powerful.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't live there anymore either, so it's pretty safe to assume where I was at that time.
Gotcha. Iowa, right?
No, not Iowa. I've never. Really? Iowa is one of the few places I've never lived.
Yeah, it's the only state that I know, or New Hampshire, where there's that very local thing can make or break a candidate. That's amazing, though.
Let's see, where do we go from there? Oh, as a result of that, I got nominated to be a delegate in the next level. That was the county level.
Okay.
So I went to the state delegation as a result of that. Because the way you get nominated by that is to have your precinct vote you, and I ran unopposed, right? Nobody else. I essentially just said, yes, I would like to do this, and nobody else in my precinct volunteered to do it. And I ended up with a myriad of positions as a result of that. First, I was precinct captain. Second, I was responsible for auditing and monitoring the counting for my candidate. I represented my candidate in the counting room. So I got to watch the vote counting process, which also was eye-opening. And I went to the state delegation. And also, there's a central committee. The parties are the ones who run the elections. There's no other entity that runs the elections. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party run the elections. They determine all the rules, all the regulations, period. And I was registered as a Republican because that's who the candidate was. And I volunteered for the Central Committee, which is the head of the Republican Party that determines how the election is slated, how the candidates are slated, and for the procedural part of the voting process and what our goals are going to be as a party, right? That's determined by the Central Committee, the CCP. And me and my, brethren who were trying to invoke change in our area, we teamed together and so that we voted ourselves into these positions of power. So I got easily voted into the Central Committee. And so we went to the state delegation as a collective. We all had the same agenda, which was to get this man and his policies elected. And at the state delegation, we voted to change the slate to take away the Republican Party's major policies and replace them with our values, which were more conservative, libertarian, Republican values. And also to replace their nomination for the candidate with our nomination for the candidate, right? And because we outnumbered them, we won that vote. So the senior members of the Central Committee, when they found out that we changed the slate and changed the candidate, they went in a back room and decided what to do. We were all
smoke.
right? I would love to know what went on in that room. And they came back out, and I shit you not, they said that they named the candidate. They changed it back to what they wanted it to be. They disregarded our vote. They restored the original slate. This was all without voting. This was just them dictating it. They turned the lights out in the fucking convention hall and sent everybody home. They shut down the convention because we tried to take it over with our votes. So they were like, fuck that. We're going to do what we want to do anyway. Your votes don't matter. We're in charge. And they shut down the entire convention. And then I heard about it on the news later.
Now, let me
right?
ask you a question, though. So that's the root of why you think elections are, not entirely on the up and up?
I already thought that, but I thought that if I didn't involve myself in the process and try to change it and make it better, then I was just speculating and blowing smoke out of my ass.
Okay, well,
so
we don't have a pure democracy. Okay, we have
Absolutely.
systems in place. That's the republic part of it. It does not come down to one man, one vote.
And those CCC members prove that it comes down to 3 people's vote and not 3,000 people.
We don't have a pure democracy.
And to kick it off, though, to top it all off, I heard about it covered on the news, and they left all of that part out. None of that got covered in the news.
They had to make a long story short.
Yeah, and they just confirmed that, it went for the other candidate. And then that, of course, led to the election itself and the voting process where I saw some other shenanigans. And a lot of it I don't even think was intentional, which really blew my mind, right? If you think about how easy it is to unintentionally corrupt an election, you know what I mean? That really changed my perspective as well.
You know what? I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna clip this part of the show. That's fascinating. And oddly enough, next time we talk politics, I'm gonna keep this in mind. That I can understand your point of view now. So thanks for that story. And no, it was not boring. I like politics and I love the story. So we gotta let Nidus talk because he's getting antsy.
Yeah,
But
I'm interested if he found any of that interesting.
salute to you actually getting involved in the retail politics. I am truly impressed. So salute to you, Dennison. So
Thank you,
Nidus, what you
thanks.
got?
You thought you was frustrating me?
Okay,
or something?
Nidus, what you got?
You thought you were frustrating me or something?
I'm sorry, you're a little low. You want to turn up your volume, or should I?
Not at all.
Because you're a little low. Let me. You know what? As a matter of fact, let me change out earbuds. Maybe these things are getting low on power. Hey, Nidus, what you got? And then I have a funny story to tell you.
Let's hit a funny story first.
Well, you know who Seymour is. You were up on his panel. Was it last night or the night before?
Yeah, Seymour he's the best panelist on YouTube.
I've never been on Seymour Sack's panel.
Well, maybe you and he were up on a panel because I would have sworn I saw you there. But anyway, he was in your chat this morning. So, I fell asleep overnight. Hey, Kimmy.
Was it
so
because
anyway,
of the Coors Light?
No, people fall asleep without Coors Light. Did you know
But
that?
you're a Coors Light drinker. We don't want to skip that.
I'm a book reader, and sometimes I fall asleep reading a book. Is a book Coors Light?
For you, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it might get bloody.
Not at all. The only way
anyway,
this goes is one-sided.
let me finish.
Maybe he'll drop
you
me and
asked
do
me.
some other
You
gay
asked
stuff,
me.
but,
You asked me to tell the story. Did you not, or would you rather talk?
Oh no,
I mean,
I can't tell you what to do. Do it. Tell the story.
Well, you asked me to tell the story.
Please,
I said I had a funny story.
please,
Okay, well, thanks for your permission. So,
Oh yeah, sure.
Seymour Stacks.
I know you submissive.
Seymour Stacks is in your chat this morning, and he makes this comment like,
How
well,
did you know he
Stanley,
was in my chat?
Because I was in your chat when I woke up. So he sees I'm there, and he writes this message like, Stanley, you better pay me or there's going to be trouble. And I'm like, what are you talking
for
about?
what?
Okay, hold on. I'll get there. So I released a couple shorts. Was it yesterday or the day before? Little clips from his conversation with Ponder. So, when I talk over your content, it becomes my content, especially in like a minute clip or something like that. It becomes my content. I'm commenting on your comment or your show, your content for like a minute or so. So anyway, I was like,
Did
what are
you
you
say this was
talking
gonna be a
about?
funny story?
So I get up, later in the day, I see this little red thing from Cash App. This motherfucker actually sent me a payment request on Cash App. And that's the funny part. Like, this motherfucker actually requested $20 from me for using a couple clips that I talked over to make my own clips. So of course I declined it. Like, what? This motherfucker is out of his drug-addled mind. Now it may not be funny to you, but it's fucking hilarious to me. Motherfucker sent me a Cash App payment request. like I owed him money. What in the fuck? I have never seen a YN that bold.
Do you like Seymour Sex?
I think he is a fucking slave. After the show, dude, what Ryan Bardwell did to him just show, dude, I'll never go back to Seymour's show because I don't like dealing. His show is a plantation, and Ryan Bardwell is the plantation owner.
You don't like him?
I don't like slaves.
Who all do you consider slaves?
Just Seymour for now.
Are you looking for more?
Okay, no, I'm not looking for more. I answered your question. Why would I be looking for slaves in 2026?
I don't know. I don't know why you calling him a slave.
This is what when I call him a slave, because that motherfucker took money from racist Ryan Bardwell. That Ryan Bardwell's racist as fuck. And it doesn't mean I don't like Ryan. It just means I know what he is and who he is. And he tried that bullshit with me. And I'm just like, no, you donated to the show, but my show, this point about free thinking black men, dude, great that you donated, but you don't control my content ever.
Free thinking black men, where did that come from?
It comes from why don't you Google it? That'll help you.
No, I'm
asking. I did not make up the term.
But I heard it from you first, and you say,
"Well, good.
You're a teacher, right?
It is kind of sad. It is kind of sad.
Are you a teacher?
It is kind of.
You said
sad.
You're a teacher, right?
Okay, dude. Do you have to interrupt me mid sentence?
No, I'm clarifying.
Okay, well, let me finish my
comment.
Let me finish.
I'm not arguing with you. I know you like to argue with me, but I'm not arguing with you.
Let me finish my comment, and you can respond.
Please do, Queen.
Good. It is sad at 56, you've never heard the term free thinking black man. It leads me to believe you're not a free thinking black man, or you know what the term means.
I don't know what it means. Please help me.
Well, then apparently you're not a free thinking black man.
So to help me to understand what it is, go ahead, sir.
I will do my level best. Hey, Sarah. Oh my goodness, it is Shara Stories. Hey there. Go ahead, Ninish.
Hey, Shara.
What do you mean, go ahead, Ninish? You're supposed to be explaining to me what a free-thinking black man is.
Is someone who reads and learns how to synthesize knowledge from disparate sources and forms his own opinion. It's a form of critical thinking. I guess you could call it a critical thinking black man.
And you're sober right now?
Are you?
Why are you stumbling over your words?
Okay, because because sometimes I have to think and sometimes I change a thought in mid-sentence.
Okay. That's good to hear.
See, a free-thinking black man assumes a critically thinking black man, and sometimes in mid-sentence, you'll change what you were going to say. I think way faster than us. Let me finish my sentence.
You mean I'll change?
Okay, it is so annoying when you interrupt me.
You're just sensitive, and I don't understand that.
No, because
as an adult, 61-year-old man, you
dealing with people who. Hey,
I don't know who those people are.
See, unfortunately, you seem to think
having
that
a conversation. We're just having.
It's not a conversation though. If you ask questions that you don't listen to the answer to.
Fuck you, pussy! Shut your bitch ass up.
Here we go. Here we go. Dennison, you and I had a conversation. What's happening currently is not a conversation.
Stop dick holding that white boy.
It's a dick measuring contest.
Wait, hold it. I'm doing what? Wait, can you say that again? Nightish? You told me to stop what? Can you say it again, or do you remember?
Of course I remember. I said it.
Okay, so you warned me. You told me to stop doing what?
I didn't warn you anything. I just
Okay,
asked you to
no.
stop.
Damn,
You
he's afraid of
told
you,
me-
Stanley. I'm impressed.
I didn't warn you of anything. I just asked you a very
I'm like,
specific thing.
Say it again. Say it again. And when you say that again, say pause after it.
I asked you a very specific thing. I didn't stutter
What's
when I
it?
said it. I
What
said
did
it
you
very
ask me,
clearly.
Nidus? What
I
did you
said it
ask
very
me, Nidus?
clearly.
What did you ask me?
You heard it.
Oh no, I didn't hear it. That's why I'm
Oh, you
asking you to
definitely heard
repeat.
it.
I'm asking
That's why
you to
you got in
repeat
your
it.
feelings.
Okay, see, you got scared when I'm
That's
like,
why you got
what
in
did
your
you?
fee-fees.
I literally said, what did you say,
Stanley,
Nidus?
let's not do
And
this.
look at you
Stanley, let's not
backtracking.
do this.
Look at you
I would never
backtracking.
backtrack.
Son. When I ask questions, people like you
Did it hurt your feelings that I
fear.
won't repeat it again?
Yeah, go ahead and repeat it
Okay.
then.
Shout out to the shout outs.
Okay, son, you won't repeat it because you know what happens if you do.
Not a motherfucking thing. I'm a god in this
Hey,
bitch.
not a motherfucking thing as long as you don't repeat it.
Look at her.
Oh, you can pretend like I didn't just put you in your place all you want.
Oh.
Motherfucker, you know not to repeat bullshit on my panel.
Oh, look at her.
All right, well, let's move on because
You're a
apparently,
big girl now. You're a big girl now.
apparently,
You're a
Nidus
big
doesn't have
girl
the
now.
Nidus does not have the courage
You're a
of his
big
conviction.
girl now. No more daddies, little girl.
Let's see here. Oops. Oh shit. Wait, hey, come back, Nidus. I didn't mean to kick you. I meant to kick that stand sheet bullshit that you expected me to show. So, sorry about that. You're welcome to come back, Nidus. Hopefully you can remember what it was you were telling me to stop doing. I hate it when people come up to intentionally derail. And I love the conversation, Dennison. I enjoyed it. So this is a German documentary by a Turkish director, apparently, talking about United States, and it is it's called "Is U.S. Democracy in Danger?" And apparently Germans are concerned about it. So we'll listen to a little bit of it. Feel free to interrupt if you want.
For being white anymore.
Oops.
Charlie Kirk understood one thing. We are at war. It's a political war.
A war demands warriors. In late 2025, around 30,000 people attended Turning Point USA's America Fest. Charlie Kirk's face is everywhere. 3 months after his death, he's celebrated like a martyr. Influencers like Jack Posobiec, who has spread conspiracies and amplified far-right content, carry on Turning Point's mission.
The worst thing we could do for Charlie's legacy is to surrender, is to let the left win, the violent left that took Charlie away from us. I'm not going to let them win. Are you going to let them win? Are you
What does that
going
even mean?
to let the violence and the anger and the division win? Or are you going to stand together and be that coalition that Donald J. Trump and Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk joined together in 2024? Are you going to form the coalition? And are you going to continue the mission of Turning Point USA?
It's likely that figures like Posobiec and No were in touch with the leadership of Turning Point USA, had conversations around how do we advance this campaign of repression against our political enemies.
And suddenly, the story we've been following takes center stage at America Fest. Waiting in the wings is one of the initiators of the petition to have Mark Bray removed from Rutgers University.
Would you believe that there is a Turning Point USA chapter leader who actually chased her Antifa professor all the way out of the country for
He's cute.
cheering Antifa and supporting Antifa? She exposed him, and he fled all the way to Spain to join the Spanish communists today. Ladies and gentlemen, her name is Ava Conn. She's right here from Rutgers University.
Yay!
Thank you for having me, Jack.
Ava, what did it feel like when all of a sudden you started exposing this Antifa professor, Dr. Antifa, Mark Bray, and suddenly the entire world started coming after you?
Well, it definitely took a lot of courage. I have a great chapter behind me who was supporting us throughout the whole process. And when we first started speaking out, it felt like the world was against us. I mean, they wanted to shut us down. They wanted us to stay silent, but we just knew we had to speak out on it. We felt we were in danger.
Ava Conn, I gotta ask you though, are you planning to go over to Spain and see if you can find this guy again?
You know, Jack, I think I might have to.
Oh no, we got the Frontlines crew over here. You guys know Turning Point Frontlines, right? They go out into all the debate, all the riots.
Now look at these freaks. So you're encouraging this woman to go stalk a man after he left your ass? What kind of weirdos are these people? So
in another country too. Like, aren't you supposed to be here, like helping America because it's so fucked up and it needs your help? Why are you going to Spain?
Wow. And she's so, you know what? She is a maniac, and of course she's coached through this and all this stuff, but dude, this is not doing the heavy lifting. Dude, you're going to encourage she probably couldn't figure out how to get a plane to Spain that stays mainly. I'm going to go there.
What I love is like, I feel like the dude in the middle with the red tie, the whole time he's just standing there thinking, I wonder how good my hair looks on TV. God, I'm fucking handsome.
The plane to Spain stays mainly. I could go there about the plane, but I'm not going to do that. So it is weird.
All the
Take me away.
Literally on the front lines. I don't know.
Take me to Portugal. Take me to Spain.
We'll have to do like a special documentary, and we can make Dr. Mark Bray the star of the whole thing.
That sounds perfect. I might have to join Frontlines in Spain.
This sounds scripted.
Oh my God. Well, it is, obviously. Dude, do you really think she could speak off the cuff like that? I doubt
No. No, but she is tilting the crazy hot scale, though. I'll give her that.
You know what? I don't even, she's kind of like cookie cutter to me.
Well, we can't all be studs like you, Stanley.
Well, that's not what I meant. I mean, I tend to be attracted to, well, number one, smart women. You need a little bit more exoticism. Now she does look maybe Asian or maybe Hispanic, but that little plain Jane outfit and that, mediocre hairdo parted down the middle, it's pretty cookie cutter.
I'll agree. Spain looks like a beautiful place.
It is.
I just miss that sense of normalcy, being able to take a deep breath, feeling like I am not in the minds of people around the world.
Mark Bray continues to work for Rutgers University, teaching classes online.
Wow.
As does his partner, Yesenia Barragan, who is also
He didn't
a professor.
hold it.
He didn't even accomplish anything except to run him off to a beautiful country where he can work online.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He didn't even quit. I thought he left his career or something. He just took it over to Spain. Really?
That's hilarious.
Oh wow, these people just that's why I'm saying they're not doing the heavy lifting that they think they are.
You called it.
And the food is way better.
Well, not bad. How do you feel here?
It's been hard, a lot of ups and downs. Over time, it's been easier. You know, yeah, I'm sorry. I always end up crying a little when I think
That's
about,
okay. Yeah, I don't want it. But my
what's-
wife is the same. She doesn't want to leave abroad really, so she's missing a lot.
yeah, I have like family.
The parents.
Yeah, my parents, my father died a few years ago. But my mother, they all live in the United States. We usually spend Christmas with them, but we can't do that, which I was feeling very
Well, I don't know.
emotional
You might be able to
around
squeeze a Christmas out.
Thanksgiving, which was a few days ago. In the US, it's a big holiday family, and I was very sad.
So you remember the day you left home?
That day, I do. It was awful. Feeling like you're fleeing your country, right? And that you're not sure if you're going to when or if you're going to come back. And, the feeling like your whole country's falling apart as you're leaving is just awful, with these immigration raids, these ICE raids. And I'm the child of immigrants. My mother's from Colombia. My father was from Ecuador. And when we told my mother,
Well, at least
she
you
was so
speak
upset
Spanish.
because she said, I came to this country, to the United States, precisely running away from instability. I mean, she ran
Political
away
violence.
the civil war in Colombia, political violence. And so she was horrified that her child had to run away from something similar.
So you were not expecting any problem leaving the country?
I did not know. We went to the airport. We went through security.
Yeah, I thought once we were through security, I thought we're all set.
That's okay. And then
And then we got to, while they were boarding the plane, and
there was an error.
There was an error, and then there was another error, and then there was another error, and then it became clear that
They took us aside. The kids are starting to cry. We're just standing there.
No, Chalk, she didn't get she got excuse me. She didn't get deported. Her husband's a Rutgers history well, I guess he's still a Rutgers history professor. He wrote some like a history of Antifa, and I know of the book. I haven't read it, but and I guess I should get around to it. Eventually, it's months down the road if I do. But she just, she followed her husband, out of the country. He was more or less chased out by MAGA. So she's kind of, maybe you could call her a refugee, but she speaks Spanish, and that's a joke, by the way. She'll be okay. And I can only imagine, how they must feel. Sometimes you just have to, I don't know how to say this. Sometimes she might be just mad at her husband. Did you have to go this far? And that's a valid question if she's asked it. Did he have to do all this? But courage of your convictions. And he's not the only professor. I talked about Jason Stanley, who's actually, I'm broadcasting this from his Substack page. There's a guy who's coming out with a book in early June called A Resistance History of the United States, Ted Sturmer. He's a Johns Hopkins guy, historian. He's over at the University of Southern Denmark. He has a YouTube channel, by the way, which I actually joined because I like his brand of history, though I'm not as far left as he is, but I like the resistance part of it. Anyway, I'm rambling, but I feel bad for them, but I don't know. The worst places to to, it could be, what can I say? And I'm going to sound flippant when I say this, but it could be Siberia. It's Spain. Enjoy. You'll be able to come back.
Hoping it works out, getting more and more anxious. And then basically they said something to the effect of someone had canceled our flight reservation at the last moment. I didn't even know that was possible.
Then you realize that it's something.
Well, I just stood there. This is the same day that Trump was meeting with the far-right influencers who were harassing me online.
But you didn't know that then?
I did know that they were meeting that day, because this is a public meeting.
I was watching.
It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law.
I felt like Donald Trump was like looking at me. It was
Big Brother is watching.
Exactly.
And I'm going to say this, all this has just been proven bunk, but here's the danger. Trump basically said it, so it's embedded in all these MAGA brains, because there are a lot of holes to fill, and he's filled a few of them. And they will forever be repeating Antifa's this, Antifa's that. None of this. Where are the arrests? Where's the big Antifa trials? I think that we have elected a man that is failing even his own base. Dude, motherfucker's failing. America first. Is America first meaning that we will have the highest gas prices? Is that the race to the top? Trump is a failure. Bobby and other proud MAGA voters.
It felt like a very kind of Big Brother Orwellian Kafkaesque moment. I wrote a message about how someone canceled our flight. And that's when this story went from a kind of a national story into an international story. And it exploded as this kind of case study of Trumpist repression.
Hey, that's actually
then we went to an airport hotel. I did media all day. I did an interview with CNN at 6:30 in the morning.
I'm sorry. This is actually funny. This is going to be a show title for sure.
I agree with that.
American democracy never truly existed, let alone being in danger. That is hilarious. So, Conn for the win.
In the hallway of our hotel room while everyone else is sleeping in the other room.
Do you think of Antifa as a movement, or, as you heard the DHS secretary say, likening it to a gang?
Oh my gosh. No, Antifa is a kind of a politics or a movement. It's short for anti-fascist in a number of languages. Its history goes back more than 100 years to opposing Hitler and Mussolini. I bring that research to bear in my book, and you can read about it.
And the other morning, you went to the airport again?
It was the afternoon, and a bunch of our Rutgers colleagues went with us just to make us feel like we had support. And they waited outside of security the whole time until we got on the plane. And so we got through security. We got to the gate early. She called United Airlines just to make sure, is my flight still valid? Yes. And then a seemingly very friendly representative from United Airlines came out and said, we're here to help you. Oh, thank you. By the way, there's someone who wants to speak to you. Oh, okay. They bring me over, and it's 4 federal agents from Customs and Border Control. They took me into another room.
We took him to an hall room, and then the kids, they didn't know what was happening, but they know that there were police there that were interrogating their father.
Wow.
And then they closed the door on Mark, and so they were asking, where's Daddy? Where's Daddy? Where are they taking him? Where's he going? And they started sobbing and crying and yelling. Wow. And so I was just a mess.
Every instance like this is a test of what the degree to which the rule of law still means something in the U.S., as flawed as it is. In this moment, I guess it was strong enough, and we were allowed to go.
I didn't feel secure and safe until we actually were up in the air.
Arizona. It's a battleground state between the Democratic and Republican parties. It was won by Donald Trump in 2024 with help from campaigning by Turning Point USA. Here in the capital, Phoenix.
I'm sorry. Hey, Conn, I accidentally did it. You'll have it right back. I didn't realize that doing that takes your rent. So just give me a minute. It was truly an accident. Sometimes, I don't know how to type, believe it or not. So sometimes I fat finger things. So you should be good.
The city also hosts the organization's yearly event, America Fest. We spoke with Eva Conn, one of the initiators of the petition to fire Mark Bray.
Mark Bray was advocating for preemptive political violence against conservatives. And as a conservative student on campus, I was worried. I was scared. So we had decided to create a petition asking for Rutgers to cut their relationship with Mark Bray. So for him to suddenly, up and leave to Spain just because of a silly petition that a bunch of kids made seemed a little suspicious to me.
Oh,
but
God. Can you believe that shit? A bunch of silly kids? Holy cow. Oh, this is... Oh, she's reprehensible. She's like a female Clifford. She's a female Seymour. You know who she actually reminds me of? Ponder. She doesn't know she's toxic, or she does, and she's just fucking disingenuous.
Now, everyone thought that we were the ones sending him threats. We started receiving threats ourselves. I got doxxed myself.
Yeah, and I want to congratulate everybody who spoke out.
I would never want anyone to have to flee in fear of their life. So I hope he's safe. I hope his family is okay. I know he has children.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
These are students who have never met me and are trying to play a game of
But I was just
football in the
talking
national
about chasing him to Spain.
Yeah.
Called it again. I don't think she knows how disingenuous she is.
You know what? Sometimes as an older man of a certain age, I often hope that young people understand how they're coming off. But you're probably right, to be honest. I just still hope. Dude, she is a fucking shark. It's amazing.
And I think in this social media environment, what undergrads who are involved in far-right organizations are looking for is they're looking for their 15 minutes of fame so they can parlay that into an influencer career, or increasingly with how this Trump White House is functioning, so many people in so many positions have no qualifications other than the fact that they have a lot of followers on social media.
Conservative and right-wing influencers on social media have become crucial to Trump's success. They use their platforms to promote Make America Great Again, or MAGA values. On the campus of Rutgers University, people continue to debate the case of Mark Bray. Like many other universities in the country, it has become an epicenter of deep cultural and political conflicts between conservatives and liberals. As the debate intensifies, both sides are growing less tolerant of those who think differently.
The United States is genuinely a safer place now that he's not here. I mean, I feel very sorry for him and his family.
Wow.
I feel very sorry for the country that this is the point we're at, but people like Mark Bray just have to go.
Michael Joseph is the former president of Turning Point USA's Rutgers chapter.
How could someone like Mark Bray ever even get hired? It was publicly known that he was...
Dude, this is such a dangerous game that they're playing. And eventually they do talk to Amy Wax, who is my darling. She actually reminds me of my mother-in-law. Not even in sentiment sometimes. You know, my mother-in-law could be a hard and tough customer, but this is amazing. And you know, I saw a comment earlier on like it was from a Fox News host or something, basically saying that politics and culture are made on college campuses. That's because to use a term that I've been described as on these YouTube streets, that's because of empty elders who don't fucking have standards. If culture is made in college without any sort of guidance or, you know, something to shape that influence, then we as elders are failing.
True.
I mean, and you know, I don't think I'm an empty elder. I mean, my son is right across the hallway, and you know what? Even as a sophomore going into his junior year, you know, he does not have free reign in this house. And I told him, you will be 20 next month. I will miss you, but don't act like your presence is necessary. I'll be fine without you. Anyway, they're a little harsh, but you know, there are standards. And these people's kids, I'm sorry, these kids' parents, they need to be talking to these people, these kids, this boy, that girl. The fuck?
It's like a far left militant. He's not an academic, he's an activist.
A far
He's
left
promoted violence. You're
militant.
not allowed to call for criminal acts to be committed on people. That's not a free speech issue. That's just common sense.
Oh boy. What's going on there, Imperius? You there?
Yo, what's up, Imperius?
If you're talking, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me now, Stanley, or no?
We can.
Oh, good afternoon, Monsieur Cross. I thought I would come up here and engage with some intellectual, philosophical discussion.
Well, I'm just a pretentious old bastard, but sure.
Well, no, I'm just, I was listening to
Well,
a gentleman
Dennison's up here too.
Well, I know I was going to engage with some of his bullshit that he was spewing out because
Oh,
I find it.
wait, hold on now. He's an esteemed guest just like you are.
Well, no, I'm attacking
don't be
his
too
ideas.
harsh.
I'm attacking it in my suspicion.
Well, you're gonna attack my ideas too. Don't go into that. Don't go into that fake William F. Buckley versus James Baldwin accent.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is that it's ironic that
Shout out to Buckley.
It's ironic that a gentleman
Dude,
who
I
lives
loved
on the,
William F. Buckley.
he was a good author.
Yeah, indeed.
I find it ironic that a gentleman who lives on the good graces of others has an opinion on how others' resources should be spent. Remember, I'm in the top 1%.
Wait, is he calling me a gentleman?
I'm trying to be a little bit courteous here while I'm on Stanley's channel.
Thank you,
my
sir.
question is
Please
since I'm the one
continue the courtesy, because
since I'm in the
just deal with the idea.
Yeah, since I'm in the top 1% and I pay about 62% of taxes for people, why shouldn't I have the right to tell them what to do? They survive with my good graces.
Can I tackle that? Let's just deal with that, because once you put the stamp on it, it's no longer your money. It's our money. That's why.
Well, but that's not true. I mean, the thing
it is
again,
it is 100% true. Once you mail it in, it's our tax money, not your tax money.
Okay, but that's my point.
It's your money. It's your money until you lick the stamp like we did back in the old days, and put it in that big R2D2 mailbox.
Yes, that's fine. But the difference being is that on the flip side of that, because I paid more, I get more voice on how it's spent.
I don't think that. Now that is
Absolutely.
literally
That's what
that.
Citizens
No,
United
no, no, no.
is.
Hold on one sec. That is a very debatable point and worth debating.
Well, but that's a Citizens United argument. I spend more money, so I get more voice.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so and that's my point. Denizen's sitting here living off my Social Security that I pay for him, keeping him alive. And he's sitting there going, I'm a sovereign citizen. I don't have to listen to law.
Maybe we didn't agree on that. It's not your Social Security. It is not your tax money once you mail it to the government. It's Trump's tax money or the IRS's or the people's.
I'll rephrase it.
You are not the people.
I'll rephrase it. I have influence over the government because I pay more. And so I get to tell the government what to do. It may be the government's money,
let me ask
but I
you a
control the
question.
government.
Let me ask you a question. You personally don't control the government because they're people with infinitely more money than you have.
That's my class of people.
By the way, there's always someone with more money. So
my class of people.
Hold
No,
on.
you're not in that class.
I pay 38%
that
income tax.
impressed.
Of course I am.
There's always Elon Musk. The only person on
Of course there
earth.
is. What I'm
that
saying
can
is that the
the
more
only
you
person on earth that can say no one's got more money than me. There's one man.
Of
There can
course.
only be one. There can
That's
only
not
be
the
one.
point. That's not the
Okay,
point.
well, what
the
is
point
your
is
point?
I acknowledge that Elon has more influence than I do. There's a hierarchy. So yes,
Right.
absolutely.
Now the problem, and this is the magic, and I'm over talking, I know, but look,
No, it's fine.
if you get like the plebiscite or whatever you want to call it, if that's the right word, 300 million Americans can tip the scale against someone with, the world's richest man. It does work like that. Now, is it fair? Is it the way it should be? Maybe, maybe not. I could think of arguments on both sides of that. But I honestly think that one vote, if money is tipping the scales that way, it explains a lot of why. Well, it's such a layered argument, even that you're making, and my counter to that, we could go weeks and argue this every night. I think it's anti-democratic. I think it is pro-American, though. It's the way the founders designed the country.
Nothing scares me more. Well, but Stanley, nothing scared the founders like this scares me more than the masses having a voice.
Correct.
Like that was the entire fear
But sometimes, you're
100%
100% correct, and so many people don't understand that.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Like in the end, look, you have to have the correct people running shit, and the stupids or the masses can't be having their minds and questioning that all the time. The problem is we don't have statesmen anymore. That's like I've said this before. We don't have
statesmen don't speak like about the stupids.
Well, no, they talk about them as
it's obvious you're not a statesman.
No, but that's my point. I'm a monarchist. I don't believe in states. Like to me, like if you're gonna have it two ways, you have to have a monarchy where there's no such thing as a government, there's no such thing as any kind of political power that you can ever achieve, so that it eliminates politics altogether. Or two, you have to have it so that the more capable run everything. There's only two ways you can, because Stanley, I'm sorry, but if you have people like CM running the world, you can't. The world can't exist.
Well, look.
I'm just saying that is the average human.
You and I are aligned, maybe not in the same degree or for the same reasons. I think you have to have I'm more like a left
competency.
Technocrat.
Yeah, competency.
Like a left technocrat, because we must. But I don't, and I know this from personal experience, people aren't capable because they're rich. And I'm going to be honest with you. If I even have anything positive to say about a Bill Gates, is that, last I heard, he's not leaving his fortune to his kids. They need to make their own way. He's
Yeah,
not
he
going to
only
leave
left
them
like
starving,
5%.
but he's not going to make them billionaires.
No, yeah,
And
like,
you know
Stanley, I
what?
don't like the thing
I
is
admire
that
that.
and with families that come from real money and old school money and power like that, like money is the last level of mechanistic power. Like it's really not that, like if you have, like, for example, it's not the Soroses and the Rothschilds and the thing, like those families don't go around saying I'm going to put money into this to impose things. No, it's just their aura of authority. Like there's certain people in the world that have an aura of authority. You don't have to be rich.
Well, let
Like,
me
for
let me
example,
ask this though, because I agree with that point, but a lot of it is worship from below. I mean,
well,
people,
yeah,
I hear this on YouTube all the time that Elon
it's hero
Musk is a
worship.
genius. Yeah,
He's not
well,
a
that's
genius.
exactly what it is.
He's
Yep.
not a genius. He's good at
He is
streamlining the
smart.
geniuses. No, he's a smart man, but he's a good manager. He's good at streamlining the real engineers into creating an idea. That's what his genius is. He's great at coalescing other geniuses into a focused goal. That is what he's really good at. He's able to get the great minds coalescing together to achieve a straight goal. That's what he's good at. And that is a level of intelligence, genius. It is, but not in the way
Oh,
people think. Where
absolutely it is.
he's not running numbers and shit. He's not running calculations on, any things like that. He's looking at the theoretical at the higher level, like goal orientation, and he lets the real, like, autistic, crazy engineers deal with the numbers and the measurements and the intricacies. Like he's not like he's a great engineer. He's smart, but he's not that smart. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's
Right.
those guys, that don't see the light of day, that just sit in their labs all day. Trust me, I deal with them sometimes. Like certain aerospace engineers, they get a certain it's almost a sexual gratification that they get from working on there. It's strange. I mean, it's just when you have that level of intelligence, your brain works a different way, So again, it's Stanley. I'm talking in the end. What it is that we have forgotten that there is a balance of interests in everything. Do you want to help people? Sure, but then we look at the
I
whole
don't
thing.
think we've forgotten it though. I don't think, at this stage in 2026, we probably haven't really known it since before World War II.
Yeah,
I think the last time true genius, like it all
You get the
coalesced
80s. I
into
think
a
the
goal
80s
was
had some
probably
really.
World War II.
No, you had some genius, like in the 80s
Maybe
with
the
the
moon
computer.
shot. Maybe the
Yeah, well,
moon.
the space revolution in the 80s and
Right.
NASA. I mean, look at the
Right.
Hubble, the James Webb Telescope and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
there's there's some incredible geniuses still out there that are. It's just we don't hear about them
Well,
because
no.
again,
What I mean is genius coalescing for a common good.
oh yeah, I mean, you
And
didn't have. I mean,
you could argue that the
yeah,
Hubble and all that, it is for the common
yeah,
good.
probably
But I
from the
mean, World
internet.
War II is undeniable.
I
It's a
would say
common
probably
good.
the internet or the space race. Probably the space race and the internet was probably the last time. You know what I mean? Just because, again, but why was the
Yeah.
space race and the internet? Why do we focus on that? Because we were fighting for survival, for domination of the planet. People think we
But
just did it to do it.
let me say this though. When I say World War II, I mean everyone from Leslie Groves and all these physicists coming up with the atomic bomb
Oh, yeah,
to
Werner von Braun, and you had all those guys for the atomic age and stuff, and the missiles and
he's surrounded, going
and Von,
nuts
yeah,
when he's asked.
and
Bonhoeffer, yeah. There were people at all levels fighting for a common good.
well, yeah, well,
I
and
don't
that was
think
because, but why, Stanley? But why? Because the human race was put on edge
well,
that it wasn't going to
survival.
survive. Exactly,
Right.
and that's people think like the human race and human beings just invent things to do it. No, we only do shit when we're backs pushed against the wall, and we've had it so good for so long, Stanley. That's why you're not seeing that because
I can't argue that point. I think you have some.
I just think we've had it so good for so long, and this is what I mean, where I think we've had it so good for so long that people are expecting everything perfect all the time, and they don't understand when you pull a string of a tapestry.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Like Stanley, for example, like young people. I feel bad for young people. They're never going to buy houses, but why aren't they going to be able to buy houses? Because we've imported 50 million people into a country that restricts housing being built. So you have an oversupply of demand,
but
you know
there
what I'm saying?
it's more nuanced than that. You know, one of the things, like my son getting through school without debt means he gets to buy a house earlier.
Well, yeah, your FHA. He can qualify for an FHA first time
Well,
home
I
buyer,
don't
right?
even know. I mean, he might, who knows? He might make a lot of money and be able to afford it depending on where, but he won't have college debt. I think that's one of the things.
I think I see. I had Stanley. I had 135,000 coming out of law. You know what I mean? I had a
Holy
ton.
fuck. Well,
Stanley.
you're well off.
Yeah, but I had to pay it. My parents weren't paying that shit. They were like, we're not paying. My parents told me, like, my dad told me, he's like, I could pay that off right now if I wanted to. I'm not going to do it. That's what he told me. He's like, I could do it.
We aren't so blessed. So, you know, he'll go to a pretty decent school.
But what's more blessed?
So far, he does not owe a dime.
That's great. That's a smart way to do it. But what I'm saying is, like, he could get Stanley if he was smart. You know what he'd do? He'd do what I did. Get the FHA right out of college, put 3.5% down on a 4-bedroom or 4-unit complex, stay there for a year, take the equity on that and get another one after that and get 4 5-unit buildings, get 20, 30 units by the time he's 25. He's going to have incredible equity.
That's people who like that sort of stuff.
No, Stanley, I'm saying, but hold on. He could do that for 4 or 5 years and then just sell all of those. The equity would raise 20 to 30%. He would have millions of dollars to put in on an engineering firm if he wanted to do that. He could put it on a house. Right. He could put it on investment. Like the land value of the property value that will just raise.
I hope he's more like you than like me. Dude, I'm an Erasmus guy. You know, I have enough for books. I have enough for clothes, good food. And I'm good. I just don't need a lot. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying
when I was young. I was greedy.
Well,
now that I do, Stanley, I don't.
I think my son, oddly enough, I think my son's probably more like you than he is me.
Yeah, I mean, he probably knows, like, the nowadays they do currency trading, they do stock options on their phones, they got all that shit. Like, Stanley, it's a different world. Like, these kids could be making money while they're sitting in class.
That is true.
You know what I mean? Like, it's a different.
These people from engineering schools do startups.
Oh yeah, they all have their own. Dude, Stanley, a lot of these people, what they do is they start their own little, like, they do stuff in their dorms or in their labs. They'll come up with stuff, and then they'll work on that through college, and then they'll start working on it after college as like a side project, and then they'll sell that IP. They'll sell the intellectual property for a ton of money to some big corporation, Stanley.
Yep.
Like, that's what they do. A lot of these engineers. I mean, I remember the kids at SC, the little, like, Korean kids, they would be sitting in the engineering lab just working on their own side projects. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, it was crazy. And that's what your kids probably do. Like I said, he seems the kind of guy that's not out there partying and getting fucked up.
I have a brother who's that kind of technologist too, and he and my son are already talking. I'm like,
Moxie,
you know
Moxie, I agree with you on the ups and downs, but that's what I'm trying to say. Stanley, what Stanley's son can do, because he's a first-time FHA home buyer, he puts 3% down on a 4-bedroom complex unit. All he has to do then is apply for Section 8 housing. He has guaranteed government.
Wait, hold
payment.
it. What? Be a John Galt?
No, hold on. No, hold on. This is the smart way to do it.
I'm joking.
Yeah, he does it for a few years, and he gets 4 or 5 units to where he owns, let's say, 20, 30% equity in each place after 4 or 5 years. He sells all the equity as one big buy to a conglomerate real estate company, and he's going to make double his investment. And he takes all that capital and then he invests it in the stock market. And then he has passive income for the rest of his fucking life through dividends, Stanley. Untaxed dividends. He has income when he doesn't work for the rest of his life, Stanley.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I've had that talk. You need to retire at least by the time you're 50 so you can enjoy life. So, you know, I'm
talking about having retired by 35. He could be retired by 35, Stanley.
Nah, you need to be working till you're 50.
Not if
Young
you're
men need
making
to
money
work.
passively. If you're making $150,000, $200,000 a year on passive income, what the hell do you need to stress yourself out with life, with working for? Spend time with your
Well,
kids.
go
Have a
do
bunch of
something
kids.
you want to do. Be a farmer.
Yeah. Or write a book.
Right. Yeah.
Write a book. Explore the world. Go to the Great Wall of China. Go to the pyramids of Giza. Go to the St.
Oh yeah,
Peter's Basilica.
travel. Yep. Yep.
Go
Let
to
me
the
read this
Mayan and
quick
Inca.
comment here. Dennison is not here from Orthodox. And by the way, Orthodox was up here a few days ago. No, Dennison and I enjoy having him on this panel. And my heart is always with Witchy. I don't know what it is about that woman, but
Well, you're a
she's
sapiosexual. That's what it is. She's one of the
yeah,
few women on all of
I guess
YouTube that's
I
smarter
am.
than we are.
Oh shoot, I don't mind. Shoot, you have to come up to people's level. That's why I enjoy both you and Imperious. Dude, I'm some dumb, motherfucker sitting in Georgia. I enjoy talking to people who are smarter. Hey, you got to go somewhere. You should never stop learning. And I'm thrilled to have smart people up
Stanley,
here.
my grandfather, who was the most intelligent man I've ever met, told me,
Yep.
he said, you realize you're intelligent when you realize you're stupid.
Exactly.
You really do. You realize how intelligent someone can be. You really don't know shit. Doesn't matter who you are. You really don't know it.
Your point about what you do after college. Don't think that didn't go unheeded.
Yeah, but that's just one way, Stanley. There's also just as valuable in life that people just relax, graduate from college and just have a nice, relax, and don't push themselves. Don't go crazy. Stanley, like there is a value in just being a humble, salt of the earth person that works, goes to their job. Those are the people that hold up society. The guys that get up every day, wake up at 5, go to their job every day, do it right, and come home to that is the backbone of society. To me, I don't think someone has to be like me or something, or like some crazy entrepreneur that's doing this, or someone like me who's a neurotic fucking competitive person. No, the people that really hold up society.
Well,
are the
there's
guys
nothing wrong with being. Look, here's the deal. I've been through, especially in my 20s, probably, honestly, I wasn't quite like, to your degree, but dude, probably, I got married late in life. My life changed when I got married, and definitely when my son was
when you have a
born.
kid.
Yeah, I went from I am my job to, hey, what time do I have to be there and what time can I leave?
Yeah, I mean, one of my best friends was a guy. He traveled all over, and once he had his 2 kids, like he never leaves the house. He doesn't do anything anymore. You know what I mean? All he does is he does nothing. Literally, he works from home now. He made his business, like he put half of his, most of the business to his brother. You know what I mean? And he just kind of does like the tertiary stuff enough to stay at home and just make enough money for his family. But he wants to be there for his kids. He wants to raise his kids. He wants to be there for them. He wants to. And to me, like that, why? Like to me, I value. There's a book, and I need to find it for you, Stanley. I forgot what it is, but he's an economics doctorate, and he has a psychology doctorate. And the guy wrote, and he wrote that there's this graph about diminishing returns past like 72.5. He says for every dollar that people make past 72,500, they're working 3 times the amount they need to from before that for the dollar more.
Oh, wow.
So
wow.
Yeah, and it exponentially increases beyond that. And so he talked about, like, in this book, about how, like, really the smart person maximizes their life at like 72.5 and just makes it around that, because he takes into account life expectancy, stress, divorce numbers, heart disease, all like strokes, all that kind of stuff, medical costs.
You definitely need to find that book.
Yeah, he takes all this into account, and he talks about how people that that make millions and all that kind of stuff are very rarely have most often have a less happy and a less report of fulfilling life than people make 70s. Like that's the big secret, is that yes, money is, and trust, I love money. I love my money. But I also realize that like my mom, for example, is like, my mom is like the cheapest person. She could be spending millions. She never buys it. And she's the happiest person, just puttering around, making cakes, like seeing friends, seeing grandkids, seeing, you know what I mean? Not making money, not doing all that
She
kind of stuff.
sounds like Bill Gates's mother. Is she on is she
My mom kind of a
like
hippie.
on is she on charitable boards too?
Yeah. Well, she's very involved in the church, like like her parish and stuff, and she's on like the, all that kind of stuff. So again, it's like there's fulfilling things out, like, and the thing is, if you talk to the richest people in the world, they do, like Buffett realized this, Charlie Munger realized this. A lot of these rich people, like, that's why they don't give their money to their kids, because they realize that having that amount of money actually is kind of boring. It's like when you buy a PlayStation and you bought Game Shark. Like, you have like all the codes and it's a boring game and you're unfulfilled. Like
it reminds me, I don't, have you ever seen a Peter O'Toole movie called The Ruling
Peter
Class?
Yes. Yeah, Peter O'Toole. Yeah.
We don't want people turning out like that.
No, you don't want a bunch of fucking Neros. You know what I'm saying? And that's the point. You're having a country of, and see, the thing is like, even though, like, I'm not talking my family's the richest family, we're probably pretty high, but what I'm saying is my family came from the Great Depression era and the Dust Bowl and all. So my family raised me as if I didn't have money, and that the goal was so much to achieve, even though you have it, you're never getting this shit. So they almost taunted me with the money that I was raised around. Like, you're never going to have this.
Oh, wow.
You get what I'm saying? Like, you're never going to have this. So you better work and work and work. You get what I'm saying? And so it's even more.
So is that where the whole boomer?
Yeah, that's where my psychotic like competitiveness comes from. It's because my grandfather.
Well, wait, do
like,
you hate boomers though? Because they might have been silent.
No, I don't know, because they come from a different time, Stanley. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, the boomers aren't evil. They just come from a time where you could work at $16 an hour in the grocery store and buy a house and live a good life. So they don't understand why we can't, but they don't understand how in the last 50 years we've imported so many people. We've inflated the world so much on the backs of their desire to create a better world for themselves. The boomers what they did. The boomers are the perfect example of the road to hell is laid with best intentions. They wanted to create a better world for everybody, but didn't understand that you can't make good the enemy of perfect. Like, they want perfect, and because the world's not perfect, they destroy good. And that is the issue that we have. No one can accept that we have an 80% successful system. It's got to be 85, and we're going to push that 85, even though it takes away 10% efficiency on other processes in our society. But we got to push this one to 85.
Well, let me ask you a question, though. So how are millennials expecting perfection from the boomers any different? Because that's what it sounds like.
It's that, okay, it's two things. Boomers, millennials and our generation, unfortunately, had the imposition of technology. So the technology and the access of the technology and the ease that the technology has created life for them makes them think that the world is easy. That because technology has streamlined something, everything is easy. You get what I'm saying? Like, no, just because technology has streamlined some things, there are still things that are hard that need to be done. And they don't get that. Like, for example, they don't get that you have to cut back on certain things if you want society to stay solvent. For example, they don't want to have to worry about raising the age of Social Security. Well, how are you going to be importing millions and millions of people that don't pay into the taxes that are all going to be expected to receive that SSI at 65? How are you going to have a solvent society? It's the same thing with housing. How do you expect everyone wants housing? Like, and this is what I mean about the millennials. They expect housing. I can't buy a house. I can't buy. Well, but you also talked about wanting free healthcare for everybody. You also talked about wanting free Section 8 for a lot of people. You also talked about expanding SNAP. Nobody understands finite resources anymore, Stanley. That's
Well,
the
let
big
me
issue.
ask you a question. And I'm looking up something because you just reminded me of something that I started reading. And so when you talk about finite resources, how about not spend so much money on
Absolutely. Yeah,
defense?
the military, on
I mean,
domestic
yeah, okay,
programs. Yeah,
yeah.
Stanley, I'm fine with cutting a ton of shit. Dude, Stanley, I
Mhm.
want the Pentagon audited, and I want anyone who can't account for the money tribunal under a military tribunal and put to death. You want that? That's
Well,
what I
come
want,
on now.
Stanley. No, I'm not
You know
joking,
who
Stanley.
Richard
No,
Hanania
Stanley.
is?
I'm sorry. No, Stanley. When you have a department of the government that has never passed an audit, there's a problem, Stanley. There's a fucking problem there, and it's a problem. And that Stanley, that's treason. How do we know none of that money's gone to foreign governments? Like the
Oh,
money in.
I'm gonna bet there's an Ollie North. There was more than one Ollie North.
Oh yeah. Just like the fraud that goes on with Minnesota. Money sent outside the country for that. You don't think that there's been $7 to $10 trillion in the last decade that the Pentagon has lost, that hundreds of billions haven't gone to foreign governments, foreign interests, foreign players and actors, and put in the politicians' pockets?
Mhm.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, if we want to focus on shit, let's focus on the big things first. Like, I don't care. Like, Stanley, the race thing, Stanley, if we fixed the fraud and the waste in this country, you won't have a racial problem because everyone could be paid to shut the fuck up. I have no problem with the amount of money being spent by the government. I have no problem with the government spending to
Wow.
pacify. I have no problem with the government spending what it spends to pacify the people, to lower crime and keep the stupid people out of my way. I'm totally fine with paying the same budget. I
Well,
want
hold
that.
on now. It's not all about your way.
No, but Stanley, I am fine with dumping money into drug addicts, criminals, to keep them satiated by not
Oh
doing that.
wow. Oh
No,
wow.
Stanley, I am fine with paying these people off rather than giving the money to the
So
politicians
are you
to
fine with
perpetuate the problem.
UBI? You
Yes,
fine with UBI?
100%, yes,
Interesting.
100%
Very
fine with it.
interesting.
I have completely flipped my position on this because I understand human nature.
Interesting.
I believe it's cheaper to pay the stupid people to just be satiated and sit at home and watch
Holy
TV
shit.
than it is to pay the politicians to perpetuate the problems and put money in their pockets. 100%.
Wow.
I am
You know what?
100%.
I don't what you got something, Dennison? I thought Dennison was gonna say something. I have to think through that statement. I don't have an immediate pushback. I'm sure there is one there, but come on now.
No, Stanley.
How
California.
well,
Let
how
me give you an example.
Catholic is that though?
That's ultimately Catholic. That's called helping the
Really?
poor. Yeah, Stanley.
Well,
Here's
no.
an
You're not helping, dude. Giving
Stanley.
helping
Absolutely,
helping the poor to an early death?
No, Stanley, hold on. How you implement the money is different. I would have the money be distributed through the churches, and I would have them done through, and I would have them done through community.
You want that
Hold on.
methadone where you're gonna have to come to mass?
You got to come to mass to have methadone. You want to see Jesus? You're gonna see Jesus. All right. You know what I mean? You want to take shrooms? You're going to see Jesus. I would rather have these things being implemented by people who have the compassion and deal with these people on the regular basis than these fucking government people who are a million miles away from the people they claim to be helping and do things that actually perpetuate the problem. Stanley, California has spent $200 billion over the last 10 years on a train that one lay of track hasn't been built. That $200 billion could have literally educated every single child in America.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, do you know who Richard Hanania is?
No, I haven't heard the name.
Oh, he was actually very like minorly influential in the Trump administration and the 2025 project. And he's since kind of soured on Trump, but and I follow his Substack. I don't I agree with about 50% of what he writes. However, he is fascinating. He's a lawyer, by the way. I think he's a Columbia trained lawyer. And right now he and Amy Wax have actually done some interviews. Anyway, he's talking about fertility crisis. We're thinking about it wrong. And he takes a weird take on it, but you reminded me of this, and I wasn't even going to even talk about it. But your point about jobs being taken by immigrants, we are making a mistake in not doing immigration reform. I don't have a problem with what Trump did with the border. That sort of, people here illegally have to, that can't
Stanley, I'm
happen.
glad about the H-1B
Well,
reform.
hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. Well, H-1B to me is a slightly different topic than the border or different problem. But
Stanley, the biggest issue to this is to me, as I say this, if anyone cares about the black community, the single greatest issue that affects the black community is illegal immigration.
And
There
I
is
don't
not.
think so. I
It is.
think I
It is.
have such a weird take on that though. Why the
Why?
fuck are we still why the fuck is the black community in quotes, because I don't think there is a
I'm talking the
monolithic
black
black
interest.
community.
I'm talking the black
Understand,
interest.
and I disagree with that too. Why are we
Okay.
still competing with fruit pickers?
Well, it's not, Stanley. It's because the system has kept black people imposed in a certain economic status, and
Correct.
now
Correct.
the system is saying, okay, we're going to get rid of the blacks for a more compliant society. That's what, Stanley. Do you not see
But
what's happening?
I think in the end, I think there's some white people who have decided, nope, we like the blacks better.
I
Um,
do.
well, no, but let me
I've already
finish
said
my
this,
point.
Stanley.
Let
I've
me
said this.
finish my
Okay,
point.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm not a black separatist, even to the extent that somehow or another, Clarence Thomas is a bit of a black separatist himself. I think, look, we have been here for quite some time. It bothers me. Black people have some volition. Okay, if white people wanted to do the replacement and all that sort of stuff, fuck them. We have Frederick Douglass. We even have Booker T. Washington. We shall not be replaced. It's like
Well, it may strive the black community if they're put under pressure to achieve more because it's their survival. You know what I mean? It may strive.
There
But
should not. No. Let me tell you what's gonna happen, and it's kind of happened to me in my life. Black people know America better than white people do, and my experience, this people this thing about black jobs, I found it thoroughly offensive.
yeah, that's pretty racist. Yeah, that's pretty racist. There's no black
No,
job. I mean, I have attorneys that are black that I work with.
and Biden had his version of it. If you don't vote for me, dude, both sides are racist
But that's
as
what I'm
fuck.
saying. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes. Stanley, as I've said, look, it comes down to this general principle, is what I'm saying. All money that the government has should be going toward Americans, American citizens first. If they're legal and they've come here legally and they become a citizen, great, you're part of that. But for me, every penny should be allocated to making an American citizen, every single American citizen, better before $1 is given to anybody outside of America. That is my principle. And that is the principle of the city-state. Back from Athens. Okay, I'm going back to Athens and Sparta. in that the idea of the city state is this: the state works for the people that it governs. And unfortunately, Stanley, our government no longer works for us, and that is the biggest problem.
Well, but we will debate this forever, but I was just arguing that American citizens, American voters specifically, have abdicated their responsibility.
Yes, exactly.
We're
Yeah,
elected.
70%
We
of
are
people don't
electing,
vote.
even when these people, say they're representing our interests. No, they're not.
Stanley, nobody. It's a ridiculous thought to think that like people are going to do what's best for other people if it's not interesting them. You get what I'm saying? It's just a fascinating, like this is the thing.
Well, it might be human nature too, though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's human nature. And it's the entire social contract about democracy is that the public and the demos has a responsibility to hold the representatives accountable. What did Jefferson say? Every 30 years, the tree of liberty should be drenched with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
It's as natural. It's its natural manure.
It's its natural manure.
Like that.
The natural. He called it the manure of liberty. So again, that is the way. And unfortunately, Stanley, yeah, sorry.
It's why Jefferson is my favorite founder, in spite of my problems.
Oh yeah, Jefferson's my favorite founder out of all.
Same.
He's my dude. I took 3 days at Monticello and at University of Virginia studying him.
Out of all the founders, though, he had the most faith in the masses.
He had the faith in the masses, but who did he consider the masses? You know what I mean? Like, remember,
gentry. Basically, he wanted a nation of like landowners.
He said that while most people might be not the smartest stewards of their government, that over time they can be counted on to do the right thing from learning from their mistakes.
Yeah,
and that you couldn't.
Interesting.
Well,
you could trust them, even though they're given their failures and shortcomings, more than you could trust a small elite group of people.
Self-improvement, though. It means
that also kind of intertwines with that. What Adams said about the country. What did he say? What did Adams say when he came out of the Constitutional Convention and they asked him, "What do we have?" He said, "We have a republic."
That was Franklin.
If we can keep it, Franklin said that. Yeah,
Franklin. Sorry, he said He said it's a republic if you can keep it. And but here's what Adams said also. He said, "This republic is for a moral and religious people and none other." So yes, you would trust the population if it's a faithful population onto the cultural and moral foundations into which it was founded. We no longer have that. You know what I'm saying? We no longer are a Christian nation where these people were like, yeah, we're going to pay attention to the government because we feel that stealing.
Stop it. That part about the religious. I'm in the middle of reading a history of liberalism. I appreciate the religious comment, but you got to take that with a bit of a grain of salt.
Stanley,
religion as in religious.
Yes, but as a Christian religion, not Muslim, not Buddhist, not whatever you want to define Christianity, whether it's Protestant.
Well, people have called liberalism a religion.
Yeah, but back then, Stanley, every single one of the 13 original colonies had laws that required their citizens to attend mass.
Well, let me help you out. The separation of church and state literally happened in Virginia.
That's only on a federal level.
In Madison, and I think Jefferson was involved. That separation was something they dealt with in Virginia specifically.
No, yeah, but to be fair, it was protection of the church from the state, not the other way around.
No, Stanley, it was a tax thing.
Well, no, it's not. No, Stanley, it's beyond that. It's that the religious idealism of the people kept a certain social cohesion that kept the ruling class in check. What Jefferson stated was that the people that were closest to the land, the salt of the earth, the religious people that were close to their church, their communities, the regular people had a more honest and faithful and true heart, that they would rectify the problems that the elites would cause if it coalesced only around a few. That was what Jefferson argued. And remember, Jefferson, although he was confused and fought with his face, he was a faithful man. He believed there was something, a divine entity. He was confused, and it like
he was a deist.
He was a deist.
That's what I said.
You've heard of the Jefferson Bible. He didn't even.
That's what I'm saying. He believed that there was a greater.
Stop calling him a Christian.
I didn't, Stanley.
He was not a Christian.
No, well, he was a Christian in that he believed in the Christian fundamental morality of truth.
But so did Sartre. Everybody believes in that.
Stanley, and so did Newton. But nobody argues that Newton wasn't a Christian. It's that he was so intelligent.
Let me tell you, you've heard of the Jefferson Bible, right? Where he cut out, and I don't think they discovered it.
But that isn't because
he didn't believe in the divinity of Christ.
He didn't believe in the Trinity.
Jefferson did not believe in the divinity of Christ.
He didn't believe in the
Trinity. If you don't believe, no. He literally cut everything Jesus said out of his own Bible. He did not believe in the divinity of Christ. You can't call him a Christian.
No, hold on. You can, because what he said, he believed. Dude, Jefferson created his own version called The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, and in his letter he wrote that he said this: I am a Christian in the only sense that Jesus wished to be one without a Trinity. So what he talked about is he didn't believe in the three persons. Okay, this is what I'm saying. He was so intelligent that he wrestled with the doctrines of faith. That his intelligence, like Newton's, felt that his mind could understand it differently because he was even more intelligent than the church fathers, and he believed that he needed to write it in a way that his fundamental understanding of logic could understand. To say that he didn't believe, like, this is what I'm saying. It's like dealing with Newton's idea of Christianity. He believed that Christ was divine, but he didn't understand and couldn't fundamentally comprehend a Trinitarian
I'm going to go
belief.
back. You need to read about the Jefferson Bible. He cut every word Jesus said. He cut all the miracles out. If you're cutting out the divine miracles, you're not believing in divinity.
True, Stanley. His divinity, he believed nature was divine, and I believe that too. So is the Catholic Church.
Like a very good deist. Nature is not Jesus.
But Stanley, deist still means there's a God.
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
okay.
No. We're not debating that. I'm saying he didn't believe Christ was divine.
No, he
didn't believe in God.
He did. He said that he believed Jesus was the first of human sages and freed from the corruptions of later times. So he
All right.
did.
Well,
believe.
I'm not going to go deep into to this debate.
I have the Jefferson Bible at my house.
I have not done the requisite homework. I've debated.
Now, was he
a
doctrine following Christian? No, but to believe that he didn't think Jesus was some kind of miracle.
Why don't you just say he was Catholic?
He's not Catholic. He wasn't Catholic.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
I know. He was probably the worst anti-Catholic because he was an anti-papist, like most of the founding fathers. Remember, Stanley?
Right.
Most of the founding fathers hated us.
I remember.
I mean, people forget that. Did you know that, Stanley, black people in America had a universal ability to buy guns before universally Catholics could?
It's an inherently Protestant country, and even the voting base was anti-Catholic until Kennedy.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, people forget that the KKK, they hated the Catholics more than the blacks.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Stanley, do you know that the KKK hated the Catholics more than the blacks? They called them dirty papists.
I don't really
yeah,
care.
no, Stanley.
Well, wait, hold on. How do hate is hate relative hate to compared to
Okay,
other
what I'm
types of
saying is
hate.
they consider the
I'm just not
Catholics a
going there.
bigger threat to them than the blacks. They
Hey, they
consider
like
blacks
Marcus
subhumans.
Garvey. They like
Yeah,
Marcus Garvey. So
yeah, yeah.
I'm not denying what you say. I'm
Yeah.
just saying hate is
So all
hate.
I'm saying is this:
And
is that
my darling Moxie Wits.
oh god, yeah, I'm a horrible representation of the Catholic Church, Moxie. I'm a horrible representation.
Well, Moxie, so am I. I remember
I mean, we
telling
all
my
are. I mean, I'm
one
not a
of these
priest.
days. One of
I
these
don't
days
take a
we
vow
ought
of
to talk about
celibacy,
that.
of chastity, of poverty, of silence. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't take those
Well,
vows. I
I
haven't
had a
taken holy orders.
parish priest when I was in high school who was a widower, and I literally considered it. Like, he had kids, my son wasn't an adult, but there's a way you can become like at least a parish level priest, in that circumstance. So I actually considered it, but I'm just not that good a Catholic.
I'm not a
Oh,
great. I
and
mean, nobody's a good. I mean, dude, the saints are good Catholics. Like I'm like any human, dude. We're a work in progress. We're all one people in progress. But again,
right.
like Moxie's talking about Imperius says horrible, mean things.
Oh,
Well, but
Moxie's
Moxie, how
Moxie's
he's making a joke.
making a
I know.
joke.
She's
She's
always
just
needling
making a
me. I
joke.
know. I know. But again, in the end, what I talk about is that what people say in words and this, I don't care how mean people are, but I care about what people do. For example, if you say mean things, but you're giving hundreds of hours
Interesting.
to the poor and bringing and building houses for the poor, donating money to, building places for, the elderly, the abused, the widow, the this and that.
Mhm.
I could care less what mean things you say. I could care less that you curse. It's a balance of interests. That's why we have
Dude,
venial and
I
mortal
had
sin.
priests who curse like sailors.
Dude, my priest, he
In
was an
high
Irish
school?
priest. In high school, my priests were Irish, Stanley. They were
Yep.
Irish, Stanley. We called my priest bottoms up because during mass he used to down the cup. We used to
Dude.
call him bottoms
Dude.
up.
That is funny.
Father bottoms up. Because you'd have the mass in front of the whole school in the gym, and he'd down the whole damn thing.
Oh yeah.
So, I gotta be back. I gotta grab Taco Tuesday here. But
okay.
I'll be back. Give me like 40 minutes, Stanley. I'll be here. I gotta grab some tacos for Taco Tuesday, but I'll be back.
Let's see, where am I? Oh, got a little bit of time.
Yeah, if you have a little time, I'll be back for sure. But anyways, but again, Stanley, I do want you to know though that looking back at last night, you really did castrate CM. I really think he's talking about me being. I think he's a eunuch now.
I don't think I
he's a
did a
eunuch.
good enough job.
No, he's a eunuch. No. I don't think he can show himself on the internet again after what you did to him, Stanley. I mean, I think Stanley. I mean, you might as well.
Ryan Bardwell.
Yeah. Well, Ryan Bardwell, he's doing things just for his amusement, like Moxie. He's only here for chaos because the chaos amuses him.
Shit, dude, you are so right about that.
But
that motherfucker is a
CM is actually an idiot that believes what he's saying and thinks he's this is what he's saying. And that's the funny part. Stanley, you got CM to break his own illusions that he's convinced himself of. That's the sick part.
Well, no,
Stanley.
I have to say you're wrong. I was in Nidus's chat earlier, like this morning, like early this morning. And
he was in there, yeah. But
then in that chat.
But Stan, but what did Nidus do?
Did you hear that part?
But Nidus kicked him out and said,
"Oh, did he really? I didn't see."
Yeah, he kicked him out and said he calls it. I forgot. He calls CM some name. I forgot. There's a real crass name that he calls CM though, and he's like, CM, get out of here, you little blah blah blah. And then CM ran like Stanley. CM's already said he's like, I need a break for like 3 days. He's not streaming because dude, Stanley, you buck broke him. Stanley, you put him on Tariq Nasheed's buck breaking machine, and you made him relive what Tariq
I am
Nasheed
not
talks
Tariq
about.
Nasheed. I'm coming at it from
Stanley,
I find him despicable.
Stanley, you honestly gave Tariq Nasheed a new movie called Colors 2. He's going to make Colors 2 about CM, about what you just happened to him, about a black man's soul.
CM just needs to do like
Stanley, you were the Shang Tsung of CM. You took his soul, Stanley.
Not what I wanted to do.
Stanley, it doesn't matter. Stanley, you did God's work. It doesn't matter what you wanted. Stanley, the Holy Spirit was you were under the control of a divine influence at that time. You don't even know what you were doing. You were probably Stanley.
Let us pray.
It's a
'Cause,
divine.
dude,
I pray that CM regains his manhood after that cucking that you gave him yesterday.
no, there is not a guy. No, he's lost. He's lost.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever be a man again. I don't think
No,
he can.
he
I mean,
was
how does he
never a
live it?
man there's no change. He just
But now,
dude,
but Stanley,
wait, hold it. He literally sent me like a Cash App request because I used a snippet of his show in a short that I released. Like,
isn't that
dude,
sick? Stanley, that's what I'm talking about. Stanley, the sickness.
This motherfucker
Sickness
thinks
of
he
hate
is
of
the
Stanley.
shit.
The sickness of going after you and hating you so much, but at the same time needing your attention so much that he wants to beg for your money to keep him interacting with you. It's a sickness, Stanley.
He just it's an eminence front, to use an old.
It's eminence front, Stanley. Eminence
Yeah.
front is what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's
love it.
It's
Anyway.
a put on. It's
I
a
love
put
it.
on.
It's a
It's an
put
eminence
on.
front, dude. You might as well put on
Eminence
that.
front.
Yeah, exactly. By Zeppelin, you might as well put that on. Anyways, I'll be back. I got
No,
to
that's
talk.
the Who. That's the Who.
Or is that the Who? Yeah, you're right. The Who. Sorry, eminent. Yes. Sorry, my bad. Yes, you should put on
I'm
eminence
old.
front.
I remember this.
Come on, join the party, dress to kill.
That's
Yep.
funny.
Exactly. All right, I'll be back, guys.
All right. Wait, hold it.
That's my show intro, by the way. Eminence front.
Is it really?
Yeah, because it's how I see most of these fucking clowns on YouTube.
Interesting. Yeah, I like. You know what? I've never been a huge Who fan. I had a buddy of mine in high school that I went to college with, and he was just all into the Who. But you know what? What's the one? You better, dude. That shit's some good stuff.
I love the
Pete
way Eminence
Townsend,
front
Pete
builds,
Townsend.
though.
Oh yeah. Now you can't take it away from the Who. They just, I don't know. They were a three. I grew up with the Beatles, at least in high school. But let's face it, the fucking, you have to appreciate these bands on their own terms and stop making comparisons. So, I'm not going to go too knee deep in it. Ryan Bardwell says, I can pay to make it more what? You want to make it more what, Ryan? The link is posted. You can come on up, and I don't expect your money. You can come up here for free. Ryan, come on up, man. You can pay for free.
You might have to pay one way or the other, though.
No. I don't need his money. But I want to talk.
But you might take his soul.
I want
Charles
to hear
Soon wins.
the modern. This motherfucker.
Fatality.
He turned Seymour Stacks's channel into his plantation. And Seymour Stacks, dude, it was hilarious. And I'm not going back over there because I might be captured. Dude, it was honestly, in all seriousness, I don't think I've ever seen a black man emasculated like that. It was like a Ken Norton Mandingo thing.
Damn.
Dude, it was disgusting. Look, I won't go back to his channel. That's how disgusting I found it. I unsubscribed. I will never. I don't care how amusing, how big it gets. I can't do that. I saw something that Ryan did to CM. I can't unsee it. So, and I don't mean to, make this so serious. Let's see, where were we? Oh fuck! Everything I have is serious now. So the title of this is Yuval Noah Harari on the mistake strong men keep making. I do want to see a little bit of this. Ryan hit the link, dude. It was no, motherfucker. It was you at your most racist, Ryan. I don't think I've ever seen a massa be better in 2026, and I don't think I've ever seen a better slave who needs your money, massa. Fuck your bullshit about it was a parody. Not even hardly. It was disgusting. That's why I'm not going over there, Ryan. You can pretend it was something else. What I saw was what I saw. What I heard is what I heard. And my interpretation is my interpretation. Do not try and act like you're not a monster, Ryan.
Yuval Noah Harari really has one major topic. That topic is cooperation. Cooperation and the ability to cooperate across scale, across time, as being the fundamental engine of human progress. Cooperation as the way we go from being this creature that absolutely cannot beat a bear or a lion in a fight to being able to create and command the societies we have now. I think right now there's something interestingly challenging about Harari's work because we live in this moment of Trumpism, of right-wing populism.
And by the
one
way,
of the messages of those
let me make
movements-
one quick point. I actually read *Sapiens*. It was a long book, but I enjoyed it. I think Yuval, he's some sort of historian, but it might be like anthropological history or something like that. He's an interesting person to listen to. So that's why I'm doing it. And I'm not a huge Ezra Klein fan, but we should listen to a little bit of it. We are at almost 4 hours. I guess I have to do the commercial. And yes, I've had a couple Coors Lights. Everyone, please make sure you have hit this like button. If you're new to the channel, who knows if you'll like it? Sometimes it tends to be uneven these days. And I get a lot of criticism from my voice of reason, who is like, yeah, but I'm dealing with the darker arts when I deal with the Cliffords, the CMs. Yeah, that's the dark arts. And hopefully it doesn't rub off. Hopefully I'll be able to extricate myself. So support the show by supporting the host. I even have PayPal. So send me some pesos, lira, Deutschmarks. And by the way, I guess the PayPal works. I've gotten some support from there. And let's see, anything else? You can also support the show with show ideas. The email, and I'll drop all this information into the chat. Show ideas are contributions to the show, and we must recognize our executive producers: Lupin, CKJ3, The Speak Radio. Yeah, Speak Radio. Just like, dude, I have no artistic ability at all, and you're just making like fire fucking dude has blessed me, to be honest. Let's see here. I think I'm not into anime. The reason I like this is it stands out against the brown background. It stands out even in a dark background and stuff. So salute to you, Speak Radio. Any comment before I start this? Because I'm going to let this play for a little bit, Denizen.
No, I'm eager to see it. Did we finish the other video? The documentary?
No, we can go back and complete it. I don't have a problem with that. We are not quite halfway through, but I'm good with watching this. If you are, sure.
Yeah,
Well,
let's do.
All right.
Their version of freedom of speech is for them and no one else. What I'm advocating is it's for everyone except those organizations that aim to dehumanize members of our community and promote white supremacist and fascist ideas, which ultimately we can see leads to attacks on freedom of speech for everyone.
Rebecca Given is the president of the Higher Education Union at Rutgers University. She thinks professors should be free to say things even if they are controversial.
Mark Bray is an accomplished historian and an accomplished teacher, and his area of research is legitimate. We can't have people who are experts, who are scholars, teaching about their areas of expertise. We really have no academic freedom.
Now Mark Bray's office and home in New Jersey are empty, but the debate set off by his departure seems here to stay. Where do the limits of freedom of expression begin and end in Trump's America?
We advocate free debate and civil discussion. That's the difference. I mean, he's the only, even if he did suffer any of that, which I hope he didn't, which I don't also believe he didn't, then he's merely a victim of the strategies and tactics that he promotes. He claims academic freedom as a cover for his beliefs. That's because he's too much of a coward to just admit who he really is.
I think that academic freedom is under attack, suggesting that students do or don't have academic freedom based on claims of feeling threatened or triggered or unsafe is a manipulation. The target is any professor they think they can bring down. They can sort of do an ideological cleansing of universities. I think every time one of these attacks succeeds in some ways, they smell blood.
Intellectuals are often among the first targets of autocrats. As Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan consolidated his one-man rule in Turkey, he started a witch hunt against academics, marking the end of university autonomy. Around 400 academics were dismissed for signing a peace petition, many of whom have since scattered to universities around the world. Now, some professors in the US are also wrestling with the decision to leave their home country. I've come to Canada to meet one such professor, but getting there was not easy for me. My political case followed me even to the Canadian border. Because of a ruling over a true story I had written, I was questioned for 3 hours. The authorities wanted to know what I'd been accused of, why I'd been imprisoned, and how I ended up in exile. I told them I was convicted of espionage for exposing a document that the Turkish government regarded as a state secret. In the end, the Canadian authorities agreed I don't meet their definition of a terrorist. Philosopher Jason Stanley is another scholar who has written extensively about fascism. After seeing Trump target universities, he accepted a job offer at the University of Toronto and left his home in the United States.
I'm sorry about what happened at the Canadian border.
Unfortunately, this is the kind of treatment. So we don't have our own passports, and we don't have the German passport, and something in between. And then when they Google you, of course, they see it. Yeah, you're under terrorism charges.
Jason Stanley is the descendant of Holocaust survivors. His field of expertise is deeply personal to him.
I didn't want my kids to grow up in a country where there were like militia officers, hunting immigrants and dissidents, and their families had to hide in houses, which is exactly what's happening in the United States right now, and Americans becoming ethically and morally complicit in this horror. And then a government sympathetic to these right-wing media attacks, which have been going on, by the way, for a decade and longer. The Turning Points USA started out with a professor watch list. That's where the real right-wing authoritarianism kinds of starts on campus. Your students in class are turning you in. So then the next day you appear on these websites as a left-wing, dangerous professor. That's what happened to Mark Bray and his family. It's very frightening. Universities are the proverbial canary in the coal mine. That's why I wrote my book, Erasing History, because I knew they were going to target universities first. But it was, one of the first things Trump did. Authoritarians target universities because universities are the place, other than the press, where you have free speech and dissidence.
With many political. Hey, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
I think the U.S.
I'm getting a phone call that I have to take. And if you're still on when I resolve that, I'll hit you up. If not, I'll see you next time.
Okay, cool. I thoroughly enjoyed having you here. So thank you.
Same. Excellent conversation. Excellent content. Really, probably like top 3 panels right now that I've been on routinely, and I love the back and forth with you and Imperius. That was amazing content.
Really?
Yeah. You guys really got into the nitty gritty, and you didn't fumble. I even agreed mostly with what Imperius was saying. It was I only would have disagreed about him saying that the rich families and the elites don't use money. I get that money is just a means to an end to them, and they don't care about money. But they definitely use their money in a commodified world, in a capitalistic world, to throw their power around. And the other thing I would add to that, which
influence though.
See, that was going to be exactly what I said. That I don't think is a disagreement to anything Imperius said. It's just an addition to it, which is, at a certain level, money becomes its own power, right? And it has its own momentum, its own inertia.
And I think money only means a hell of a lot to people who don't have it. Once you have it, it's just assumed. And
Right.
I kind of understand that. Dude, we assume your family, well, you might not be personally rich, but your family does. That's how that tends to work.
Yeah, and I think at the upper echelons where people, even Imperius at his level of wealth, can't see, money becomes its own entity,
Let me say this. He's not that wealthy. He is probably wealthy in a way, but no, he's not a Vanderbilt. He's not that.
Right.
He's not that level. He's not 1%. And I was
Other than that, I thought he was.
Too.
Yeah, he's not a 1%er either. And even other than that, he talked for almost an hour, and every point was spot on, in my opinion. So, shout out to Imperius.
I didn't disagree with a lot either.
Yeah, it was excellent conversation. You notice I didn't chime in much, and that's why.
I kind of noticed.
You guys were you were fucking cooking, so I didn't need to say anything. I just sat back and watched the chef cook. So.
Well, coming from you, that is high praise, because you were discerning.
Yeah, absolutely, and very opinionated. And I hope you're still on. If not, I'll see you tomorrow or later.
I'll be here tomorrow. Tend to be around 4:00 in the afternoon. But dude, go tend your business. I got a couple hours. So
all right, and shout out to the chat. Peace out.
Take it easy. So, let's see, where am I going? Well, since Dennison is busy, we can save that. Let's do this. And see more. The link is posted, bitch. Bring your dumb ass up. for the requisite abuse. You're not gonna, and bring your little massa up here too. I expect some money in this book. Oh, Seymour, I hope you do come up so we can talk about your money request. So you notice it was denied, motherfucker. Who the fuck are you demanding money from me, bitch? After I fucking paid your rent.
Is that this emphasis on cooperation, on positive sum relationships, is a lie. That humanity, that society is driven not so much by these like soft questions of cooperation as by power, hierarchy, dominance, about winning the transaction with the other, about coming out ahead in the conflict, in the trade. That all of these like niceties of liberalism, they were a lie. And that really humanity runs on power. And that to forget that is to forget the engine of our progress. So I've been wanting to talk to Harari about this. I think there's an interesting debate to put him in conversation with. He has a new book for kids called Unstoppable Us, Volume 3. It is also about cooperation and how enemies turn into friends. But this conversation is bigger than that. It's about liberalism. It's about Israel. Harari is Israeli. It's about AI and what it's going to do to us and what it's going to do to language.
I don't like having my goddamn show derailed by hoodlums. Bitch, the link is posted. If you need an engraved invitation, I can drop that link. But let me show you. This is, and you know what? I can always, because I made a couple shorts. Little whiny Clifford, Curious Clifford, is pissed off because I clipped his and Pick Me Ponder's little conversation and made fun of them. And I enjoy, dude, I take people's dumb words, especially if you're dumb like Ponder. Ponder's particularly unintelligent. She she can read a book, but she's not my class. I stomp Pick Me Ponders. And apparently little Clifford wants to defend her honor. Dude, you are an embarrassment to black manhood. And I fucking said that, but you're not taking me seriously. So hit the link, Clifford. Bring yourself up to Stanley's show and try not to be the world. I will stop you if you come up to this panel, son, and I will not come back to your show. I told you I wouldn't, and I will not, did not last night. Dude, I don't fucking set foot on plantations because I don't. This is 2026. So let's see here. Here. This is what I'm looking for. Oh, yeah. One is called Send Money to My Boyfriend, which I found particularly humorous. And the other one is Ponder telling me to stop streaming others. Ponder's a particular form of idiot, which I just don't get. So this is what little Pick Me Ponder has to say. Oh, damn it. Let's see. Can I? Well, I'll just play it from here. So this is Pick Me Ponder, and it's called Send My Boyfriend Money. You're her boyfriend, Clifford, if you can't fucking figure that part out. So this is Ponder begging for money for her boyfriend. If you want a panel up, please send my boyfriend some money.
AI bit.
Send my boyfriend money. Yeah. Send my boyfriend money. Send my boyfriend
and my dad's
money.
age, so they say. Why are you trying? Clearly, I really am that awesome. And
I'm gonna buy him a laptop.
To even be
send him some money.
I mean, if you're gonna panel up, you better y'all $100. I'm getting nothing. I'm getting no money except the laughs and to remind you of how much you suck at life.
Send him some money. Okay, son, I don't hear your content. I hear my voice. So you get no joy there. Now, let me show the other fucking content that I made better. That content is better because I paid attention to it and made a short out of it. Your content is better because I made it better, Cliffy. So this is the other dumb fucker. And if I hear my voice, it's my content. So try, motherfucker, try. And I made your content better, by the way.
You've had how many
My
people
chat
that you've worked with on your channel, and all you do is you piss
being
people off and push them away.
Your
Stanley is live. That's what Moxie
heads.
said. He is live. You're watching on. Are you streaming his live, Stanley? That's really
Oh,
bad.
of course I am. What the
Stanley, you
fuck
have
is
to
he
stop
gonna do
using other
about it?
people's content and create your own content.
Bro, he has almost 1,000 videos. Wow.
How do you have 1,000? He has 47
He has
and almost
700.
20,000 views.
And see, this is that silly ponder logic. How does he have 47 views? Motherfucker, because I have 1,000 more videos of things that I think about. Your boyfriend is limited, Ponder. And he's gonna quickly reach his limitations. I'm not limited like your boyfriend is. Why? Dummy. And she should know this. Supposedly she has a good education. So let's get back to this. And see more. I thought I dropped that goddamn link. Let me make it an engraved invitation there, Seymour. Let's see. So at Seymour, engraved, bitch. Hit the link and bring your pussy massa up here too. Let me send a engraved invitation to to Ryan. Ryan, you can bring your silly massa class ass up here. You don't want to fuck with me is why you don't. You don't have the courage, the brains, or the balls. So let us move on.
As the way we work with and fail to work with each other. It is, as we say in the podcast biz, a wide-ranging conversation, and all the better for it. As always, my email is show@nytimes.com. Yuval Noah Harari, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
I wanted to begin with a clip of Stephen Miller, Donald Trump's deputy chief of staff, that I began thinking about as I was reading some of your recent work. I'm going to play it here.
You can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else, but we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world that have existed since the beginning of time.
What do you think when you hear that?
That the whole of the history of philosophy and spirituality is an argument with exactly that point of view. That the only reality is power. The only reality is force. And from the viewpoint of a historian, it's clear that this is not the case. If the only human reality was brute force, we would still be living in tiny hunter-gatherer bands in the African savannah. Because the whole of human history is about how do you get more people to cooperate and to trust each other. And you cannot do that only with brute force.
I want to spend some time here on this tension between visions of cooperation as a driving force in human history and visions of power as a driving force in human history. Because I think if I'm trying to steel man the vision that emerges out of the Trump administration and some other political figures like them right now, they would say that the conditions for cooperation have been a mixture of shared national and religious stories and hierarchy, power, domination and subjugation. And that what they're trying to recreate are these conditions that have held, that have allowed, the great countries to become great. And I think it's appealing to people.
Mm-hmm.
But the other dimension is your work is so much about shared story and story as the operating system that permits human cooperation at large scale, right? And I think something that, people like Donald Trump or in, Israel, Yoram Hazony, the nationalist kind of philosopher, argue is that we need these intense stories of nations, of ethnic solidarity, of religious solidarity. And liberalism and all these nice human rights fearing ideologies that emerged have begun to corrode them. And so they're corroding the very conditions for cooperation. And I'm curious, as somebody who's been in these debates, how you think about that.
That's a different argument. I mean, it's an argument that recognizes that not everything is based just on force and brute power. Definitely, nationalism has been one of the most successful and also one of the most positive stories that humans have ever come up with. For me, nationalism is not about hating other groups. Nationalism, at its core, is about loving and caring about a large number of strangers that you do not know personally, but you're nevertheless willing to make a lot of sacrifices for them. The nation is not a family. The nation is not even a small tribe. In a small tribe, you know everybody. It's based on personal relationships. With nations, one of the most striking things about them is that you don't know 99.99% of the other people in your nation. And this is true not only of big nations like China or India, this is also true of Israel. There are like about 10 million Israelis. I don't know most of them. And nevertheless, nationalism makes people care about these strangers enough so that, for instance, you pay taxes so that other people in your nation will get good healthcare and education. And ultimately, in some circumstances, even risk your life for them. Sometimes, of course, nationalism veers into hatred of others. But this is not an essential feature of nationalism. Nationalism can exist without hating outsiders. It cannot exist without love for insiders. And many of the people today who present themselves as the champions of nationalism, they put the emphasis on hatred, and in many cases, they even create hatreds within the nation. They divide the nation against itself. They think they are great patriots if they hate outsiders. And, again, looking at Israel as an example, nobody, I think, in the history of Israel divided the nation against itself more than Netanyahu. And in this sense, he has been the worst enemy of Israeli nationalism. Yes, he hates outsiders, okay, but this is not the key test. And then the question is, how would different nations conduct their relationships? It starts with issues of security and foreign policy. The Trumpian vision, which is all about force and hierarchy, it basically says the way to organize the international system is if the weak always surrender to the demands of the strong.
Let me help.
Order.
Let me help master and slave out here, son. If it's sleepy time, I don't expect to see another post in my chat from you. And what does he say? Imperious, your anger is misguided. So, dude, Ryan, is it misguided? I think that you've been pegged out. We watched your interaction with your newly bought slave. Motherfucker, you know what, Imperious? I was gonna save it, but you know what? Let us just look at, I think this is some original work that Imperious needs to be recognized for. Let's see, what did I call it? I cannot remember now because I had to rename it. It was called Auction Block. There it is. So there it is. So if you go and you look at it, let's see, let me make sure that it is seen. There we go. So, so I'm sitting there with my little hat. I'm not proud of this. Oh wait, Seymour, I hid you by accident. I'm trying to learn to use this iPhone and I keep fat fingering it, but you're probably still here. So it's me. And thank you, Imperious, for this artwork on the auction block. And where is Ryan? I'm buying CM. Ryan can't afford CM, but he's up on that auction block. There you go, son. Now you know it's not your channel, it's mine. You can take your sleepy ass back over to your channel and be happy there and take your massa Ryan back with you. Son, you are always welcome to hit the link. So will you, Massa Ryan, but it's my goddamn house. And you're here because I'm letting you be here. I could fucking boot both your asses anytime I want, bitch. So now we know.
And then we have even peace. So if the United States demands Greenland, Denmark must recognize reality and give Greenland to the United States. If Denmark refuses, and as a result, there is violence, there is a war, there is conflict, this is the fault of Denmark for refusing to recognize the reality and giving the strong what they demand. This is their logic. This is how they see the world. Now, the problem, leaving aside the issue of morality, still you have a big problem. The big problem is, first of all, that all nations are then driven to become strong because you cannot survive as a weak nation in such a world. And then all nations are forced to invest more and more of their resources in their military. For most of history, a lot of the budget of every kingdom, empire, republic, city-state was invested or wasted on soldiers and fortresses and warships and things like that, and nobody felt safe. One of the miracles of the international systems of recent decades, and this is not something, it's not about, writing a pacifistic poetry. It's about government budgets. You look at the budgets, you see that on average, in the early 21st century, on average, about 6 to 7% of the government budget went for defense, for the military, compared to 10% on average that went to healthcare. It's the first time in history that humanity spent more on healthcare than on defense, and they felt more secure than in any previous time in history because there was this taboo on invading and conquering other countries by force. Now, if we now break this taboo, it will force everybody to arm themselves to the teeth at the expense of healthcare, education, welfare, and so forth, and nobody will feel safer as a result because countries and leaders constantly miscalculate. In the Vietnam War, the Americans thought they were stronger. It turned out they were wrong. Putin was convinced he will crush Ukraine in 48 hours. He was wrong. So this vision of let's base the peace and order of the world on a hierarchy of strong and weak, with the weak always obeying the strong and thereby buying peace, it's been tried thousands of years. And we know where it leads. It leads on the one hand to empire and on the other hand to endless wars.
So we are more on that road again than I think we've been in my lifetime. You've talked about the global liberal order as one of the, I think you called it the most amazing political and maybe moral achievement of humankind.
Yeah.
And today, I don't think it feels that way to people. It has been consumed in the language of budgets, in the reality of bureaucracy. What was the story liberalism as
really
an international
you
force
had to do that
once
didn't you?
told?
Oh, that
and
is
what do you think
funny.
happened to it?
Oh, that's got to be a show title. Oh, damn, dude. Hey, wait, let's see if CM is still here. I bet they're going to go over to CM's channel, or they're going to go somewhere and talk shit. Seymour's still here. Seymour, let me drop you another engraved invitation. Hit the link, bitch. Dude, this is so sad. Mass is out of the house now. You can talk, you can speak freely. You can speak
The
freely
basic
now,
story
Nico.
is about shared experiences and interests and cooperation. In the 20th century, you had basically three big stories. You had the fascist story, which said that history is a competition, a conflict between nations or races. It's decided by strength. Ultimately, the strongest nation or the strongest race will defeat all the others and conquer the world. This was the fascist story. Then you had the communist story, which says, yes, but it's not between races or nations, it's between classes. There is an inevitable conflict between different classes that will be violent and end with the victory of the working class, which will establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. Then liberalism came and said, no, history does not have to be about conflict at all. Not conflict between nations and not conflict between...
He's getting the history wrong. Socialism actually came after liberalism as a proto thing. He's getting the history wrong.
Between classes, it can be about cooperation. Why? Because all humans, no matter to which race or nation or class they belong, they are essentially the same. There are some small differences in how we look and in our languages and religions and so forth, but essentially we are the same species. We all have the same biological needs. We all have roughly the same psychological needs, at least the deep ones, to be loved, to be recognized, and so forth. We have shared interests. And if we recognize these shared characteristics and interests, in many cases, it just makes more sense to cooperate than to compete and to fight. And by cooperating, we can build a world which will be better for everybody. This was the basic liberal story. And as of 2026, we can look back and say it's failing. It hasn't failed completely. But according to many measures, we are still living in probably the best time in history. It's collapsing, but it's it's this kind of amazing house in which all of humanity is living, and the systems are still sort of running, like the water, the sewage. Nobody takes care of them anymore, but they were built in such a robust way that even though we don't maintain them, they still function. But within a year, 5 years, 10 years, if you live in a house and nobody maintains it, eventually it collapses. And then it's too late.
Something you were saying in there was interesting to me, which is that the sort of two major competitor ideologies of the 20th century, what they both believed in was an end to conflict. It wasn't just conflict. It was that at some point there would be victory.
Yes.
And liberalism in one guise believes in cooperation. And in another guise that I think we don't talk about as much anymore, but I find interesting, one of its central tenets is there will always be conflict. There will always be disagreement. That the differences in society are not resolvable and should not even be resolvable to an end state. And that the question is how we live together, both inside a nation and even as a global community, amidst that difference, making room for it to exist without it turning into war, into oppression, into persecution.
Yeah, that's a very, very important point. Liberalism does not believe in redemption. You look at the grand historical visions of religions like Christianity or Islam or Judaism. You look at ideologies, secular ideologies like fascism and communism. They all believe in redemption. They all believe that eventually history will reach a final destination where everything will be perfect. Liberalism does not believe it, that there is no redemption, at least not on earth. There will always be problems and tensions and conflicts, and the question is, how do we live with them? And this is why also liberalism invests a lot in building what I think is the most important thing in every large-scale human system, which is a self-correcting mechanism. If you believe that your view of the world was given to you by God, so it cannot contain any error, you do not need a self-correcting mechanism, because there are no mistakes. Liberalism starts with the assumption that it's just human beings trying to do the best we can, and there will be mistakes, there will be errors, so we need strong self-correcting mechanisms. The most famous mechanism is, of course, elections. That every 4 years or 5 years or whatever, the people can say, hey, we made a mistake last time, let's try something else this time. And all these very complicated systems of checks and balances and independent courts and freedom of press, and all these are just a complicated way to ensure that a country has a robust self-correcting mechanism.
So you make an argument that fiction is often better for cooperation than truth.
Yes.
Why?
First of all, the truth is costly. To know the truth, to produce a true story, you need to invest a lot of time and energy in investigating it. Fiction is very cheap. And fiction can be made as simple as you would like it to be. And people like simple stories. Like, these simplified narratives, good against evil. We are 100% good. We have never done anything bad in our history. They are 100% evil. They have never done anything good in their history. Very simple, very attractive. And the truth is not just complicated. The truth is often painful. Fiction can be made as flattering as you would like it to be. Again, we have never done anything bad to anybody. We are perfect. We are wonderful. So this is why fiction tends to be far more powerful as a story. And also when you try to motivate people for action, you don't want them to have doubts. You need them to be fired up, 100% committed. And fiction is easier to work with in this respect.
Does that imply that if societies, political movements, institutions become too truth-seeking, that given the importance of cooperation, they become at a long-term disadvantage? I mean, to have no truth is a problem.
Yes.
But I think this implies a little bit that have too much truth can be a problem too.
Yes. A kind of absolute commitment to the pursuit of truth is a spiritual practice, but it's a very, very difficult political program. Again, there is a difference between lying and fiction. You lie when you know something is not true and you nevertheless say it or support it. In many cases, I think the ideal is to recognize that we are using fictions to maintain our society. This is the difference, I would say, for instance, between the United States and many other powerful countries in history, that if you look at the US Constitution, it starts with "we the people." We the people have come together and agreed on this text, on these principles. It is coming from our mind. It is our creation. Now, it doesn't use the word fiction, of course, but when I say fiction, I mean something which is not objective. It doesn't come from the laws of physics. It doesn't come from God. We invented it. And the US Constitution very honestly says,
this is so stupid. This way he's describing how no, we did not come up with it. We agreed to it. This dude is so far off base. It's almost laughable. And why Ezra Klein isn't dealing with this better? Hopefully he does momentarily. That's not how the Constitution came to be. What the fuck?
These principles, which I think are good, but because we recognize that we invented them, we the people, then we also include in the Constitution an amendment mechanism. So we recognize we are just human beings. Maybe we came up with something which is suboptimal. Maybe things will change later on. So we have a mechanism to change the story later on. And we, the founding fathers, for instance, think that slavery is okay, but in the strange situation that maybe somebody in the future will think it's not okay, they have an amendment mechanism. Now, you compare that to, say, religion, and let's take an example, the Bible or the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments, it starts not with we, the people of Israel. It starts with I am the Lord your God. And it has no amendment mechanism because of that. And if you look carefully, you will see that the Ten Commandments endorse slavery. The 10th commandment, not to covet, thou shalt not covet. What shouldn't you covet? It have a list of things you shouldn't covet, like your neighbor's field and your neighbor's ox and also your neighbor's slaves. It tells people, the 10 commandments, it's okay to have slaves. It's just not right to covet the slaves of somebody else. Then God will be angry. And there is just no mechanism to change that because it pretends to be not a human creation, but a divine revelation.
I think there's an interesting tension in there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can make a critique of liberalism, or at least where it is now, that it is good at building mechanisms, institutions, rules, bureaucracies, and it is intrinsically bad at creating enduring stories.
Mm-hmm.
That in part because, at least in its modern form, it often is fairly secularized. Religion has been a tremendous source of cooperation, keeping people bound together, both at a moment and then working towards a future that they may not even live to see.
Mm-hmm.
There's, questions of nationalism and the national story, which liberalism as a self-correcting ideology often over time creates critique of. And then you lose some of that national coherence as you're arguing about the past of your country and what it has done right and wrong. And you are a person who thinks very deeply about stories. And so to you, is this a weakness of kind of advanced, secularized, liberal democracies? Are they losing the cohesion that keeps them in the long run competitive to ideologies that maybe can't build bureaucracies, maybe cannot govern effectively, but they sure as hell can tell a story?
Yeah, this is a central problem of liberalism. On the other hand, I would not kind of fall into the trap of imagining religions as this primeval cohesive force that keeps people together. I'm a medievalist. Like my original field of study was the Middle Ages. In terms of percentage of population who died in the war, probably the worst war in European history was the 30 Years' War. Very complicated, but to make a long story short, between Protestants and Catholics in Central Europe. And, Catholics and Protestants were willing to slaughter each other because of tiny differences in the way they interpreted the religion of love. And liberalism rose in part out of the frustration that people had with religion because it constantly created more and more conflicts and divisions. And, you look at Germany today, nobody cares, almost nobody cares, if who is the person running to be chancellor is a Protestant or a Catholic. And in this sense, liberalism is a better basis for uniting a large-scale and diverse group of people, just because it's more flexible. Again, it tells it's a complicated story. There is no redemption in the end. It's based not on some charismatic leader. It's based on these very complex, impersonal, self-correcting mechanisms and bureaucracies and institutions. So in this sense, it's less appealing. Now, we are living at the moment in a moment of crisis of liberalism. One of the reasons is that over the last few decades, liberalism has kind of lost touch with something that was a close ally of it for many generations, which is nationalism. You know, in the 19th century, liberalism and nationalism go hand in hand. And if you look at least some places in the world today, like Ukraine, they still go hand in hand. The Ukrainians are fighting at one at the same time for their national survival and independence and for liberal democracy. There is no contradiction between the two. You know, I would say that since 1789, nobody managed to think about anything new in the political realm. The French Revolution came up with this kind of ideological package, which was complex. Liberty, equality, fraternity. And people tend to forget the third one, fraternity. Fraternity is the national community. And you can say that the whole of political history since 1789 is experimenting with different combinations of this trio. And every movement that tried to completely abandon one of these three failed. Fascism was all about fraternity, no equality, no liberty. Communism was also emphasized one, equality, at the expense of liberty and to some extent fraternity. One of the explanations of what is happening to liberalism in recent decades is that people just forgot. Liberalism focused on equality and liberty, but tended to forget fraternity. And this proved to be untenable.
Oh, it's so interesting to me that you've gone here. It's funny, I've been circling something somewhat similar in my own podcast and work on liberalism, which is that the early virtue associated with liberalism, what comes before it is liberality, which is, I would say, very much a cousin of fraternity, this ethic of mutual respect and generosity towards your fellow citizens.
Yes.
And one thing that you're adding to that story is that has to be based on itself some kind of national.
Let me level set folks in the chat. Palomino, I'm sorry that you feel bad. I didn't toss Ryan out. I just bested him with words. I invited him up to this panel and he did not come. He left on his own. And when I said self-deport, yeah, if you don't like what the fuck I'm saying, get the fuck out. I didn't toss him out. He left. So you need to get out of your fucking feelings, son. And if you think that's my only power, as far as you're concerned, I have one more power. Would you like to challenge me on it? Because at this point, with your dumb ass and you're simping for Ryan, dude, I got one more power. Motherfucking challenge me on it. You've been annoying me for days and you're coming close to me exercising the power. And 12th man, dude, I'm not even concerned about your critique of capitalism versus socialism. It's so goddamn ignorant. I'm not going to waste my time. You need to do better, son. Wealth redistribution is not a socialist concept. Read your Adam Smith. 12th man, I don't know. I think you just do this just to see what my reactions will be. I swear.
Story that there is a difficulty in maintaining cohesion in a national community, maintaining those bonds of fellowship once you have stopped believing in the connection you have to each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that the important thing to emphasize here, I mean, the reason that liberalism kind of lost touch with fraternity is that it tended to have some people told a very negative story about fraternity, seeing it primarily in terms of conflict with other communities. That fraternity is about hating and fighting with other nations. And if we remember that, no, as we said in the beginning, the essence of fraternity is caring and loving a certain group of people. And this does not require hating outsiders, but it does mean that you have a special relationship with a certain group of people, that you share a common history, a common culture, a common language. And trying to kind of imagine it away just ignores history. Yes, we have certain commitments to all of humanity, but this does not preclude having special commitments towards a segment of humanity, just as, you have certain loyalty to your family, which is over and above what you owe your fellow citizens or foreigners.
I've seen you make the argument that the limiting question on the stories we tell should be, does anyone suffer because of this story?
Yeah, I think that morality is ultimately about suffering and liberation from suffering and happiness. Can the nation suffer? We often use this language, but it's just a metaphor. If a country loses a war, suffers a defeat in war, it doesn't really suffer. It has no brain, it has no nervous system, it has no mind, it cannot feel pain or pleasure. Only individual humans can suffer.
But the nation, I think even in this telling, is a storytelling mechanism to protect the group that is bonded within it. To use one closer to your home as an example, the story that Israeli Jews tell about the Palestinians is not that they are not suffering. It's either that the suffering is deserved because of who they elected and a kind of collective responsibility for that, or who rules them, or that suffering is an unfortunate necessity for Israeli security, and that the people who deny that are naive. But it is this collision around suffering, right? That maybe your suffering is necessary for my security, safety, or prosperity.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there are difficult moral conflicts in the world. Not always, but sometimes, yes, there are trade-offs. And it's just saying that all of morality is ultimately about suffering doesn't make all moral dilemmas disappear. But one of the things I observed in Israel in the recent conflict is that a lot of Israelis have a problem simply acknowledging that the Palestinians suffer. Intellectually, they know it. But in many cases, they simply cannot observe it. Like you show them images of a starving child in Gaza, they will say, this is fake news. Or they will immediately divert the discussion to something else. This is because of Hamas. Or if you say, I don't care, just are you able for a few seconds just to be there and acknowledge that there is a suffering human being there? It's extremely difficult to do it. Even if you tell them Israel is 100% correct, 100% of the fault for what happens in Gaza is Hamas. Everything Israel does is 100% correct. Since it is so correct, since this is so just, it should be easy for you to observe the consequences of your perfect justice. Here, just look at this image. And so many people just can't do it.
You said that what is happening right now in Israel could basically destroy or void 2,000 years of Jewish thinking and culture and existence, that's the worst case scenario. What did you mean by that?
That historically, and this goes back to the beginning of our conversation, Judaism positioned itself, since the destruction at least of the Second Temple, in opposition to this view of the world as governed only by brute force. You know, when the Roman legions of Vespasian destroyed Jerusalem in 70 CE, and you have Yochanan ben Zakkai asking Vespasian as a favor, grant me a small town called Yavne, near Tel Aviv of today, where he wants to establish a center of learning. And Vespasian agrees, okay, you Jews, you can have your center of learning. And since then, for 2,000 years, Jews in Yavne and then in Cairo and Baghdad, in Poland, in Brooklyn, they study, they learn. This was the essence of Judaism. Previously, it was a religion of temples and priests and bloody rituals. And then it became a religion of learning. And if you try to think what was maybe the most important message of Jews over the last 2,000 years to humanity, I would say that it was the message that it is okay to be different. It is okay to think and behave differently, let's say, than the majority. You have, say, a country, I don't know, like France or Germany, they celebrate Easter and Christmas, they believe in Jesus and so forth. And you have this tiny minority of Jews who say, we can think differently. It's okay. We can behave differently. And this was the essence of being Jewish. And a lot of the thinking and also the practice about what does it mean to have freedom of thought, what does it mean to be a powerless minority, was done by Jewish thinkers. And for 2,000 years, Jews all over the world, they see studying and learning as the highest spiritual activity. And after 2,000 years, you ask them, what have you learned? You've studied for 2,000 years. What have you learned? And then people like Netanyahu tell you, oh, we've learned that you need to be a Roman, that you need to be strong, that you need to build legions, that you need to destroy cities. This is the only thing. This is the only thing that matters in life. And, it's a legitimate, I can say it's a legitimate value system. Rome has its usefulness. But if after 2,000 years, the Jews simply become the Romans, what was the point? Why did you waste 2,000 years?
Let me make a declaration here. Ricky, you were getting on my last nerve with your fucking sheer stupidity. I don't know what your love for Ryan is noticed. But dude, the motherfucker left because I shamed him out. I didn't make him do shit. You're still here. You need to self-deport. Am I making you leave? Dumb fuck. I do not like stupid people, Palomino, and you are quickly convincing me after all the year or two that I've known you, dude, you're not that bright. You need to buck up and act like you think you have a high IQ. Let's see if you actually do, because I'm not convinced after this last exchange. Ryan can fuck off. I don't need his money. He knows I don't need his money. If CM does, well, that's between Ryan and CM. But motherfucker, my goddamn channel is my goddamn channel. And Ryan can kick rocks. He can stay in the chat. He had ample opportunity to click the link, and he didn't, and that's his right. But motherfucker, I didn't make him do shit. Palomino, you are concerning, but not in a good way. So your time is limited. Dude, you better tread carefully. I'm just annoyed with your dumb ass.
Years then. You could have just become Roman back then. You could have joined the league. It just nullifies the whole of Jewish history.
Was not, though, part of the early vision of Zionism that it was going to create this new Jew who was not this pallid intellectual in the minority, his nose in a book, but he's going to be strong and work the land and capable of making war and protecting himself?
Yes, and the idea was that they can combine the lessons, the legacy of Judaism with working the land and building an army and building a country. And maybe it was just wrong. That ultimately a choice had to be made, whether you want to be Vespasian and command a legion, or whether you want to be Yochanan ben Zakkai and study and develop your spiritual side, and the two cannot go together.
Is that what you believe now, that that the contradiction was ineradicable?
I don't know. I mean, history is a very complex and an unexpected process. I don't think that there is an inherent contradiction between power and justice, or between developing your power and developing your spiritual wisdom. But I think it's very difficult to combine the two. The temptations of power are very, very big, and not a lot of people or a lot of movements throughout history have managed to resist it. So it's not such a big surprise, but it's still disappointing.
This has been a period in America when I've watched a pretty deep schism for American Jews emerge. And I think one reason it has been so painful is it has pitted two forms of the tradition and the thinking of Judaism against each other, which is there's a tradition of the stranger. And one reason Jewish people have been big contributors to the development of modern liberalism and human rights law and pluralism and a lot of the political theory and lawmaking there is it is very connected to the Jewish experience. The only way for the Jewish diaspora to be safe would be to be in societies that fundamentally were liberal and were not ethno-nationalist. And in Israel, there's a view that among Israeli Jews that for that society to be safe and to be itself, it will have to be increasingly ethno-nationalist. And in a way, I think it's not always admitted right now that the tradition is somewhat set against itself. And there was a hope these things could coexist through a two-state solution or other things, but with that increasingly off the table and with a more ethno-nationalist direction in Israel, I think you now have this kind of tradition and its realizations actually in direct conflict with each other.
Yeah, I think this is a very accurate way to present it. And of course, they adhere to the biblical Judaism.
What I'm watching, Savage, is just some weird political, cultural, because they're all intertwined. Hit the link. We can talk about something else. But I'm sitting here listening to this, and just kind of thinking about what I'm hearing, and it's interesting to me, at least. I bore these audiences. Yeah, let me say this, dude. I never fall asleep on my own panels. Everyone wants to call my content boring, but I never fall asleep on my own panels. Night is just literally talking up how great and exciting and all. Motherfucker falls asleep on his own panels. Why doesn't anyone ever call him boring? He's even boring to himself. So I'm good. If you don't like the content, skedaddle to another place that you prefer to listen. But I don't fall asleep listening to my own stuff like Nightish does.
Which was a very different religion than what developed over 2,000 years in the diaspora. Biblical Judaism was a very violent, very illiberal, very intolerant religion. For its time, it was probably one of the least, or maybe the most intolerant religion in the world. You still, in the Bible, you have a commandment to kill all the Canaanites people. You have an intolerance, a very deep intolerance towards the religions and religious practices and beliefs of all other people. The ancient world it has its own horrors, but religiously it was a very tolerant place. Polytheistic religions, which believed in many gods, they had no problem accepting the religions, the gods of other people, and also practicing them to some extent. You look at, say, the Roman Empire. So the Romans had no problem accepting the gods and religions of hundreds of other peoples that they conquered. They did not try to exterminate the other religions. In many cases, they adopted them. And as a Roman, you can go to Jupiter's temple in the morning, and then you can go to the Isis temple of the Egyptian goddess Isis. And you're also willing to hear about this new God, Jesus, Yahweh, coming from the Middle East. You're open. Judaism was not an open religion. This changed to some extent when the Jews found themselves as a tiny minority, living under the domination of other religions, other traditions, which kind of forced them to explore and adopt a more open and tolerant worldview. But now, these 2,000 years of tolerant Jewish tradition is being completely denied and destroyed.
This is in some ways a critique that has often been leveled at America from other countries, that if our borders were an ocean on two sides and Canada to the north and Mexico to the south, we could be gentle and generous in our use of power as well. But that the reality of living this, now maybe in the Israeli Jewish perspective, of living where we do, the reality of being able to see, Hezbollah from Jewish homes in the north, the reality of living in a country that has suffered the trauma of October 7th has forced us into a relationship with power that is maybe not what we want, but, to go back to the way Stephen Miller put it, is a more honest understanding of what is required to be secure in the real world. Not the world that Yuval Noah Harari or Ezra Klein like to imagine, but the world in which we actually live. I'm sure you've had this conversation with your countrymen at different times. What do you say to that view?
To some extent, it's absolutely correct. I mean, you do need to rely on force to some extent to ensure your security, but it just cannot be the only thing. If you think force is the only thing that guarantees your security, eventually you will have to conquer the entire world. Like anything that is potentially a threat, you will have to conquer it. And, Israel itself doesn't operate like that. One of the remarkable things that happened after October 7th is that, all the peace agreements that Israel has signed held. Hamas hoped that after October 7th, it will cause all the Arab countries to unite and try to destroy Israel. And it just didn't happen. The peace agreement with Egypt held. The peace agreement with Jordan held. The peace agreement with the Gulf states held. Also, the agreements with the Palestinian Authority held. It did not join Hamas. Not the peace agreement, but the relatively cordial relationship with the Palestinian citizens of Israel held. Hamas hoped that they will all rise against Israel. No, on the 7th of October, Palestinian citizens of Israel, the overwhelming majority, stayed loyal to the country. Many of them came to serve. Many of the doctors in Israel are Arabs, are Palestinians. They all went to the hospital to take care of the injured. Hamas itself did not betray any agreement with Israel because it never signed any peace agreement with Israel. So, of course, you can say, the peace agreement with Egypt held because Egypt was afraid of Israel's military force. But this is only half the explanation, because Israel had overwhelming military force compared with Hamas, and Hamas still attacked it. So I'm not saying Israel should, kind of dismantle its army, but it's better if you have both a strong army and a peace agreement than only one. And yes, Israel is living in a very, very problematic, difficult neighborhood in the world. One of the things that, it's one of the only countries in the world that for most of its existence, many of its neighbors, if not most of its neighbors, simply refused to acknowledge its right to exist and openly said that they are going to destroy it. There are almost no other cases like that. So it has been in a very difficult situation since the moment of its inception. But the question is, you need power, okay, what do you do with your power? Israel is an extremely powerful state. It can use its power in different ways. It can try to use its power, for instance, to establish better relationships with the Palestinians. And, as if you look, for instance, at the way that Israel is treating the Palestinians, not in Gaza, but in the West Bank, there is no security justification for that. They did not attack Israel on the 7th of October. And by its actions, Israel is making the chances that there will be a peaceful agreement with the Palestinians is decreasing. And it can use its power. You know, it cannot force the Palestinians to make peace against their will, but it can take many actions that will make this more likely, easier.
I think your point there on the West Bank is very well taken, but I want to ask something about the Israeli story.
Yeah.
One thing that you see in the history of asymmetric conflict, in the history of how terrorist groups try to weaken stronger opponents, is that they know they can't win a war. Maybe Hamas, I don't pretend to know what was in Sinwar's mind. Maybe they believed that there would be an uprising all through the Arab world and they would have all these allies. Maybe he hoped for that. But I suspect he also understood that if this worked, there would be an overwhelming reprisal that would level Gaza, which is what happened. And that the victory, if he was able to secure one, would not be defeating Israel on the battlefield, but destroying the story that protected Israel and the rest of the world. That he would come to make the rest of the world see Israel more the way he saw it. Israel has won tactically every battle it has fought in this war. But as somebody who actually does care about Israel, what I see happening is an abandonment of its own story. And an absence of recognition that the world is coming to see it in a much, much darker way, and that is itself a source of weakness, a kind of a thing that Hamas was trying to achieve, which you could see it trying to achieve at the beginning, which people warned about. And if you lose that story in the long term, you've lost something real. You look at polling on Israel in America, you look at it particularly among the young, and the belief in Israel as a just nation has collapsed. And I think people in Israel treat that largely as insignificant. And I think in the long run, it is significant.
Yeah, I think Israel is making a big bet that Stephen Miller's worldview will prevail. That the world will be a place in which force is the only thing that matters, and Israel will be the champion, one of the champions of this worldview. And this is the bet that the Netanyahu government is making. Now, you know, with regard to the bet that Sinwar made, that Hamas made, leave aside the question of justice for a moment, just in terms of effectiveness. Sinwar had an amazing victory within his grasp, and he lost it just because of his cruelty. On the 7th of October, what happened? Hamas managed to secure a stunning military victory over the IDF and to humiliate Israel and the IDF. And they needed to do just one small thing, big thing different in order to achieve a much bigger political and geopolitical victory. And this one thing was just spare the civilians. Imagine an alternative 7th of October in which Hamas does exactly the same thing, but instead of killing or abducting the Israeli civilians, they hold them and bring the world press to see how well Hamas is treating the Israeli captives. They bring them water and medicine and food. They capture the soldiers and take them prisoners of war, which is legitimate, but they do not harm the civilians. And that's the only difference. In such a scenario, Israel's hands would have been tied. Not only world public opinion, but also Israeli public opinion would not have allowed Israel to just, bombard Gaza into rubble. Because we would have had these images of Hamas combatants taking care of Israeli civilians and not harming them. And in that world, there would have been very little legitimacy for Israel to have overwhelming reprisal against Gaza. And Hamas would have won. So not just a tactical victory, but a major political victory. And it didn't happen simply because of their cruelty.
Hey,
And we were
let
talking
me
on the week when a
bring
major
a
report came out
couple
about October
interesting
7th,
points here.
based on.
Hold on one sec. I got a couple interesting things from Texas. Looks like, dude, MAGA is so foul. And Trump endorsements have made a difference to a lot of MAGA candidates primarying people that Republicans Trump doesn't like. But it's all gonna get this is literally Trump is gonna fuck the Republicans and MAGA. So Paxton builds lead over Cornyn. Cornyn's the incumbent. Apparently Trump backed Paxton. That's just gonna make the Democrats' life easier. Paxton has so much baggage that I'm definitely going to watch that Senate race. And then the other thing that surprised me is Al Green, the dude with the long hair in the House of Representatives, very vocally against Trump. Twice during Trump's joint, I guess they were State of the Union type addresses. He's out. He got primaried by another Democrat, and that does surprise me, but not that much. We need more Machiavellian Democrats who, the vocal, like out in public stuff doesn't work. You gotta go. You got to be a lot more Machiavellian. So that is what's going on in Texas. That Cornyn thing is interesting. Cornyn's gonna lose, and this gives James Tallarico a real shot at winning. Ken Paxton is a fucking monster. The only bigger monster would be Donald Trump.
On huge amount of analysis of photos and videos and victim testimonies, and the cruelty and the sadism in it is it's genuinely horrifying. It's a very, very hard report to read, almost any of. People can find it if they want. And the thing I was thinking reading it, because of course if you talk to Palestinians and people who've been in Gaza, their stories of loss are overwhelming too to hear, is that these now exist and they keep feeding into these two stories. I often think that it is easier to imagine political solutions that could reconcile people's interests than it is to imagine a reconciliation of the stories that now drive both societies. And I'm curious, as somebody who thinks about stories as a space of both cooperation and conflict, how you think about that. I can imagine, quote unquote, solutions that exist on paper. What I cannot imagine is those processes taking hold in societies that now run upon the stories of fear and anger and vengeance.
Well, I want to say something about anger and fear and something about pain. The angry and fearful stories, they need to be fed. Anger is like a fire that consumes you, but it constantly needs to be fed. And if it is not fed,
What's
it
up, 12
ultimately dies down.
Hey, Stanley.
Good to see you. You obviously have comments.
Well, no, I just came up to chit chat or whatever. I do find the program interesting, but just
Only political people would, or political intercultural. I find it fascinating, and I know who Yuval Harari is. I've read at least one of his books. He has this big grand theory somewhere between history and anthropology, and I find him smart, but not that smart. People who don't grow up in American culture, it's hard to understand because dude, I talked about Colin Woodard. We're almost 11 different countries, based on region. So I understand why people don't understand the United States, but people keep trying to pretend they do. It's really
Yeah.
kind of it's annoying. Y'all don't know shit.
Well, I think
Shit, I
we
don't
are
know
the most
America that well.
we are the most complex country in the history of, I don't know, maybe the Greeks. I mean,
No,
probably even more
it
complex
depends.
than
That
that.
that's a controversial statement. Countries, the way we understand nation states, it's only happened. We started becoming nation states probably in the 18th century, as we know nation states now. Um,
Mhm.
and 18th century, France, Germany. Remember, there were a bunch of tribes and fiefdoms and princedoms and stuff that they
Yeah.
didn't coagulate until maybe after the French Revolution, maybe a little bit before. I think Britain was a little bit more, England specifically, but no. It's hard to make that argument because we didn't become like complex quote countries until the 18th century.
Well, the closest thing I've heard him say about was when Rome was accepting other religions, and like their people or soldiers or whatever could go to the temple of whatever and still be a Rome, like a citizen or Rome or whatever. To me, that more resembles the United States than anything he's said so far. I mean, because we let people here from anywhere. I don't know if that makes sense. But,
No, say it again.
well, earlier when he was talking about Rome accepting other religions and, maybe places they conquered or whatever, but they didn't try to like erase them off the face of the earth. Like they actually learned from them, and their
Okay, so
soldiers
what's
visited.
the point?
Well, to me, that reminds me of the United States more than
No, it
anything else
actually doesn't.
because well, we're the melting
There were
pot,
there were
are we
way
not?
No, not even close. We're not an empire like Rome was. So I
In a
understand
way,
you can make brief comparisons, but I don't like comparative
right?
culture, remember? I
Yep.
find very limited use. That was then, this is now.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Well, no, no, no. I don't mean to beat you up over it. We'll just agree to disagree. Religion in the United States, shoot,
Well, Stanley, remember
you'd have tribal gods. You'd have gods from tribe to tribe. Remember
I
how
said
the ancient
similar, not
world was
just
that
like.
way? Remember Germany was a bunch of tribes, England was a bunch of, well,
Yeah.
what is now England? No, it totally. I don't see how you make the comparisons, except very briefly and in small ways.
Well, because we allow people to become whatever part of whatever
No,
religion they
we
want
don't.
to, just
No,
like
no, we
Rome
don't.
did.
That's not even remotely true.
What do you mean? If I wanted to become a Muslim today, I
Okay,
could.
you say I'm not going to limit it to religion, people, the freedom of conscience, which slightly transcends religion, we don't allow people to be who they want to be. And in some cases, rightly so. But please don't act like all religions in the United States are equal.
Well, no, maybe
Any other
they weren't
question?
equal then.
Other question? All religions in the United States in 2026 are not equal.
Okay.
Oh, you can become what you want, but can you?
Probably within, like, say I did become a Muslim, like, probably a lot of people wouldn't want to have anything to do with me anymore, right?
Right.
Not
Well, the
saying I
government's
am.
gonna the
I'm just
government's gonna let you. There is freedom of religion as a First Amendment issue, but life in America is not all about the Constitution. Obviously, if it was, we wouldn't have the Supreme Court. People need to be able to switch back and forth. We all want to act like we understand the Constitution, but as it applies to real life, dude, Black people in the United States lived a quote constitution that did not cover us, and I'm still not sure it still does. So don't tell me about, yeah, you can become what you want to be in these United States. Nah. People will judge you on the color of your skin, and I don't want to hear the bullshit.
Well, there's lots of successful Black people, Stanley.
So what? That is besides my point.
That is the point, isn't it?
No, you can't tell me what my point is. Do you need me to make it plainer?
Go ahead.
We got you. We got 12 man. We got all kinds of people. No. You're laughing, but I'm dead serious. No, it is not. You don't accept people who they are, dude. I don't know how many times. No, you don't. I don't know how many times I've listened into, say, a John Galt type show, and I hear people talk about, well, Black women are fat. Motherfucking John Galt literally
never
just
said
came up
that.
with, okay, I don't understand why I have to be interrupted. Hashtag beauty desert. That pretty much describes everyone on YouTube that I can think of who's remotely manosphere or who actually thinks women have that kind of role. If a John Galt doesn't find a woman beautiful, or a 12th man, or I've heard Be Brave talk about how great Black women are while still calling them fat with no hair. And people like
What do you
John
mean?
Galt, okay, don't ask me what I mean. You know what I mean. And people like John Galt and CT, y'all just, and Bob, he's the worst, oddly enough.
Oh, I know what you're
Okay,
talking
I
about.
don't know why I have to be disturbed. These people are the worst. Stop telling me about freedom of religion and all this bullshit. Freedom of religion, part of it is freedom of association, is freedom to be who you are. And I keep hearing fucking despicable, dude, there's some despicable men on YouTube, and I know it's YouTube, it's not real life, but thank God for real life, because some of the shit that I hear, it's problematic, and no wonder America's going down the shitter, because there are John Galts and CTs and Bobs, and I could name many more. It's disgusting. CM, another one. Ryan Bardwell, all these motherfuckers are just problematic. And they're wondering why America is failing. shit, don't they ever listen to themselves?
Well, maybe that's another way we're like Rome, that we're gonna eventually fail, like they
No,
did.
I don't think Ryan Bardwell is Rome. I think he's just a fucking freak. And I think Clifford is not like Rome. I couldn't even begin to I would never even make the comparison because I would
So
never
do you
think of it.
think we're gonna eventually fail, Stanley, as a country?
Don't know. Probably won't be here for it. I can't predict the future, but I know if we elect too many more Ryan Bardwells or Trumps or Clifford Moores, yeah, we will go down the shitter. There it is.
Yeah, I hope I'm not around for it either, Stanley.
All right, well, let's get back to this.
And you look at history and you see conflict, horrendous conflicts, and you say people will never forget they will never forgive. And then within a few decades, if conditions change, they do. You look at Jews and Germans. You know, it took just a couple of decades.
I have Jewish friends reclaiming German citizenship.
Yeah.
Just shocking thing to see. Beautiful.
Yeah. And, you know, and the relations are really good. They are not just, make-believe. They are not just based on some kind of material benefit. The relations are really good. And it's not even 100 years. So the example I gave before of Catholics and Protestants in Germany, after slaughtering each other for so long, they reconciled. Now, in many cases, anger builds systems that then feed the anger more and more. And then it seems really to never end. But if you stop feeding it, eventually it dies down. This is true of all forms of violence. And it goes back to the beginning of our discussion. What is more fundamental? Peace or war? Violence or calmness? And on the one hand, violence seems more fundamental because, you can have, if you have quiet, if you have peace, it's enough if one person starts shouting and the peace is shattered. If you have 100 people cooperating and one person starts fighting, you have violence. So there is an imbalance in favor of violence, and it seems to, in this sense, to be more real, more fundamental. But there is a sense in which peace is more fundamental because violence always requires food, investment, weapons, fuel, food for the soldiers. If you stop feeding it, eventually it dies down and peace always remains a possibility. So I would not despair. No matter what are the stories that kind of fill people's mind right now, the possibility of eventual reconciliation and peace is always there. And I have something to say also about pain, but if you want to...
I'd like to hear what you have to say about pain.
What we've been seeing throughout this war and many other wars is that when people are in pain, they simply cannot acknowledge the pain of somebody else. Anytime, if I'm in pain, anything that distracts attention from my pain feels to me unjust and, again, even painful. I mentioned earlier that Israelis are really, many Israelis, not all of them, simply incapable of acknowledging that the Palestinians are suffering. Intellectually, they know it, but emotionally, they cannot be.
Yeah, we could build off this conversation. Basically, people are very self-centered, which is human nature. And it's the people who actually are maybe even leadership class who can think outside themselves, but still know themselves.
In the presence of an image, a text, a person telling them about the suffering of Palestinians. Even if you tell them, I'm not accusing you of anything. You're 100% just. You're the most just people that ever existed. And now let you acknowledge the pain of this Palestinian child. They cannot do it.
Why do you think that is?
And the same is true of the other side. You know, I've seen examples of peace activists who kind of devoted their whole life to peace and reconciliation, and yet in the case of October 7th, they simply cannot recognize that Israelis suffered. It's the human brain is an amazing thing with all these billions of neurons and the hundreds of billions of synapses, and yet it is so difficult for all these hundreds of billions of synapses to hold two ideas at the same time. That the attraction to have a simple story. No. It's there should be just good and evil. And we cannot recognize any kind of justice or any kind of pain on two sides, that the Israelis suffer and also the Palestinians suffer.
Well, the human brain is an amazing thing. And part of what makes it amazing, I think, is its ability to orient itself towards goals. And I wonder if one answer to the question you're posing here, and it exists in this conflict and it exists at many other times too, is it to fully recognize the other as human, to recognize their suffering as meaningful in the way my suffering is, or the people I love, their suffering would be. I would not be able to do what I need to do to protect myself for them. That if I were to open myself to the other, that the analogy or the thought experiment you keep positing.
Well, 12th man, John Cornyn is out. Trump wins again. But what comes around goes around.
Well, I think that Trump is indulged in himself, and he doesn't care about the Republican primaries. He's gonna do what he wants.
Oh, no.
to do,
He
but-
cares. Now, either that or someone who works for him cares. From the Indiana State Senate, he tried to do it in South Carolina with their Senate. Trump is trying to impose his will. He primaried a bunch of Indiana state senators because they wouldn't do what he wanted as far as redistricting. Probably the same thing's going to happen in South Carolina, but it probably won't. And shout out to South Carolina. We know that shit's not going to happen in Georgia because even if he's a Republican, Trump, this is not Trump country to the extent that in Indiana is. Texas is Trump country. And Cornyn, I really think Trump is going to wind up fucking the Republican Party hard. Nobody likes Trump.
He doesn't care.
Well, he doesn't have to care. And he was elected.
Yeah, because he's turned out.
No. Stop talking about him. The people who elected him are the problem. The people who voted for Trump, they're the problem. Trump is just the symptom.
Well, look what happened to Thomas Massey, and he was a Tea Party patriot and got elected in 2010, the midterms under Obama.
Your point would be what? Would your point be to reinforce my point? Is your
Trump
point
was able to boot Massey?
Right. And that proves my point. Trump's voters are the problem, not Trump. They don't even know a good thing with Thomas Massey. Trump said jump, and those voters went away from Massey. The voters are the problem. They should have had free will to realize that Massey's a better deal, but they didn't. The voters are the problem, not Trump. Trump is a problem, but he's not the cause. He's just a symptom.
Time for new blood, Stanley. Massey.
No, it's literally new blood. The new blood would be someone like a Marco Rubio or JD Vance.
I like Marco too.
They're tainted by Trump. I think Marco Rubio has more spine than JD Vance, but we don't want Marco either. It's time. MAGA needs to be thrown into the dustbin of history. It hasn't worked. It's not working, and the last to know will be the fucking former Tea Party present MAGA voters. They are a problem. They are a huge problem. Every goddamn one of them, black, white. The despicable is the new race, is the new it's the new colorblind. MAGA deplorables are indeed colorblind because they're all fucking horrible. Horrible is not a color.
Nice. Great opinion, Stanley.
Oh, I don't give a fuck if I hurt some feelings. I'm right. Prove me wrong. What has Trump done in the last year that has improved America? Can you tell me one thing?
Deregulation of oil
Nope.
and
Deregulation has not helped. I need you to give me is how did deregulation help America? Can you tell me? Don't just say deregulation. That's talking points.
It was helping until this Iran bullshit.
Okay, bitch. Give me an example where deregulation helped something.
We might be able to build an LNG pipeline in Alaska.
That's not help. That's not a help. That's a hindrance. That's a hindrance. That's environmental. Literally LNG pipeline. By the way, you missed Canada is shipping LNG to Germany now. Now Trump has turned Canada into an LNG competitor. They may not even want to fucking do the pipeline. Sorry. LNG pipeline ruining the environment is not a win. Period.
Yeah, but we'll be shipping to Asia market.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about any of that. Listen to what I said. Building a new LNG pipeline, not a win. And where would the LNG pipe, just out of curiosity, I don't need to know about it. Where would the pipeline be? Okay, son, do not talk when I'm talking. Where would this LNG pipeline be coming from? Canada, right?
No, the North
Where would it
Slope
come
of
from?
Alaska.
Oh, well, fuck that. That's not going to happen.
Well, our legislature will probably get in the way.
Your legislature can't do shit without federal money. Not going to happen.
Not the LNG pipeline has nothing to do with federal money.
Silly notions?
The Alaska LNG pipeline would have nothing to do with federal money.
Good. Well, then it's not then it's a benefit for Alaska, not the country. Gotcha.
Yeah, for Alaska too.
For Alaska, not the country. My question is, name me something Trump has done in deregulation in Alaska for the benefit of Alaska. Okay, bitch, I'm talking. Okay, dude, I'm gonna have to dump you.
You asked me a question.
Okay, the question is, what has Trump done to benefit the country? Not just Alaska. Deregulation, it sounds like it's a local thing there. Name me something Trump has done to benefit the country.
Deporting hundreds of thousands.
Nope, don't agree. He killed Americans doing it. Not a benefit. Not a benefit. Okay, let me help you out. He killed Americans doing it. Not a benefit. I told y'all, if Americans are even inconvenienced, it's not a benefit. Trump had to kill Americans to get that agenda done. Closing the border would have been enough.
Well, one, Pretty shouldn't have been armed confronting federal agents.
Nope, wrong. He was a legal gun owner. Okay, let me stop you. He was illegal. He shouldn't have been armed. What kind of fucking Second Amendment advocate are you? I thought Second Amendment advocates, you're armed all the time, every time when you walk out the door to get the newspaper. All of a sudden, you're not a Second Amendment absolutist. Dude, he did nothing wrong. Trump literally did the wrong thing. Trump has not benefited America in any way that I can tell.
Why was he kicking the lights out of ICE
He
agent
wasn't.
vehicles?
I
He
did.
was
I
out
did
there.
not see. I did not see that. I
You
did not
didn't
see
see
that
that
on.
video,
I
did you,
did not
Vic?
see. No, because it doesn't exist. That video doesn't
Yeah, it
exist.
does.
No, it doesn't. It's
There's a
fucking
video
AI.
out there,
It's
pretty
fucking
out there in the
AI.
middle,
Okay.
confronting
Well, then tell me.
ICE
Tell
agents.
me. Tell me why Trump, dude. You are such a
He
fucking.
deserved what he got.
Nope, he did not.
Yeah, he did. And so did that other bitch for driving her
I'm sorry.
vehicle in
Say
the
that.
middle
Say
of a
that louder.
ice raid.
So did who?
That other bitch who got shot in the middle of an ice raid. She decides to try. She was a known activist who drove her vehicle into the middle of a bunch of other federal vehicles conducting a raid. So,
Gotcha. Well,
and was trying to run over an ICE
hey,
agent.
when
She got what she deserved.
all I have to say is MAGA voters like you need to be neutralized. We don't need more, we don't need any more ignorant fucks like you.
Yeah, try to neutralize us. We're all armed.
Okay,
so
no. No. You're dwindling, folks.
How are you gonna neutralize us, Stanley?
Oh, no. I don't need to do it. You will dude. Stupid people tend to neutralize. Okay, listen to what I'm gonna say. If you can hold your tongue for a minute.
That sounds like genocide.
Stupid people tend to neutralize themselves.
Hmm. That's like
Any
a
other
Nazi Hitler
any
statement.
other silly bullshit?
That's what Hitler wanted to do with the Jews too, neutralize them.
Well, I'm sorry. All of a sudden we're talking about Jews? The fuck? How do we go there?
You want to neutralize
How did we go
voters,
there?
right?
I'm talking MAGA voters that need to be neutralized. They need to be disenfranchised or just outnumbered. MAGA is done, and Trump has made sure of it. Y'all voted for your own demise.
I can't tell he's done. Look at all the people getting out.
Look at the polls.
Massey got
Look, dude is gonna try and gerrymander the hell, and he's still gonna lose the House.
Oh,
He's
but
done.
you were happy when Virginia did it.
Absolutely, I was.
Virginia
absolutely, I was.
But you're not
Now,
happy when red states do it?
Okay, son, if you can't have a civil conversation, why are you here? Honestly, now you're starting to be annoying. I don't have a problem with Virginia doing what Texas did. Why would I?
But you have a problem with the Supreme Court ruling.
What ruling are you talking about? They've made several.
To where they can't write maps based on race anymore.
Oh, you love that. You love that, don't you? See, hey, let me ask you an honest question. You think America is colorblind, right?
No, I do not think that.
Okay, then
colorblindness is
okay. If you don't think America's colorblind, you think the Supreme Court decision doesn't affect Black people voting their own interest or having actually not voting interest, losing representation. What the Supreme Court has done means that black people will lose representation in Congress. You okay with that?
Well, the problem is, Stanley, a study showed that Black
Fuck the
Americans had
study. I don't give a fuck about a study. Do you? Okay,
overrepresentation
bitch, I will put
because
your
of
ass
the
in the
map.
back because what you're trying to do is squirm away from my question. Do you think what the Supreme Court did with the VRA second clause, or I'm sorry, section 2, you think you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't think America is racial. You don't think the Democrats in the
Never
South.
said that.
Okay, motherfucker, wait for me to ask you the question. So if blacks are associated with voting Democrat in the South, and the Supreme Court just goes, hey, if you're Democrat, it's partisan. You don't think that's racial, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay, then you are literally as stupid as I thought you were. If blacks are associated with voting Democrat, it seems like, and I've heard several black Republicans say this, blacks who vote Democrat get what they deserve. It's racist.
So you're okay?
And okay, bitch, I'm talking. It is the most racist thing that's happened in these United States in decades. And if you don't see that, then I can't help you. That's why MAGA's going to lose. And dude, I hope black people rise the fuck up and kick some white ass, because y'all voted this MAGA bullshit. And dude, you're going to reap the whirlwind on this one. Even white people,
I don't think
even
so.
white people know this shit is fucked up.
Black people are getting off the plantations then.
What plantation is that?
The Democrat plantation.
To go to the Republican plantation? You do realize America is fundamentally racist. Leaving one plantation to go to the other plantation, it's still racist. It is still fucking racist. The difference between the Democratic plantation is Democrats will pretend to care about the slaves. Republicans are more Jim Crow. We don't give a fuck about you.
No, that was Democrats.
Okay, bitch,
Jim
don't.
Crow.
No. You don't know enough to even comment. You just need to listen. Republicans
Jim
are
Crow
just
was a
another type.
Democrat law.
Republicans are just another type of plantation in these United States. Now I'm done.
Jim Crow came from the plantation. Democrat.
No,
who
no.
were the
Then
party of
you,
the KKK.
dude. How can you be white and think that Jim Crow came from the plantations? Dude, you are a star. Dude, don't have these conversations if you don't know your shit.
Jim Crow came from the Democrat Party. Everyone knows that.
Nope.
So did slavery.
You are literally the only one who knows that. So you're saying the Democrats who invented Jim Crow are the same Democrats in 2026?
Pretty much.
Okay, then we're done. What? No. Nope. I'm going to treat you like CM. You're not worth having the conversation with if you don't know shit. You literally failed the test.
I know facts.
So we can motherfucking move on. This conversation on this topic is over. Let's move on. If you think Democrats, if you think the Democrats in 1877 are still the Democrats in 2026, we don't have a
Same
conversation.
ideology.
Okay, I don't know how you are a white man and you don't know about your own white country. Why do I know more about your shit, your white country, than you know?
History.
This comment, nope. We can talk about anything. I am not going to continue this conversation because I don't want to abuse the ignorant.
Was it Democrats or
I'm not
Republicans
even
that passed
interested
Jim
in
Crow?
which part of you don't know enough can't you comprehend? You don't know
Answer the
enough.
question,
You do.
Stanley.
I fuck your question. It's probably a stupid question.
Say to somebody, you're 100% right. Everything you're doing is just open yourself to what it means.
Yeah.
That in fact, the brain is too smart for that. It knows that if it opened itself to what it means, it would not be able to be doing the thing that it believes is keeping it safe.
I think that in those cases, you would be able to confront the consequences of what you do. And if you're not able to confront the consequences of what you do, then probably it's not right.
Let me ask you about the point you're making about stories and how they're fed, because something I'm very interested in is this question of how stories change. Is this question of how Europe now lives in peace. My wife and me on our honeymoon, we went to a couple of countries in.
I'm sorry, what?
Does Europe live in peace?
Yes.
Well, look at Ukraine.
You got a war that's going on in Europe that you want to talk about? Oh, you mean Ukraine and Russia?
Yeah, that's part. Ukraine is
Okay,
almost
well,
part of Europe.
no. Is Russia part of
their own
Europe?
backyard.
Is Russia part of Europe?
No, Ukraine.
Okay, then so non-Europe attacked Ukraine, which is barely in Europe. So Europe lives in peace. And if the peace was disturbed, it's because Trump's buddy Putin fucking invaded Europe.
How are they buddies, Stanley?
Oh,
you want?
Wait, you mean do you want me to show the meeting they had in Alaska where Trump looked like Putin's lapdog? Would you like to see that picture? Would you like to see the picture is my question.
So Trump isn't supposed
Okay,
to meet
no.
with other people
Would
in
you
the
like
world?
to see the picture where Trump is taller than Putin, but he's a big fluffy dog? All
He's
smiles.
trying to be nice.
And Putin
What's
and
wrong with
Putin,
that?
Trump. What's wrong with what?
What's wrong with being nice? I mean, he's a guest in the country.
You know what? There's nothing wrong with being nice. You're right. You're right. What's wrong with being nice? What's wrong with being nice? What's wrong with being nice to Putin? What's wrong with being nice to? What's wrong with being polite and nice to Putin? Ooh, he loves us some MAGA loves us some Putin. Nothing wrong with being nice.
Scenario, Stanley. Say you were president of the United States and you were going to meet Putin in Alaska. How would you greet him?
Motherfucker, like a president of the United States, and I'd have never met him there. Bitch, you can come to Washington. I'll see you in DC. Motherfucker, our president flew to Alaska to meet Putin. That's not presidential.
So what?
So
Put
what?
us on the map again.
So what? Dude, presidents of the United States do not fly halfway to Russia to meet Vladimir Putin. Motherfucker, you make that bitch fly to DC. As a matter of fact, make him fly commercial and you'll meet him at Dulles.
I thought it was a great visit.
Well, you think a lot of things are great because anything else? You wanna talk about Trump sucking G's dick? We're great friends. Dude,
he's a world power.
Trump
What are you
left
talking
China.
about?
Trump left China without shit.
Hey, dude.
Okay, which part? Which part of China can you help?
China is now buying
China,
oil from the United
China,
States.
can you help us with Iran? Because if you talk to Iran, they might capitulate. Dude, China was like, yeah, well, we might.
Great oil
Dude,
deal. Great
did
for
you
beef
have
producers.
you even looked? Let me ask you a question. Besides Fox and Friends, have you fucking read a newspaper today? Iran
A
is kicking
newspaper. I have the
Iran
internet.
is kicking our president's ass.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, I know so.
Iran is turned into rubble. What are you talking about?
Iran is turned into rubble, but they're saying fuck you, Trump. We have not we have not surrendered. We have not given up our nuclear material. We're still laying mines in Hormuz. Which ass,
Yeah.
dude?
Hey,
This little
how many mines have been found
so
in
Trump's
Hormuz?
ass is being kicked by a country reduced to rubble. Why
How
can't we
many
win
mines
this?
have been found
Okay,
in
let me ask you.
Hormuz?
Let me ask you a question. Has America won this war? Has our commander in chief led us to victory over
Yeah,
Iran?
Iran can't do shit. They're
Dude,
surrounded.
you know what? Up there in Alaska, y'all don't get news, do you?
Yeah, I don't read fucking garbage
Yeah,
newspaper
and that
printed
is
by.
why I trounce your ass, because you don't read news. You might want to start reading news before you
I
fuck
have
with
the
me on my
internet
own path.
for news. I
Son,
don't need to read.
son, by your own admission, you don't read news,
You
and
expect me to read a fucking
by my
newspaper?
mocking you, you don't know shit. You come up here blind to get your. Do you like me kicking your ass on the news?
You're not kicking anything.
I think I am.
No, you're not.
Has Trump won the
I made a
Iran
fool of
war?
you.
Has Trump won the Iran war after 90 days?
Oh no, we shall see. These
Okay.
can be long
No. Can you actually answer this question for me, 12th man? Has Trump won after 90 days?
Let's hope so.
Yeah. If you're still hoping, then the answer is no, bitch.
We
Have
haven't
enough
lost.
have enough
What do you think? What
testosterone.
did we
Have enough
lose?
testosterone to just say no, Trump has not
Testosterone.
won. Trump has not won now, has he?
I'm sure your testosterone is
No. Don't
lesser
talk
than
about
mine.
my testosterone. My question to you is,
You don't
has
have
Trump
any.
won? Has Trump won? See, this is what I do to you, Seymour, Ryan Bardwell, Ponder, all you weak-minded motherfuckers. Dude, a simple question can derail your whole fucking argument, because I know how to ask questions. Has Trump won? Has Trump won? Yes or no?
He's won on a lot of issues.
Has he won on Iran?
Yeah.
Is the Strait of Hormuz still closed? Motherfucker, he tried to guide some ships through and gave up on that because Iran won. The Strait of Hormuz is still goddamn closed. There's a whole navy, there's a whole CENTCOM, and the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Trump is not a good commander in chief. He is a failure of a leader, and America is embarrassed because Donald Trump is commander in chief. Dude is literally the dumbest fuck I could possibly imagine to be president. I pray we never get. He is Andrew Johnson part 2. Would you fall asleep?
Oh shit.
Commander in beef. Oh, that's funny.
No, I'm still here.
Trump
I
is
was replying.
commander in B. Dude, motherfucker fought his only victory is Stephen Colbert. And Colbert's gonna come back bigger than it was. Dude, motherfucker picked a war against comedians, and that's the only
Yeah,
war
like
he's won.
bald-headed, what's her name? That Joy Reid, bald. She's real successful now, isn't she, Stanley?
Oh, she's way more successful than she was on MSNBC. Have you been following her? Dude, she
No.
blew up on you. She has blown up on YouTube bigger than she was. That's what happens when idiots like Trump pick fights with smarter people. Oh, by the way, now it'll never happen to me, but Ryan and little Clifford Moore, motherfucker, I literally have grown with Clifford and Ryan and all these like soft-headed freaks trying to fuck with me. I'm actually I might get monetized sooner than I thought.
Let's hope so. I hope you
Oh
do.
no. I
Stanley.
don't have to I'm a weak comparison to what Trump is losing. Dude, he's gonna fuck MAGA. Dude, and yeah, he doesn't care. You're right about that. What would Trump care? But it's Barron will never be president.
JD Vance will. He's your next
Nah,
president.
JD
Probably with
Vance
Marco
JD
Rubio.
Vance is dead letter office. Dude, he looks
So who do you have to
dude,
run,
like
Stan?
we got a fucking idiot president and JD Vance is not shining. JD
Who are you
Vance,
gonna run?
he's
Gavin Newsom?
JD Vance is letting
You ain't got nobody to run.
Hey,
Be
dude,
quiet.
I don't know why you have to interrupt me every 2 words. JD Vance won't be president. And if people like you
We'll
are going
see
to
about
vote
that.
whoa. If people like you are going to vote for JD Vance, dude, then even goddamn dude. So bad after good or good after bad? Trump is a piece of shit.
Marco
JD Vance.
Rubio will be vice president.
You know what? Nope. Afraid not.
We're gonna make
You
him the
actually
border
you
czar.
actually think Rubio would work for JD Vance?
Hell
Oh
yeah.
boy. Oh boy, you don't
Well, it's
understand
gonna be an
politics at
open
all.
primary, so we'll see.
Oh, so an open primary with a vice president in an open primary?
Well, we'll
JD
see.
Vance, oh no, motherfucker, do you know what an open primary is?
At least we had an open
It means
primary.
that literally JD Vance is not heir apparent. In an
Democrats
open
just appoint
in
a
an open primary, JD Vance loses.
Y'all didn't even have a primary.
Okay, don't
He ain't
talk
got
about
no room to
y'all.
talk.
We're talking about JD Vance.
Yeah, I think he'd make a great president. I've listened to him speak many times.
Well, thank God. You thought Donald Trump would make a great president. Is Donald Trump a
Not
great
bad.
president?
I wouldn't give
Is
him an A.
Donald Trump a great president?
I'd give him a B minus so far.
Oh, dude, then you're dumber than I thought. Honestly.
That's all you got, Stanley, is
Okay, does a B minus make a great president? Okay, bitch, don't make me put you in the back. I'm asking a question. So is B minus your idea of great?
No, but it's
Okay, whoa. My question
passable.
was okay, bitch. See, this is what I do with people like this. Dude, is B minus great? And I'm gonna link it to something and make a bigger joke. Is giving a president a B minus, does that make him great?
No, it does not. It makes him passable.
Okay, so do you recall what my question was? You don't, do you?
Do I think J.D. Vance will be
No,
president? Yes, I do.
Do you think Donald Trump is a great president?
Been a good president.
Is he great?
Greater than average.
Yeah, I thought greater than average. Does that even make sense? Dude, you don't even have enough balls to
compared to
critique.
Poopy
You don't
Joe
even
Biden?
know you want to do all the whataboutism. Why do I waste my time with you? Why do I waste my time with most of these
I'm
dumb fuck?
entertaining,
Why
Stanley.
do
You know
I
that.
no, you are not entertaining. Dude, it just frustrates me that people just can't answer yes no questions. Donald Trump is not a great president. I don't even think he's mediocre. He is a bad president.
What frustrates you, Stanley, is that people don't answer questions the way you want them to.
No, what
frustrates
frustrates me is when I ask you if Donald Trump is a great president, you can't just say no.
That's what you want. That's the way you want me to answer.
You know, when you get asked a yes no question, definitely that's the way I want it answered.
Well, to your
Yes
little
or
brain,
yes, I
yes,
know.
no.
Yes or no. You sound unmanly, you sound unsure. You can't just say no, you got to equivocate. Well, I just can't say no because it's so complicated. I'm a woman and I can't figure it out. Where my
I think
husband?
beyond the word,
Dude, that
no,
you literally do not sound. And I'm gonna beat you up on this false manly bullshit.
You
Son,
ain't beating nothing up.
Oh, am I not?
Asia, one of them being Vietnam.
Hmm.
And I remember touring Ho Chi Minh's palace or
This sucks. I just went over 6 hours and god damn it, I'm pissed off now. I will.
Now you have
Well,
to
I'm
edit
not.
yourself.
I think I will probably. I was having too much fun beating you up.
In your little head.
Could be a little head, but I think I'm winning. So I'm going to wrap this up and go over to Nidus's channel. I see he's up there with. I think I'm going to return some favors. Nidus should never come up to my panel and do what he
You're gonna
did.
go over there and troll him, Stanley?
Oh, I'm going to go up to the panel and troll. So y'all, let's go over to Nidus's. I'll go up on the panel and just troll his dumbass. Nidus needs to understand that what he's gonna do is I'm gonna go up there and fuck with him and he's gonna drop me and all this shit. It won't be he's not living up to those golf deals. That's funny.
Those what deals, Stanley?
Golf deals.
Oh, y'all going golfing?
No. Trump is not living up to his golf deals, the LIV or whatever it was called. So anyway, let us let us of course you don't want to know about your president. You just want to
I don't care about golf.
You just want to applaud the Americans that get killed by his ice. It's Trump's ice, not America's ice.
Don't be a communist and get in the way of federal agents.
Communism has nothing to do with this. Communism has nothing to do with the point. You are as brainwashed. Dude, this American education system has fucked some people up. So anyway, Heading
that
over
what
to
your hair
let
looks like?
me figure out. Let me find Nidus's channel. Y'all, we can go over there. Oops. Let's see. I need to share it. So here is Nidus's channel. See you over there. See you over there. Talk to you later, 12th man.